battles on the track. Speed that pushes the limits. Racing against the clock. This is where drivers test their skill, endurance, and courage. Welcome to the heart-pounding world of auto racing, where every second counts. This is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, bringing real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello everyone and welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's the New England Enduro at Lime Rock Park. So let's take a lap around Lime Rock Park here in Lakeville, Connecticut, heading down the front straightaway. At full song, we break around that 5-panel, bending the car into turn number 1, aiming for an early apex down to third gear, trailing off the brake at a little throttle here between turns 1 and 2, then fading that throttle, rotating the car using all of the racetrack. Now to 3, tapping the brakes to scrub a little speed off and rolling back on the power. A really fun corner here at Lime Rock. Back around for the S's, squeezing full power out of 4th, up to 4th gear, down no name straight, getting ready for the steep uphill climb, smooth braking, trailing off right back to the throttle, using that compression to our advantage. Hop over the hill, watching for that wheel spin, and it's a straight shot for West Bend. Nice and easy braking here, trail off, squeeze back to the throttle, using all of the track as we really pick up speed. That awesome turn 7, here we go. Squeeze on the brakes, right off the brakes, and right back to the gas, using all of the track at the exit, and there's a lap around Lime Rock Park. 1.53 miles is the distance, 7 corners. That is what our teams will be enjoying this weekend. Yes, indeed, and welcome everybody to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone with Kyle Lockrow, Les Epps, and yours truly, bringing you all the live race action this weekend from the legendary Lime Rock Park in Lakeville, Connecticut. Teams are ready to go. Kyle, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Paulie. Good morning, Champ Car Nation. 7 hours of intense racing yesterday, another 8 hours of it to finish it off today.
Yep, and weather looks, I don't know, I know some guys are probably hoping for some excuses, but it looks pretty good, Kyle. What are you seeing?
Well, what I'm seeing is the excuses book is going to be not so much because there's 0 mile an hour on the wind. That's supposedly going north. The humidity will be up a little bit today, so the drivers will just have to make sure they're hydrated. Visibility is good. Dew point's good. Right now, the temperature is in the low 60s, anticipated to get up to about 80 degrees by the race finish. Should be up to about 80, in the 70s by about 11 a.m., progressively getting up to about 80 degrees by about 1 or 2 p.m., and then it'll be that way till we get to the finish about 5.
Yep, and we'll be bringing you all of the standings as well. The pylon there presented by Panda Planner. So special thanks goes out to Jason for supplying that data for us. Again today, as the cars now roll up pit road, well, actually, that Mustang is just getting himself parked. So they should be rolling out here pretty soon. Behind the pace car, a 1.5-mile road circuit. Kyle, you want to kind of take us around the technicals here as teams head down that front straightaway into Big Bend?
Yeah, so you come down the front straightaway, you're carrying a ton of speed out of turn 7, and you're on the left side of the racetrack all the way down. You get past the start-finish line, and then before you know it, you're on the brakes heavy for Big Bend, which is the turn 1-2 complex. You'll turn in, you'll let the car track out to the middle of the corner, and then you'll pull the car back down to the right a little bit more to try to straight line your exit on turn 2. What you'll do then, though, as you exit turn 2 is stay to the right, take a little bit of a wider entry into turn 3. The apex is very late. Reason being is because you're setting yourself up for the right-hander in turn 4 through the S's. And before that, as you get set up for turn 4 right here, you turn in and then you let the car track all the way out to the left and start gaining power as you head down Paul Newman Straight. And then as you come down Paul Newman Straight, you get on the brakes, get ready to go up the the blind rise uphill at turn 5. You'll use up all the racetrack. We saw some drivers about getting in trouble there yesterday. It's very sketchy, but you just have to kind of commit to it and hang on. Then you come up top of the hill, go down the straightaway, get on the brakes, turn into West Bend in turn 6 for the right-hander. And you'll notice, folks, it's mostly right-handers here. There's not a lot of left-handers other than one corner. So a lot of times you really want the car handling well on the right. Come through West Bend, under the bridge, down the hill, a little bit of brake pedal to get the car settled. And then after you get off the brake pedal, get the car turned, back to the power. And then you want to use up all that racetrack to the left as you go down the straightaway and head toward the Luana Bridge, back at turn 1. And that's a lap at Lime Rock Park.
Looks like a pretty exciting place. We've heard a lot of positive things, and as I was out there this morning just kind of getting things started up camera wise, I was thinking, this is definitely a perfect Champ Car track. This is the kind of racetrack that Champ Car drivers love to come to. I think it's just a perfect fit for us, Kyle.
It's a bull ring. It's a tenacious bull ring that really, did well for a lot of our competitors yesterday. We had a fairly clean race almost all day. Yeah, we had a couple incidents later in the day, but this place was challenging. But we heard nothing but good things, claiming this is what we were looking for. This is exciting. This is Champ Car at its best. It's a 1.5 mile bull ring that you don't have a lot of room to work with, and you gotta make your own luck here. Just trying to think of the right way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, during the drivers' meeting, Jackie said it's okay if you're aggressive, just be respectful of other drivers while you're out there. And I think that's kind of what you're talking about. You're gonna have to be a little bit aggressive out here, have a good time, have fun with it, but be respectful of the other competitors while you're out there. And, we saw a fair amount of attrition yesterday, but it looks like a lot of these guys have gotten their cars back on the racetrack. I was speaking with Rodney Earwood. He said their team, they had a ground issue, and they ended up having to replace a transmission and wheel bearings. I don't know. Just you name it, kitchen sink. And he said, the car's ready. And I said, so what you have is a new car then. So there's a lot of teams that were waiting for parts to come back. We saw somebody in the pits. As Les was in the pits, a Porsche team saying, we've got a couple hours yet before we get some parts back. So there's always those backstories, those things going on back in the paddock as teams get their cars repaired. And as Rodney told me yesterday, once we had a failure, it was just a test day, and got a chance for guys to get out and practice with the car as we got ready for today's race. And that's one of the fun things about Champ Car is we often have 2-day races, so a race on the first day and a second race the next day. So if you have a rotten day at the track on Saturday, Kyle, or in this case on Friday, you get another crack at it.
You do, and that's the beautiful part about it is you can actually go out, get a second chance at it, get your car repaired. And the team that was waiting a few hours for that 3-hour round trip that Paulie was talking about was Open Throttle Racing. They have 2 Porsche Boxsters here this weekend. I see the 58s on the grid today for them. Not sure if the 59 is going to run at all, but they might just be alternating cars to save and not hurt both cars. But they were waiting on parts. They had to go get them, and they said it was a big round trip deal. They had everything. What was it? They had a crank sensor, but they what was it, Paulie? You remember?
They needed a crank sensor. Everybody in the paddock had cam sensors.
Cam sensors.
So what are you gonna do?
And that's what we talked about yesterday. Those parts, when you don't have them, those are the ones that always break.
Yeah. Pack the stuff you don't want to change, because then that stuff won't break. There's a lot of science to it. We got it all figured out. Soggy Bottom Boys in their 04 Nissan 350Z. Carrying the flag for the Nissan guys. There's a couple of Nissans out there, actually, but they're on pole today. So they get to ride behind the pace car and take that green flag. Now, the cars are going to come around one full lap here. And they'll do another lap and make sure the transponders are hitting, and then we'll be back to racing for 8 hours of racing today.
And folks, if you sorry, Paulie, if you was going to say if you saw the race yesterday, It was a dominating factor feat by TCR. They ended up coming away with their second overall victory of the year and their second career overall victory. So that was a big boost in the arm for them. They were definitely thrilled about it. And I did look as well with their victory yesterday. That now ties A class and C class for 6 victories apiece this year in the overall, and then that gave BMW their 4th overall victory this year. So
somebody's smoking a little bit back there. I know we did have quite a bit of fog on the track this morning, but it looks pretty clear out there now as the cars come down onto the front straightaway here. And they'll come across the tower. Full course caution, of course. Right now, just a reconnaissance lap as the cars come around the racetrack here, and the transponders will be checked. And I hear some announcement going over the PA. I'm not sure what's going on, but if everything checks good, the pace car comes in, and we will be back to racing for day 2 here at Lime Rock Park as the cars come down Sam Posey straight into Big Bend. That fast right-hander there. Fun stuff. Well, it's fast going in. It's not so fast once you get into it, I suppose.
Well, we saw that yesterday, too, where guys and girls were getting in a little maybe too fast because then they would drop tires off on the left side when they would try to track out to set up for the second half of the corner. So what you'll notice a lot of them tried to go in at the rumble strip right there and then track out to the right to your right on the screen. The problem is they would drop their tires off in the dirt and then have to get set up to turn back in for that next apex.
And good morning, Fred Wolf. Thanks for joining us today. Good morning, Michael. Great to have you guys on board with us here for the live stream race today. Hoping you're having a fantastic weekend as we look to finish up the month of August here. Be another week out.
July.
July, right?
Yes.
We're heading into August.
Which is hard to believe. We're already getting to that point in the season.
My wife's not happy about it. She wants her pool time.
Yeah.
And living in the upper Midwest, it's not a very wide area of time to get to do that.
It's very, very, very limited. So as we see the field coming through 3 and 4. And folks, you'll notice this is a very tight and small track. It really is. I mean, we ran upwards of 300-plus laps yesterday, and that's a lot for a Champ Car race. Usually in a 7 or 8 hour contest, we'll touch, maybe $1, hide $1 or something.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a stalled car there on the hill.
Oh, no. Oh, no, oh, no. We already got a wounded soldier out there. Yeah. It's not used to going this slow. It's a race car. It needs to go fast. You guys going to go slow? Can't do it. Yesterday's winner, TCR Motorworks. Bumped into one of the guys from that team today. They said, yeah, they're ready to go and excited and had a great time yesterday. Of course, you usually do when you win the race overall.
Now, Paulie, they'll have to start with what's called an MOV today. You want to explain what that is?
Yeah, so the MOV was designed so that if you've got a team that just crushes it on, say, the first day of the race of the weekend, they'll set them back a lap or two, depending on the size of the racetrack. It just gives other competitors an opportunity to get up there and get a win. But it doesn't take the winning team completely out of it. We've had quite a few cases where that team would pass the whole field and win the second day race too. So they still have a good shot at it. And it looks like we're going to do another lap out here. So might be some data issues.
They got to get our stricken competitor. They're up in the corner.
Yeah, good point. They still need to get that competitor out of their way.
But it's a gorgeous day here, folks. If you've never been to this part of Connecticut, it's absolutely gorgeous. The mountain range, just the scenery, it's really pretty. A little chilly in the mornings, of course, because you're up in New England. But I tell you what, it warmed up beautifully yesterday. The track got not overheated, but the track got warm enough where it started creating started creating character for these guys and girls that are driving this weekend. So it looks like they may have gotten him to the pit, so hopefully we can go green this time by.
I think he self-motivated, got himself going, and before the trucks got there, so yeah, this should be it. Should be able to go green this time by. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race, the New England Enduro at Lime Rock Park. This is day 2. We actually had a race on Friday, and then today's race, an 8-hour contest. Green flag at 9 o'clock, checker at 5. And so that's what we're lined up for today.
And it's going to be like we said, it's going to be a beautiful day up here. Not a cloud in the sky. The sunshine, beautiful. It's not super hot, so that'll be good for the drivers and the cars. That'll actually be good for the cars themselves because it's not super hot. So I think we're in for a great race as well. We'll just have to see. Can TCR come back from their MOV, and can they get their third victory of the season? Can they sweep the weekend? We'll have to watch out as we're on board with our friends from the Schumacher Taxi Service. These guys are a fun group of guys. They're from New Jersey area, Freehold, Morristown area. I think that's like exit 8 or 10 off the turnpike. That's usually kind of how I ask in Jersey where you're from, what exit off the turnpike. So I think it's right around there. This is kind of home for them. More so home for them would be like New Jersey Motorsports Park or Englishtown.
And we're green. We are green out here at Lime Rock Park for day 2 of the New England Enduro. And the cars come down into turn 1 for the very first time. On board with Soggy Bottom boys. We're a little bit behind here on some of these cameras, but cars coming around turns 2 and 3.
Good strung out start here. It looks like everybody's pretty much single file. A little bit of racing here and there, but so far so good.
Yep, cars headed up to Paul Newman Strait for the first time today. There's Soggy Bottom. Looks like they already got overtaken by the Sublime guys. I know they're not underneath that name. As the cars head down the hill and back to the front straightaway already. Kyle, we couldn't quite crack the 1 minute lap time yesterday. I don't know if there's any danger of cracking it again today or not.
We'll have to find out. The track's got a lot more rubber down than it did this point yesterday. I would say it'll be interesting to see how hard teams push it. Are we worried about lap time? Are we trying to focus more on the victory today? It'll just depend. We'll have to keep an eye on lap times for the first 30 minutes to see if anybody can get inside that 101. I mean, we had a couple of people hit 101s. We'll have to see if they can hit that minute or a little bit faster.
Action Raceworks heading up the hill in the Camaro. And it looks like North by Northeast Racing leads the way over Haywood Racing. Soggy Bottom Boys in 3rd. Rhinoceros Racing in 4th. And Action Raceworks we're on board with is in 5th.
Yeah, I talked to the Action guys a little bit this morning as I was turning the camera on, but I talked to them yesterday when I was turning it off, getting it ready, and they said, yeah, it was a little bit of a rough day for us. They ended up kind of having some issues, a couple of black flags for various things. They don't run all the time, and they pretty much said if they can fix their own mistakes, they feel like they're going to be a threat.
Eliminate your mistakes. Eliminate your weaknesses. Yeah. That'll go a long way in racing for sure.
Well, you notice you can hear Action Raceworks just taking it easy. The car's a little bit beat up. It had some contact yesterday. It got into some stuff and some other cars. So the goal for today, they said, is just to have a clean day. They're another team based from up here in the Northeast, so this is another home track for them. So it looks like Haywood Racing has now taken the lead over North by Northeast. The best lap of 103.01.
Right.
They're up by 5.5 seconds currently. Then Rampage Motorsports, we saw them have a couple of issues yesterday. They were the car that got into it with the Scent from the Gourds when they had their issue here on the front straightaway yesterday. It was toward the end of the race. It was inside the final hour and a half. Then Late to Apex. We always rely on Late to Apex. They're a good team, strong team. They always bring solid equipment to the racetrack, and it's pretty proven. See Daniel behind the wheel. He ended yesterday, so it looks like he started today. So it looks like they might have just flipped the driver order. Oh, got a stalled car off to the right. Looks like one of our Mazda Miata contenders.
All right, we'll keep an eye out for that. Looks like the camera's losing interest.
It's kind of hard to tell who it is. It's a gray Miata that's stalled there just between turns 3 and 4 as we see Action Raceworks headed down Paul Newman Straight. Back to the power, headed up the hill and going again.
Looks like it's one of the Rosmar Racing Team cars, car 473 over in turn 3.
That's a tough break for Rosmar. Again, we talked yesterday. This is a home track for them where they're based over more toward the Thompson area, but this is one of their opportunities to shine this year. So tough break for those guys, not the way they wanted to start day 2. On board with Rubin Performance Garage and Barbecue Company.
Heading up the hill here. Got the Mustang up ahead. It's going to stick to the right here and try a double pass here. Gets by nice and clean there. Heads into 6.
It'll be interesting to see how this car does because it showed really good speed yesterday as they're running in the 7th position right now. But it showed a lot of good speed. They ended up finishing second. Yeah, dancing around a little bit in there.
You really pulled them into going into 7 there. Boy, that car's handling good on the corners. Mustang getting away from him on the straight, but let's see how he deals with it once he gets to the twisties.
He's running offline a little bit, trying to make sure that the car stays cool.
Yeah, Ruben looks like he's got that car tucked in good. Coming up to turn 3 here. Let's see what he can do with him. He's got a car coming up ahead. Oh, we got car sideways up here.
That's the stalled car. They're doing a hot pull. Yep.
Yeah.
So nice job of getting by that.
Yeah. On the power, the Mustang gets by another competitor here.
Nice job there, getting by Falkensteiner in the 664. That's one of our. I think that's one of our other F-class cars this weekend. Headed down to turn 7.
Oh man, he's so good through here. He's so good through that section. We'll see if he can get. If he can just get ahead of him here in the twisties early on, he's got a real shot of getting away, but boy, that Mustang's quick. Oh, and he checks up. Yeah. He saw he was weak on that last lap going into 1, And sometimes that's what you do, isn't it, Kyle? You find where a driver's weak or afraid or tentative, and that's where you attack.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to just size up your competitors, as we see everybody going really, really slow through here, of course, because there's a hot pool going on. But that's really what you got to do, is you want to make sure that you want to size up your competitors. You want to watch everything that they're doing, where they're putting the car, how they're driving the car. Are they under-aggressive, over-aggressive? Are they middle of the road? And then from there, you find the weak points on the racetrack. If they're struggling in certain corners and you know it's a passing opportunity, then you try to set them up to get by.
Yeah, I think he saw those taillights come on early and said, okay, I know what you're going to do. I'm definitely taking advantage of that down the inside. Sizing up the Camaro now as they head towards 7. Had to pedal it there.
And this
Didn't want to smack him, but
this is going to be for 5th place right here.
He's so good through 7.
Got him.
Nice.
So that'll move Ruben Performance Garage and Barbecue up into the top 5 in the overall right now.
Haywood Racing leads this race over Rampage Motorsports. North by Northeast, Soggy Bottom Boys, and Ruben Performance, your top 5. As you can hear, Ruben just pedaling through turn 2 there. You can see that body lean as he heads into 3.
You can hear that car just screaming a little bit.
Thanks for signing in, everybody, and watching here with us. It's Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, the New England Enduro, Lime Rock Park. Schumacher Taxi.
Yep, on board with these guys. They were having a solid day yesterday until they had problems. They just progressively worked their way up through the field. They showed decent pace. They were top 15, top 20 all day long until they had issues.
And Soggy Bottom Boys in their Nissan. Strong, tough competitor in the Champ Car Endurance Series. And those Z cars, they've got a winning pedigree. They find themselves in 4th place right now. 2nd in class.
Trying to work through some traffic. He sees opportunities, but he's thinking, should I do it? I don't know if I should.
Yeah, we'll see. The good passing zone is up here. Yeah, hanging to the right as they head through Paul Newman Straight through the S's here towards turn 5.
Now if he can get back, 3 wide.
That's going to be tight.
The one car to the left is open throttle. That's usually the BF Goodrich car this weekend that they run, that those guys run a limited schedule with the support of open throttle staff and crew. Headed down to 7.
And we'll check in with the Action Raceworks. They're in 6th place right now in the Camaro.
They said if they could not have problems, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, they just said we could contend for podiums and be up front if we didn't beat ourselves. And what they mean by that is they're notorious for having their own problems, bad pit stops, maybe calling bad strategy. So I think they were hoping to turn that around today.
Why not? Why not?
It's a good day to do it.
Yeah. Take a stab at it. See how it goes. Well, we've got a lot of races coming up. If you couldn't make it to Lime Rock Park, we've got a lot of races scheduled, some of which Champ Car Live will be at, others we will not be. So we've got races coming up in the month of August, Kyle. Let's talk about that a little bit.
So next weekend will be, to kick off the month of August, we'll be at the BF Goodrich Rival Revival. Again, try not to say that 5 times fast at VIR.
Get yourself hurt.
Yeah, no kidding. Mentally, just get yourself, it's a tank slapper for your brain. But yeah, so they'll be there next weekend. It's sold out, so get on the wait list. There may be a couple people that have to cancel. You never know. It never hurts to find out. Then a few weeks after that, they'll come back to Connecticut for the other race here in the state. They'll be at Thompson Motorsports Park at the infamous Thompson Speedway, where a lot of big modified racing has happened up here. There are only a couple entries left, and they're going quick. So if you want to run Thompson, make sure to get your entry in, and we'll see you August 22nd. And then after that, when we get into September, that'll be our next broadcast. It'll be at Mid-Ohio for the Fast Parts Grand Prix, which is sold out. Good to see that as well. We'll be there Labor Day weekend. And then the Eye of the Storm Sebring Enduro is another sold-out event 2 weeks after that in mid-September. And then the final event in September is the Gauntlet Come and Take It round 2 of the doubleheader out at Harris Hill Raceway in San Marcos, Texas. There's only about 25 entries. There's still some entries available. So if you're interested in going out to Texas, get your entry in sooner rather than later.
But a smoke got
looks like we got a spin.
Yeah, a car kind of stranded down there just at pit in. And looks like he's having a little trouble getting it going, trying to get into the pits.
Looks like he's got it going. He's just at a snail's pace.
Yeah, it looks like he's good.
So back on board with Late to Apex right now.
Yeah, we're going to take another. We flipped over. That's a TCR Motorworks.
A lot of traffic. Oh.
Yeah, he's faster than everybody here, trying to follow this car through.
Trying to get by that 111 Motorsports of the 111.
Down the inside.
Looks like he's able to clear him with no problem, and that should give him some clear racetrack. TCR is already working their way through the field. Their best lap so far is a 103.84, and they're already up into the 31st spot after having to start tail end Charlie.
And on board with Sent from the Gourds.
Got their camera working today. Derek behind the wheel. We talked to him a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, this is a Canadian team that raced down here with us frequently. Always a really tough team. Yeah, they had that accident on the front straightaway. They got the car back together, so we're good. We're good. We're ready to go racing today. Following, is that Soggy Bottom in the black? I'm not sure what color their car is, but
it's kind of hard to tell, honestly.
Okay. Well, I'll just say that it's not, because I don't want to say that it is and then be wrong, because then I'd upset my record of always being right.
Always, yeah, you want to make sure you're always right.
Yeah, but these guys were solid yesterday. Let's see, where are they in the standings? I saw them.
They are 15th right now.
Okay. Working their way up.
They are 15th in the overall and 6th in the C-Class, so they are slowly just feeling this thing out and trying to do what they did yesterday, because they weren't just insane speed all day long. They just progressively and smoothly worked themselves through the field and just picked off, like you see here, they picked off one car at a time. They weren't trying to make anything over aggressive. 570 Cougar Racing looked like they just came down pit road to have an issue addressed. It's been a rough weekend for the Cougar Racing team. They had to replace, I think it was a hub. Yeah, I think that was the team yesterday. They had to replace a hub, had a bunch of issues, got it to the finish, but it was not pretty for them.
Yeah.
So we see the Gourds are still chasing down that Z.
So we got an 11-second gap from North by Northeast up to Rampage, who now leads this race.
What a turn of events for that team yesterday. They weren't even close to up in podium contention, and now their best lap is a 103.09, and they're just laying really good laps down right now.
Open throttle back about 8 seconds from North by Northeast for second place. 3 seconds in the rears is Soggy Bottom Boys from them.
Right now, 4 C cars and round out your top 5 there, other than the A-class car, Rampage. So, once again, I think it's going to come down to the challenge between Mazdas and BMWs.
Action Raceworks just 2 seconds behind Soggy Bottom, and Ramen Racing 1.7 seconds between them and Action Raceworks. So these cars are still, throw a blanket over them, they're all right there. They're still fighting nose to tail for position here at Lime Rock.
I will say Action Raceworks, I looked at their overall average speed right now, right, and they're about 0.2 of a mile an hour faster than Soggy Bottom Boys right now. So they're slowly picking them off just a little bit at a time.
All right. Yeah, I'm seeing best lap times for the top 3 teams were all 103s. So they're very similar lap times for these cars.
Got a 102 finally. Ramen Racing, who we saw have one of the fastest laps yesterday, they have a 102.90.
It's a quick team. Yeah, we had one code 35 early in the day, and then one again later in the day, and then that red flag at the end that finished the race for us just moments before the end of the race.
And we can report, I talked to the team yesterday. I asked how the driver was. The driver's fine. He's doing well, just a little bit beaten up just mentally and physically, but he was fine when he got out. They actually repaired that car, and it took the green flag just a little bit ago.
That's great.
So never say die to MDR Motorsports, because they said, well, the frame looked good, everything looked fine. They just had to work out some bugs and pieces, straighten her out, and
yeah, she took a tumble. So that's really awesome. Glad to hear that for those guys.
And it's impressive to see a team overcome something like that.
It really is. We'll see if we can get a live feed up on MDR. Yep, here is that car from yesterday.
So as we're on board with MDR, guys are having a good day so far. They are running in the, let's see where they're at, 27th right now in the overall, and only about 3 and change seconds behind Crazy Horse and the 668 in their Mustang.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. I mean, she was doing some pirouettes in the sky, man. For this car to be back on the racetrack, it's like, all right, that's pretty awesome. Congratulations, guys.
And you see they got the window net up there for the driver and everything.
Yeah, I didn't think these cars would be that durable. That really says something for the Porsche Boxster. And we got Ray Frank up in the tower here with us.
Good morning, Ray. How you doing?
Good morning. I was just going to mention something else about that team. It's a team thing, too. They had a lot of work to do. The car didn't receive a real hard hit.
Right.
Although it did hit the wall and damage the suspension on one side. The cage, seat, we inspected everything. There was no, like I say, real hard impact to stretch the belts or anything. So he's allowed to get her on track again today, and so far looking good.
Yeah.
And another thing, I'm just walking up. This is the first. I mean, I drove the pace car, but still, that's not speed around this place. And I am so impressed with this track. I want this thing so bad. Just racing out here is just.
Hopefully, you can run next year for somebody.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, it is like, it is intense. Like this right here. This picture does not do this hill or crest justice at all. You are hauling it, boys.
When you can just see it, you can see the car loaded up. as you come through the corner, and it just that lean especially, and then as you get to as soon as you get straight, you need to get the wheel straight so you can go straight up the hill. Because if we saw a couple people, if you get sideways, you can go into a tank slapper quick.
Yeah, well, you crest the hill with the wheel anything other than straight, and when it lands and compresses and it's going in that direction, and that's I understand that fully. Yeah. But also coming down onto the front straightaway, that woo. Yeah, this is I'm a short track guy from the round and round days anyhow, and this is definitely the short. This section right here. I mean,
it definitely reminds you of Road Atlanta a little bit.
Yeah,
it's an attention getter.
Yes, it is. Like I say, intense. It is. It is really doing it. And,
and this was the first time you'd been here, right?
Yes. I've never been here before. And like I say, these cars will get to race night, and all of a sudden they'll get in a pack, and like the faster cars working through the pack, it's just got to be a hoot. I mean, whew. Yep. It was some good stuff yesterday, good racing. We did have our second place car taken out and gave our leader looked like a substantial win, but a lap is less than a minute around here, so
it's not a lot of time.
It can be made up in a heartbeat. Any bit of trouble or pit stop or anything, and positions change a lot.
Well, we actually saw that because D class wasn't decided until the final minutes of the race.
Yeah,
just due to somebody falling out.
Yeah, it's amazing to me how many last lap passes we've had this year onto podium and for actually class wins. So I say racing. I mean, look at this. And these are just our amateur guys learning how. But I tell you, I'm impressed with the things we're seeing here.
And these guys, TCR,
they have just been on a roll lately.
Yeah, like I say, it took 10 years of racing with us for them to win one. But now
they got
the second one came a whole lot quicker.
Well, we talked about that yesterday. We said once you kind of can get the first one out of the way, the second one tends to come a little easier. Not that it's easy, but you know how to do it. You know what you did. You just have to go execute it once again.
Yeah, this racing is different. You have to have a different mindset. And I'd say 80% of the car problems and things that go on are partly because they're being driven too hard. The guys are abusing the cars. These are street cars. They're not race cars. They're street cars that we're racing with cages in them. These aren't Jericho transmissions, and they're not built motors and, 9-inch rears. I mean, some of them have them in them, but, you can break them. And these guys get too racy and they break them, and, that's the problem. You have to have some mechanical sympathy and shift like Mario Andretti and Ray Frank. You don't really grab that shifter and yank it around, and you have to
put it. We talked about that yesterday. Just put it in gear.
Yeah.
We've seen some of these drivers with this kind of flipping the wrist shift in the car. You got to grip the shifter and actually set it into gear and take care of it, because you don't need to be grinding teeth or missing and causing yourself more issues.
What is that thing they call the money shift?
Well, yeah, and then the ultimate money shift. It's very expensive and can ruin a big day.
Yeah, you have to take some of the aggression and everything off. You just need to just settle down some, because like I said, a lot of the problems these guys have are self-inflicted, and you learn that as you go along. Well, maybe I shouldn't have stuck it in that hole so quick. Maybe I should have been easy on the shifting. And you learn what works. So, but gosh, this is good stuff, people. Thank you all so much for having me up here. I'm gonna get back down here and get to work.
And with that, we're going to take a quick break and be back in a moment. Stay with us. Lots of racing here at Lime Rock Park yet to come on the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to make me want to blow a gasket. That was before I went to TireRack.com.
Tire Rack made it easy to find great tires at a great price. 2 years of free road hazard protection sealed the deal.
Tire Rack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. Check this out. A technician brought my new tires right to the house. He's installing them now. All set. Thanks. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And we're back at Lime Rock Park for the New England Enduro. The racing continues here live on ChampCar.Live. And it's Rampage Motorsports leading the way.
And again, big surprise to see that team up there. I mean, this team, I mean, they're down to best lap. Oh, here we go, Paulie. Best lap by Ramen Racing, a 102.18. So they're sniffing, trying to get down to that 101 region. Well, there's a little bit of dust thrown up. Looks like somebody might have dropped the wheel off as they come through Paul Newman straightaway. On board of the Rubin Performance Garage.
And Ramen, Rampage is pulling ahead. They have a 17-second gap now over second place. North by Northeast, they're not giving up. 1.2 seconds the gap up to Ramen. 1.1 gap from Open Throttle to North by North. So still some really tight racing going on there. And the Haywood and Misco guys are right together, less than a second apart.
And another fight, too. Balthazar is less than 0.2 of a second behind Masshole Motorsport. So we've got some battles on the racetrack, folks.
So your standings right now, you've got Rampage Motorsports leading the way over Ramen Racing, North by Northeast, Open Throttle, Action Raceworks, Haywood Racing, Misco Motorsports, Masshole Motorsports, Balthazar, Rhinoceros Racing, Sent from the Gourds, Soggy Bottom Boys have sunk to 12th. Late to Apex is in 12th place. They're in 13th. Team Z in 14th. Rubin Performance in 15th. In 16th, it's Haywood Racing in the number 663. Mostly Motorsports is 17th. Ramen Racing in 18th and 19th. It's TCR, and Schumacher Taxi is in 20th.
So TCR just continues to play comeback, hit the comeback trail hard.
Yeah, they could have a back-to-back win this weekend here today. That would give them 3 races between 2 events, so 3 wins between 2 events. That's pretty amazing if they could pull that off.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see on board with Sent from the Gourds.
Yeah, because here's another team. They're in 10th place right now, Kyle, and they had a shunt on the front straightaway, no fault of their own. They got the car back together, and they're out here for blood today.
Yeah, Derek, he was a little frustrated about it yesterday, rightfully so. But I'll tell you what, the guys worked hard. They had the car torn apart yesterday afternoon after the race. They did the repair work on it, and the fact that it's already back up into the top 10 today speaks volumes to the depth that this team has and just the tenacity that they have as far as staying in contention for, wanting to get that first win. Because this is another team that I think is only a matter of time before they get their first win.
And it looks like the Boxster's in the pits right now, so we'll keep an eye on them, but probably a little early for them to want to be in the pits right now. Late to Apex looking for a way around the outside. Now swings to the inside for a pass on the Honda. Through 6, and down the hill we go. Daniel at the wheel.
And I believe that orange car in front, that may be not Ramen Racing. That actually may be Rampage. That may be a race leader. Little brake lock up there from cars in front. No harm, no foul. Oh, close call right there.
Pardon me. Yeah, and I think Daniel just got the call, hey, that car ahead of you is the race leader. So, and he's off the track, way off the track. Lost it there at turn 3, Kyle. What do you think happened there?
He got loose. You could see it right here.
Whoa,
the cars
and the Miata's loose, too, in the front end.
They're dancing. The cars are dancing around. He drove in really, really hard. The car stepped out, and when he caught it, the right sides were on the dirt. So that's a lot of what that was.
Turn 5, fast through here. They're trying to get up the hill. They don't want to lose too much momentum as they head towards turn 6 here.
See if he can clear the car behind him. Looks like he thinks he has. Took a little bit of a wider line to be sure. And I think he's cleared him now because he's running a good line through 7.
Rampage Motorsports now still showing in the lead. Ramen Racing there in second place.
Headed through 1 and 2.
North by Northeast has dropped to 3rd now with Open Throttle in 4th place. And most of the track looks clear over there, but you can see there's a lot of traffic out here starting this race at Lime Rock Park.
Let's take a look at some of our class leaders. So Rampage Motorsports leads this race overall. They're up 5 spots on the day, and they're 1 in the class. They lead this race over Ramen Racing, who's now in 2nd. So you have 2 A-class cars running 1st and 2nd. Haywood Racing is in 5th, but 3rd in the class. Masswell Motorsports 6th and 4th in class. And then Misco Motorsports is 5th in class, 7th in the overall. So 5 A-class cars in the top 7. That's a good way to start the day. B-class Rubin Performance Garage and Barbecue runs in the 15th spot in the overall, but leads B-class over Mostly Motorsports. Let's go ahead and go down to our C-class here. Open Throttle Redbox, the 59 car, is leading over North by Northeast, and we have a yellow flag.
All right, let's see what's going on there. There's an entry being put in for car 494, Kyle. And that comes back to, I don't have that actually on my sheet. But that was okay, there's more entries coming in, but yeah. I think that they haven't given any other information. Might need to update that number. And just looking across the track cams, right offhand, I don't see anything, but I could be missing something here.
Yeah, I don't have a 494 on mine either, so. And we're under a code 35.
So code 35, that's where all of the cars now must slow down to maximum of 35 miles per hour and hold position there. So there's no passing permitted, and there's no stacking of the field behind the pace car. Here's an emergency vehicle coming through turn 3.
Let's see if there's competitor they're looking to go get.
Yeah, I wonder if they're over off in the grass there or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you gotta. Well, I'm thinking it's got to be something because you can see the safety truck over to. Well, no.
Maybe it's something on the racetrack that they're concerned about here, Kyle.
Wonder if they're looking for some kind of liquid.
Yeah, it looks that way. So it could be debris on the racetrack. And that is the call. Possible oil down in turn 3.
So while we got a couple minutes, let's go back through the classes. So what I was saying before we had to go to this 35 here, yeah, it looks like they're looking at some fluid or something with the racetrack. But Open Throttle Racing Redbox leads North by Northeast by about a second and a half. Sent from the Gourds is in 3rd in class. Balthazar Motorworks is in 4th. And Action Raceworks rounds out your top 5 in class. Let's take a look down to D. Team Z right now leads by 6.1 seconds over Rhinoceros Racing. And then MLC Motorsports, not sure if they started today. Doesn't appear to have. But they ended up, right now they're slated for, they were slated for a podium. We only have 4 D-class cars, so we'll have to see. And then F-class. MDR Motorsports in there, they're going for 2 in a row with their Mazda Miata right now. They're about a lap up on Falkensteiner. And then let's take a look at our friends in the EC division. Martinelli Motorsports is leading right now by 44.1 seconds over the sister MLC racing car. And then the sister Martinelli car runs 3rd. Rapscallions in 4th, and then Old Open Throttle Goldie in 5th. And that, Paulie, is your classes.
All right. Well, thanks for running through that. You know, we do have looks like one of the Porsches. This is the car that rolled yesterday. In the pits right now, they're looking at that car, an MDR. Yeah, it looks like they're underneath the dashboard there, Kyle. Maybe working on the electrics, hard to say.
Well, you got to wonder. I mean, that car took a pretty vicious hit yesterday.
Yeah.
While they're able to get it going, you've also got to wonder what other gremlins are going to pop up with the car potentially after the shunt that it took.
Yeah, when you have suspension damage, that shock goes through all of the suspension. So you got to be thinking about the power steering rack. You got to be thinking about mounts. You got to be thinking about sway bars, and looks like they're jacking the car up there on that left side to take a look at it.
Wonder if it's something with the transmission or something like that.
Yeah, it could be exhaust related, so they'll get underneath there and take a look at that. And hopefully they can get back out there and join the competition. We'd love to see them back out there.
On board with Action Raceworks, who right now they are running in the 10th position in the overall. And Ramen Racing, Paulie, has taken the lead of this race over Rampage Motorsports. So we've had a change for the lead. Open Throttle still runs third, North by Northeast fourth, Masshole fifth, Haywood 6th, Misco 7th, Sent from the Gourds in 8th, Baltazar Motorworks 9th, and Action Raceworks in the top 10. I'm interested to see how those guys can do today, if they can stay clean and not be their own worst enemy.
Yeah. Man, it's so tough to really get 100% of yourself in the car and the team at an event. There's just so many things that can go wrong. And that's really what they're searching for. They're not looking for performance right now. They're looking for anti-self-sabotage.
Yeah. Well, and that was what they said. It was just their biggest... They said the car was good. They said they felt they were good. They just felt like they needed to get some of the issues worked out. And they said once they do that, they feel like they'll be a really good contender.
914 Freak said they have serious tow out. Are you referring to the Porsche? I wonder, that's in the pits right now. And Les is headed down that way, it looks like, with the Less is More cam. That's right. Les Epps out here again this weekend and today, bringing you the pit road action.
So, Paulie, we talked about yesterday how TCR kind of walked away with it. It doesn't, so far, I mean, we're less than an hour into this race. It seems that I think this is going to be a little bit more highly contested today. So, what do you think the teams need to do today after they learned yesterday? Because now they've got some seat time at this place.
Yeah, that's going to help. There's something about that mental reset, isn't there? Like, you've never raced someplace before. You get out there, you make some mistakes. You never really feel like you've got your really got it all figured out. There's something about sleeping on it, isn't there? The next day you come back, you feel fresher. You feel like, okay, there's some confidence, right?
Your brain's able to kind of take in what you learned and go from there, and just really you can excel.
Yeah, it seems like that's the day two is when you can. It's funny for me, usually my Saturday was faster than my Sunday, but on these new track experiences, absolutely that day two, I think people feel that confidence come in and they get some comfort and they can really sink into that pace that they're looking for.
Paulie, we've gotten a couple of 101s.
All right.
So 101.71 by Haywood Racing in the 663 car, and then the other 101
doing some creative body work.
So Les is down there in the pit saying they are doing some creative body work. You can see the hammer going in on the inner quarter panel well there. So thanks for that, Les.
And then the other 101 that we've seen so far is a 101.97. That's by Rubin Performance Garage. So right now, a couple cars right outside the top 10 are slowly. Let's take a look at their average here and see what we have.
And the Porsche still being worked on there. And we'll check in the officials. I'm not seeing them over at that part of the racetrack any longer, so I think maybe they're happy with this. And once the trucks get back to where they're going, we should see things go back to yellow as we head to green. Thanks for that report, Les. And keep an eye on our Facebook page, as Les will be doing his videos that he produces after the event as a wrap-up of the race, day 1 and day 2, and those are always great.
Yeah, he does a really good job with his post-production stuff, and he just puts out really good content. He gets a lot of good interviews from people. He also gets just a lot of great footage around the garage area, and he puts out those videos. Here we got a car getting towed in. That's the 660 car. The
660 I don't have, but Rosmeyer Racing was tagged for oil down in 3. So right now the crooked finger is pointing at them. All right, the cars spool up here as the caution is out.
That was the 668 car. I'm sorry. That was Crazy Horse, the 34th place car that had that issue.
And there's the green flag waving to start things back up. So we're back to speed here, folks. And you'll see that Flagtronics flashing there, turn to green.
Derek still at the wheel of the Sent from the Gourds BMW. Just patiently, whoa! Almost had some contact. He had to make an evasive maneuver right there.
Yeah. Whoa. Rode the rim out there. Going through that area that was just worked on.
It doesn't look too bad. I mean, he went through there. Yeah, he wasn't flying, but it looked like he had pretty good grip through there. So I'd say the Lime Rock officials have done a good job of getting that cleaned up.
And the 914 Freak saying the reason the oil was down on the track is actually because diff fluid. Oh, that's the worst too. Differential fluid. Team lost their drain plug or fill plug.
Oh man, that stinks.
Yeah. That stuff's nasty.
On board with TCR Motorworks are up to 17th right now.
We're going to have to leave that camera before they break up.
They're only half a second back of Ramen Racing.
Haywood Racing out here in the 773. They've got 2 cars out here this weekend. And you heard Kyle talking about the other one.
Yeah, we don't have any audio from this camera, but it appears they're...
I'll try to get you something with a little bit of audio at least.
A little bit of dust stirred up there. I wonder if somebody dropped a tire. Action Raceworks still hanging on right out inside the top 10, just barely. 4.5 seconds back of Baltazar.
Yeah, I agree, Charles. It is nice to be able to take Sunday to get home. That's a nice side effect of racing a Friday, Saturday event. This is true. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in this morning to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at Lime Rock Park, the New England Enduro.
It's trying to catch. You can see him working hard in there, trying to catch some of those cars in front.
And Roll With It Racing is in the pits, getting their car serviced. That dark green BMW. So standings right now, we've got Ramen Racing leading Rampage by under a second. Then we've got Open Throttle in second place, or third place rather. Then in fourth, back just 2 seconds, it's North by Northeast. Then it's Sent from the Gourds, back 34 seconds. Massel Racing, back about 2 seconds. And Haywood Racing in the 773, again, just about 2 seconds behind Massel.
Yeah.
Then it's Balthazar Misco Motorsports right on the heels of Balthazar. And then just 1.6 seconds behind them is Action Raceworks. That's your top 10. These guys are really gunning for it.
Yeah, the top 4 right now are separated by 5 seconds. So that's a pretty healthy race right now. I do appreciate the respect that these drivers are giving each other. They're crowding each other a little bit, which is normal for racing, but they're not aggressively doing anything, maliciously doing anything. And the green flag racing we've had this weekend speaks volumes to it. I mean, most of the issues have been mechanicals or minor incidents.
TCR heading down Sam Posey straight into one.
May not be close enough. He was going to tuck in, and he's like, well, I'm going to try to make it. Wasn't close enough to get by Team Z.
Yep, Team Z heading down into 3 now. See if he can get around the inside, but decides to run around the outside here. So set him up really good for the twisties. Through the S's. Another Nissan up ahead here. Let's see how he sets him up for turn 5. Powering up the hill. Nice setup here on the Z for turn 6.
Soggy bottom, boys.
Down the hill he'll come. Another the Porsche Boxster taxi, Schumacher taxi service. Passed by TCR there, going into 1.
Those guys are having a pretty good day so far. They're in 21st, not doing anything spectacular. They had some exhaust issues yesterday that they're working out, so I think they're just trying to. I think their goal today is just get the car to the finish.
Carlos behind the wheel here again. We saw him out driving yesterday. Did a fine job.
He was in some tight spots yesterday and just seemed to work through it every time, stretching his arm out there. You saw him just take his hand and all the way out. He's just trying to keep the blood flowing, keep himself loose and relaxed in the car.
He is having some trouble with that right hand. It could be an injury he's nursing, or it could be, you think he might be gripping it a little too tight, Kyle.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't talked to the team. We'll have to talk and ask him what's going on with that. But usually something like that where he's stretching his arm out, it just tells me he's probably just trying to stay loose in the car and make sure he doesn't tense himself up and get into bigger issues.
Haywood Racing in their 91 Miata. Things seem to be going smoothly for them. Rampage Racing leads here over Rampage. And then it's Open Throttle Racing, North by Northeast, Sent from the Gourds, Massel Motorsports, Haywood Racing, Balthazar Motorworks, Misco Motorsports, and Action Raceworks. That's your top 10. And that timing and scoring pylon. Special thanks to Panda Planner for that.
Yeah, if you have any issues with stuff or you want to know more about Panda Planner, reach out to Jason Siebert of Trash Pandas Racing, and he can get you insighted on it, and you can get you a trial of it if need be, and it's a really cool piece of software.
He's got a cool website too. It's panda-planner.com, so you can check out their website. Why not check it out right now? It's a Saturday.
Yep.
Good time to be thinking about racing.
Check up on it while you're watching the race here. Whoa, nice move there.
Swinging her out there. Then back in, swung around. He's swinging it.
I guess he wanted to make sure he was back in line, but you got to be careful. He doesn't have a spoiler on the back of that thing, so you still got to be careful.
He's getting her swung.
So look a little farther back in the order here, and we'll see who we got. So TCR's up to 16th now. They're still about 51 seconds back of Rhinoceros Racing, so they're slowly overcoming that. Honor Rosmar Racing, the 477. We saw them in contention all day yesterday for a top 10, top 5. They're in 18th right now. So, and then Soggy Bottom Boys, 21st. We'll check on more when we get back.
Yep, we'll be back in just a few minutes, so stay with us. Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Lime Rock Park this weekend. And it's Ramen Racing leading the way.
Shopping for tires used to be like pulling teeth. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to drill down to the right tires for me. What? Oh, I got a great deal. My tires shipped fast and free and arrived the next day. I even got 2 years of free road hazard protection.
Where?
You're darn right, wow. Next time your tires get long in the tooth, visit TireRack.com.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, we're back at it here at Lime Rock Park. Welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, the New England Enduro. Ramen Racing leads by 5 seconds over Open Throttle. And then it's Rampage Motorsports, North by Northeast, Sent from the Gourds, Masshold Motorsports, Balthazar, Rubin Performance, Misco Motorsports, and Haywood Racing. That's your top 10. There's a lot of tight, close racing going on right now as we speak. Yesterday's winner, TCR, down in 15th, trying to work their way up to the front. They've got Team Z in their sights to move up into 14th.
Last couple laps for TCR has been 102s. 102.2 is their best lap. 102.4 was their last lap. So they've absolutely been turning the heat up trying to play catch up. But you also have to keep in mind, what kind of damage is that doing to that car. And Ramen Racing with the fastest lap, Paulie, a 1 minute 50 or 1 minute 101.52. So they're coming down.
And for all our kiddos out there watching, I know we've got some kids that watch the live stream every race. This is Rhinoceros Racing, and if you look on the screen here, on the roll bar on the right-hand side, they've tied a rhinoceros to the roll cage. So it's Rhinoceros Racing, and they have a rhino there in the race car with them.
That is really cool.
It's a lot of fun.
All right, so we just got word the 570 Cougar Racing is officially retiring for the weekend.
That's too bad.
Tough break for those guys. They had car hit the right side when we were in the blend lane coming on pit road. They have some subframe damage. And they wanted to say thank you very much to all of us in the booth. We'll catch you guys at the next one. So we appreciate that. Safe travels back home to your shop, and we'll see you guys at your next one.
TCR asserting themselves here at Lime Rock, coming up to the West Bend. Is that what they call it, Kyle?
Yeah, the West Bend before you go down to the downhill.
Right.
Just another strong run by Sent from the Gourds. Their best lap is a 102. Everybody in the top 5 right now is either a 102 or a 101.
Yeah.
So I would say they're turning the heat up in a lot of these cars.
Yeah, it does kind of feel that way, doesn't it? I think it doesn't look like it on some of these cameras, but we've got bright blue skies. I can't even see any clouds. There's a little bit of haze up there, but there's something about having that sunshine on the track, and it just turns up the energy a little bit, the excitement to get out there and give it your best. And I know for Les, he was saying it, and living in Chicago there, it doesn't get much sunshine right now with the wildfires that are out there in Canada, unfortunately, wreaking havoc up there for folks. But so coming out of that here to Connecticut, we get to see that sunshine. It just lights a fire, and everybody gets excited.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. And it's not a hot day. It's just it's a nice, comfortable day here right now. The temperature, let me refresh my page here. Right now it's 70 degrees, which is Chamber of Commerce weather for racing. It's not super hot. A little bit of humidity, but it's not anything that's really going to damper these drivers. Carlos back behind the wheel of Balthazar. He started today. So running 4th in class and 9th in the overall, stretching that arm out, getting some blood flowing, keeping himself loosened up as a driver.
Yeah, we like to see, keeping those fluids up, and potassium, can do the bananas, or just do the bananas. Just don't do the pickle juice. No, you can't. I don't know why you'd want to, but that's all right.
To each his own.
To each his own. If that works for you, man, you go for it.
Yeah, DL was a character from Texas and kind of a tough guy. So for him, I think just the pickle brine for him just was, it served a purpose, but I think he'd been doing it for a while. On board with Rossmar Racing.
Yeah, this is actually 473. I'll get that changed and updated.
Trying to chase down, I think that's Rhinoceros Racing, seeing if they can sneak by. Rhinoceros has a little bit of some legs on the straightaway. Pulls right back to the bumper on the around the corner. Gets right to him. And he's going to make the pass.
Yeah. Those Miatas, they're pesky.
The swarming bees, right, Paul?
Yeah. It doesn't sound that bad when you're in the car with the helmet on and everything, but when you listen to it from the in-car camera, it's like, oh man, that start to grind on you after a while. It's not that bad. He's got that concave mirror thing going on there. A lot of guys like those. I use them too. They're good. I kind of hate to say it, but they actually are better than the wink mirrors that I grew up with. The only thing is they're fragile. You bump it with a helmet and it shatters. It just falls. It's like as thin as a potato chip. But they do work well. You can see a competitor coming in that rear view mirror, sizing him up on the left, thought the better of it. He's going to cover the inside line there as he goes into turn 1 here. Going to diamond the quarter to pick up 2 for the second apex. Over to 3. Here we go. Off the throttle, dab of the brakes here. Like Kyle said, you need that late apex, and now he's full on the throttle. Going to lift a little bit there and back to power. As he heads down Newman Straight, there you see the banner to the left for the Paul Newman Straight towards turn 5. You hear him come off the brakes, get into the brakes, or off the gas into the brakes, and back to power. You can hear the Miata, you hear that engine lift a little bit there as he crests the hill. Off the power here, brakes, turn back in, back to power, under the bridge, ready for the brake, right here, pivot, and back to power for another lap here at Lime Rock Park.
It goes by fast here, folks. I mean, just a shade over a minute, and then you're doing it once again. I mean, we've already completed almost 60 laps, folks, and we're just a little over an hour into this race, and that was with the code 35.
Robin Racing leading the race by 3.5 seconds over open throttle. Rampage has slipped to third, 7 seconds behind them. 10 seconds behind Rampage. It's North by Northeast in their BMW. Then it's Sent from the Gourds. That team that's looking for some retribution for the bad luck they had yesterday. It's Sent from the Gourds. Masshole Racing in 6, back 6 seconds from them. Back 3 seconds, it's Ruben Performance. Then it's Balthazar, Misco Motorsports, and Action Raceworks in their Camaro.
They're still hanging on. They're still fighting at the bottom half of the top 10 right now. They said if they can keep the mistakes to a minimum, they can have a good day today.
6 hours and 46 minutes remain in the contest today. That checkered flag coming at 5 o'clock tonight here on the East Coast. We'll look down the standings a little bit and just see how TCR has been doing. You know, we noticed they were
up to 14th.
They're up to 14th now. They've passed Ramen Racing Car 592. Shown down a lap from Team Z, but that may not be the case until they cross the start finish. There it is, 28.9 seconds the gap up to 13th place, yesterday's winner. They turned in a 102 as their fastest lap time. The last one was a 105 to Team Z's 104. So those two cars, we might expect to see them marching up through the field. Last lap for the leader and second place, a 103 respectively towards one another. Ruben Performance turned in a 102 on that last lap, so down in 7th place. We should see them start to march up through the field. Masshole Motorsports there ahead of them, turned in a 104. That's a 2-second difference there. 2 seconds may not sound like a lot, but at 85 miles an hour, a 1/10 of a second is a car length.
Yep.
So you can imagine that's 20 car lengths at that speed. That's a huge difference for just those 2 seconds.
TCR Motorworks has shaved it down. They just took off about 3 seconds there, 103.92 to a 107.56 by Team Z. So TCR is definitely eating into that advantage for 13th.
And Haywood Racing car 663 being black flagged for a drive-through penalty for pit lane speeding.
Uh-oh, that's never good.
The pit lane speed limit is 20 miles per hour. And if you happen to go over that, it's a black flag penalty. You're going to be driving through the pits, and you better get it right that time. We'll head on board with Ruben Performance Garage and Barbecue Company. That's quite a combination.
That is.
We'll fix your cars, and we're going to have some...
We'll feed you some barbecue.
Shrimp on the barbie. Yeah, we'll feed you some barbecue while you're there. That's a very attractive thing, I mean, get your car worked on. You got to have it worked on anyway, so...
Get your car worked on, get lunch while you're at it, and you're all set.
Yeah.
I like that line that I saw through there. I mean, he just executed that perfectly. He tracked out a little bit, got the car rotated, didn't jump into it, rolled back into the power, and then was straight off the corner.
The Drop Gear says the chemical composition, he's getting very sciencey on us. The chemical composition in pickle juice sends a bit of a quote-unquote shock to your system that can tell the nervous system to not cramp your muscles. But if I drank pickle juice, my whole body would go into a giant cramp, I think.
It's an acquired taste.
Apparently it works, though.
Yeah, I know it worked for DL. He never fell out of seats during races or anything like that. I mean, it worked. That's all I can tell you. I can't tell you the taste of it, but I can tell you it worked. I think I tried it one time. So as we see the field, some cars going by the 120 right there. Roll With It Racing. They're having a decent day. They're up 7 spots in the overall, 1 in class, so in C. So they're not doing too bad.
MDR's got their Porsche back out on the racetrack after spending some time in the pits. This is the car that rolled yesterday. He's got her back out there.
Still chugging along. They were working on the dashboard a little bit ago, weren't they, Paulie?
Yeah, they were underneath the dash for a while, and then they had it up in the air. Let's check in with Late to Apex. They're currently in 11th place. Looks like I got the wrong car here.
Nope, you got it.
Okay. 5th in class, if I read that right. Car 531, Daniel at the wheel here.
Yep, 5th in A class right now, so they're having a solid day. See him headed up to the uphill. Got a good run that time. Now the question is, can he back off enough to get a run on the driver in front? He's trying. They're pretty evenly, it looks like they're pretty evenly matched. But
I'm very trying.
You are very trying, Paulie.
Thank you.
Up here we go. He's got to run it. That's another Miata. That's one of the boxers. I think that's open throttle. See if he tries to dive in. He thinks about it. They're working by the 120. Trying to. He just can't get to the bumper. It's that Boxster just gets off the corner so well.
And the 663 of Hayward Racing came in, served their black flag drive-through penalty. And a 4-off and continue for 297 for Mostly Motorsports. I didn't know this, but that's for the Scion, that they're not going to the pit stalls and giving them the warning that they're expected to follow the race logs and something like that in order to see if they get a penalty. And hopefully you're watching Champ Car Live and you'll hear it as well. So you've been given a warning. So, yeah, be aware.
So there went Sent from the Gourds, just went by late to Apex, so they're still chugging along. Late to Apex losing another spot under braking. And seems like he thought he was going to wash out for a second. But he kept it underneath of him.
All right, with that, we'll take a look. It's Sent from the Gourds. They just dispensed another competitor there. Sent from the Gourds up to 5th place here. And we'll see what the gap is this time. They just turned a 106 on their previous lap. North by Northeast is up ahead of them. So there they just turned with a 15-second gap now to North by Northeast. They turned a 104, matching North by Northeast's 104.
I'll tell you what, the Gourds got to be careful because Rubin Performance Garage is only 0.8 of a second behind them, and not long ago ran a 101.94.
Yeah, they got to be careful. Here's Rubens. They're right on their tail as they head into 3 here, Kyle. Oh, that traffic up ahead is not helping out Sent from the Gourds at all. It's going to be a nice setup for Ruben to the right.
Couldn't get there. Just didn't get off the corner like he wanted.
So close. But Sent from the Gourds did a great job of managing that traffic up ahead.
Here we go. Here's a run right here.
Oh, yeah. Well, he can fade to the right here, Kyle. He might have him going into 6, but wow, that BMW is strong.
It's really good under braking. And you notice that as soon as he gets on the brakes, it just squats and the car doesn't move. The back end of the car does not dance around for Sent from the Gourd. So they have that car very well balanced.
Down the front straightaway. See if Ruben can do anything with that BMW as they pull away going into turn 1. Yeah, and this is where it gets a little weird because the Miata ahead gives them room, which was nice. You just don't know if that's going to happen or not.
You never know who's in that car either, which is part of it.
Looking for that late Apex. Lines up good. Little tap of the brakes there for the Gourds as they head through 3 and 4.
He's trying to stay with him. He just can't. He doesn't have the legs on that front straightaway, but he's good up through here. But the Gourds are just doing a fantastic job of navigating the traffic too.
Speaking of traffic, they got quite a gaggle up ahead here. Let's see what happens as they go down into 7. Oh, he has a good opportunity to follow through here. Now he's really on top of him. He's got a good chance to draft him here down the straight. The BMW pulling away.
Top
so
end,
strong.
He's got him.
Yeah, he's got the ponies.
But I got to give Rubin Performance credit. I mean, they are driving the heck out of this car to try to stay with these guys.
Yep. This is really fine driving by the Rubin guys. Really difficult to do much here. Just got to work your way through traffic.
There it is, right there. You got to run on it.
Yeah, the Gourds have a tendency to pull back in the line, the racing line, and that opened up a hole for him, but just couldn't hold it.
You got to run right there, but
what he can do with it, I just don't know if he's got the legs to get him here. And I got to tell you, Sent from the Gourds, it's aggressive driving too. I mean, those guys are holding that position. They're not going to just give it away. You're going to have to earn this one.
See, the Rubin Performance, he just cannot get off of that final corner.
Yeah. He got smoked down the straightaway that time by. He seems to be able to make up for a lot of those losses through here. He's got that slower car up ahead. If he can manage this, car 297 staying left for him.
He's trying. He is trying. I'll give him that.
Raman Racing now 8 seconds ahead of Open Throttle, leading the race. Behind them, 16 seconds, it's Rampage. Then it's North by Northeast, sent from the Gourds. Rubin Performance, of course, they're right together. And then 8 seconds behind them, it's Masshole, then Balthazar, Misco, Action Raceworks, that's your top 10. And Kyle, can you give them a class? Let's do a class, sweep through the classes here as we get ready for break.
All right, so A class right now. Raman Racing leads over Rampage Motorsports, Masshole Motorsports in third, Misco Motorsports in fourth, and Late to Apex in fifth. And then for B class right now, Rubin Performance Garage is leading the B class by about 5 laps over Mostly Motorsports. C class, Open Throttle Racing Redbox leads North by Northeast, then sent from the Gourds, Balthazar Motorworks, and Action Raceworks with TCR in 6th in class, just on the outside, so they're not done yet. For D class, Rhinoceros Racing, one of our camera cars, leads by about almost 7.5 seconds over Team Z. And then let's take a look at our F class. MDR Motorsports leads by 4 laps right now over Falkensteiner. And then for our EC guys, Martinelli Motorsports leads right now by a lap over MLC Racing and the sister Martinelli car. And then the Rapscallions round out the top 4 in EC, Paulie.
Sounds good. Thanks for that update, Kyle.
You're welcome. So, Rhinoceros Racing doing a great job. We saw this yesterday. It was back and forth. Oh, got a car.
Oh.
I think we got a car spun or hit on the back straightaway there.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that and see. Looks like he's parked there. It might be the hood missing, too. So that's going to bring out a caution. We're full course caution right now as a result of that.
You got to wonder if all the green flag racing yesterday and the confidence they built up, you got to wonder if just the guys and girls are getting tired.
Yeah, so that's going to bring out a caution with that. We'll go ahead and take another commercial break and be back in a few minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone at Lime Rock Park. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb. Take your time.
I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done?
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Green Beret A.J. Jackson hit rock bottom. PTSD, depression, injuries stealing his edge. Then he strapped into a race car. The adrenaline rush that once came from combat, it became therapy. No more dark days, just focus, trust, brotherhood, and the team that was missing. The follow-on mission delivers that same life-saving rush to combat veterans and first responders. Immersive race weeks, crew work, full throttle healing, no charge, all impact. Sponsor a driver. Nominate someone who needs this. Head to thefollowonmission.org today.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live. And as Kyle would say, feeding time at the zoo, I think, is the phrase.
Feeding time at the zoo.
And this is a time when people are coming into the pits and taking advantage of this caution, as we've got that car that was wounded at the top of the hill there. And let's see, we got that camera. Yep, looks like they've cleared that. So Kyle's, or Les rather, is catching all the action down there in the pits. We got a jack coming up on this
Rosmar.
Miata.
That's the Honor Rosmar car with the 129 behind it. Another Rosmar car getting service.
So he's getting that taken care of there. Yeah, MDR Motorsports came in, but they've got that car back out on the racetrack. So that Porsche Boxster still out there. And we're seeing a lot of driver change, fuel ups, the whole 9 yards here. I wonder why they call it that.
What's
yards.
that?
The whole 9 yards.
I don't know. Maybe 10
is it
was
just a joke.
Maybe 10 was too much. They made a movie about it.
Did they?
Yeah.
The 9 yards?
No, the whole 9 yards.
The whole 9 yards?
Yep.
Okay. Maybe I should check it out.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't think I've seen it. I forget who all is in it, but I know they made a movie about it.
Balthazar coming into the pits. Actually, looks like he might be leaving the pits. He got his glove pulled up there to reveal the armband. As we go back to caution here. Still a lot of cars in the pits getting service. This is the opportunity to do it. We just aren't seeing a lot of cautions out here.
Nope.
And this track is doing such a great job of doing their hot pulls. That's keeping us more green flag races. There's the green flag to send the guys back to power here. And somebody's already dusting up here through turn 3 as they head down Paul Newman Straight.
So there's one of the open throttle cars right there on the right with TCR. Speaking of TCR, they've now worked themselves up to 11th position, and they are only 19 seconds back of Team Z. So I think some of the pit stops have helped them get back up there. Headed through West Bend now for the downhill. So the case, sorry about that, folks. It's just from going under the bridge. It'll clear out here as soon as he gets the front. You're good. It'll clear out as soon as he gets on the front straightaway. So. Yeah, that signal does not like under that bridge for some reason. Still working, still chasing down, trying to make up more time as he's working by Schumacher taxi service.
Yep, sent from the Gourds. Shown in 4th place on by Panda Planner data coming through on our timing and scoring pylon. Oh, now they're shown in 5th and then 4th and then back to 4th again.
I think just in front of them is Ruben Performance, and it looks like they may have just gotten by them. So this fight for 4th place may not be over yet.
They've got him in their sights. Backed up a little bit there.
Tried to get the run.
Let's talk about that a little bit, Kyle. What's this I think about trying to get the run and backing up a little bit?
So what you'll do in an instance like that is you're trying to get a run on a driver in front of you. You know you have the speed, but you don't want to catch them in the middle of the corner where they make you slow down. You don't want to have to be getting on the brakes where you should be picking up the accelerator. So what you do is, knowing there's a car in front of you, and I'll use this as an example, he'll go down the hill, he'll get off the gas a little earlier and then get back to the accelerator to try to get the run. Now right there was a little bit harder because the Miata had it, but he's going to get the draft right here to get by him. So you want to get off the accelerator earlier, get the car rotated, and then get back to the power sooner. So we just say getting back on the gas quicker.
Yeah, it's the hardest thing in the world to explain. Is you kind of have to live it.
It's more something once you experience it and do it, a driver understands it.
Yeah, but by northeast here.
Yeah. Now this might be the break that the Gourds need.
Let's see what he can do here as they go into turn 5, heading up the hill. Ruben's swinging out and makes the pass. Going down the hill here. And now they'll head down the front straightaway. And the Miata moves over. It looks like they're trying to cover the line there for the Gorge getting into one. As they head into turn 1 here. And oh no, that's good contact. Sure enough, that car came over. I don't think he saw him there. And there was a little bit of a light contact there between himself and a competitor to the left. But could have been disastrous, but everything seemed to be okay. The Gords keep going. Okay. So we're going to go to Les here. Okay, Les, go for it. He's got an interview.
Alrighty. What was going on, my man? You look like you had a blast out there.
We're having fun. We're having a lot of fun out there. It's nice to come back to Lime Rock and run for us. We were just here a few weeks ago.
Okay.
In the car. We ran here and did well. It's nice to do some ChampCar racing. Right? We get to share the enjoyment with all our friends.
Heck yeah.
That's what we enjoy. You know, we were running good. We had an incident yesterday with a car, destroyed our wheels, and messed up our car pretty good. So I'm happy that we got it back out and running. And to be honest, we did this yesterday, but still one piece right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you guys were leading the pack for a while.
We were leading for a while. So
heck yeah.
Yeah, no, we're having fun. We're having a lot of fun.
Heck yeah. Where are you guys from? Are you guys from here? Or?
We're from Westfield, Russell area, Massachusetts. So
okay, yeah, so
about an hour and a half.
So not too bad. Heck yeah. Tell us about your team. I haven't interviewed you guys before, so I always like to give the...
So these guys used to have a Miata team, right? And they just rented cars out just for fun. And they kind of got me involved to do the graphics. I have my own graphics company.
I see that. Looks nice.
So we did that, and then they asked me to go race because they knew I used to race back in.
Right.
Back in right around 2004, I started doing the NASCAR. Back then was the Push North Series.
Push North Series, yep.
And then
Kyle.
into the East, and so I raced against just about every single cup driver that you know that's driving now.
Yep.
Did that for about 10 years, and we had some success in it. Did very well. Just ran our own team, very small team out of Russell. Built our own cars, did everything. They asked for me to come sit in after doing the graphics, and they needed another driver, and ever since then we just
click it and making it work.
It was just fun. It was nice to go do something different.
Yeah, right. And that's kind of the best part about ChampCar. I love it. Just brings so many people together from all different coasts, all different walks of life. Like you said, you used to race. I'd say currently, sir, you are still a race car driver.
We got back into it.
Yeah, I was gonna say like.
We got back, but it was for fun, right?
Yeah.
And then last year when NASCAR announced that they were coming back to Lime Rock, my children have never really seen me race. They see me do this.
Oh, yeah.
That's a different, league. Right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, I called up my friend. I'm like, do you mind if I drive your car? He said, I'd love it.
Yes.
So we did Lime Rock and Sonoma last year. Then I went out and bought my own car. So it's my own team that we started still with the same individuals, right? So we did Watkins, Sonoma, Lime Rock, and now 2 weeks we're heading out to Portland.
Okay. So you're moving all over. You're back in.
I'm back in. Yeah. Which you can get out, but it's always going to suck me back in somehow. And that's racing.
What's your next race with ChampCar, Lincoln?
We've had a lot of bad luck with our Miatas, right? It's hard to sometimes make them last 8 hours, 14 hours, whatever that you're doing, right? And I don't know. We don't have a definitive answer on when we're coming back.
Okay.
Kind of
play by ear.
By race. Okay. Because we haven't. I think I'm trying to remember if we ran last year. I know the year before we went out to Nelson's Legends. Right. We blew up this Miata, which was really quick, and then we took our BMW. We won with that car.
Okay. Excellent.
And then we went to Gingerman, and we
up north.
Up the BMW and this.
Okay, so 2 for 1, huh?
that only lasted 2 laps. Something happened with the rings; they weren't right.
Okay. Gotcha. That preparation is it's in all racing,
Yeah, so here's what it is. So for next, I don't No, we've been talking about going to Pittsburgh.
Okay.
You know, I think it'd be cool to do the
Pocono?
We were talking about doing Pocono.
Yep.
Maybe even, it'd be cool to do the, what is it, the New Year's Eve?
Okay, that's a Dakota race, yep.
Just go down to Florida.
Yep.
We never raced down here, so try something different. So yeah, we'll see. So,
Heck yeah.
The ARCA stuff for me kind of comes first.
Understandable, right?
Love it too. So it's kind of right now as an act.
I understand that. And like you said, family too.
Yeah. My kids want to do racing, so they're up on the hill watching.
Yeah.
So trying to get them involved.
So they're in it too. Nice.
They don't drive yet. Like they don't like go-karts. One of my child likes go-karts. To get them to go race.
Right. There's plenty of jobs in engineering and all sorts of things, as you know.
For sure.
Yeah.
They don't want to do it yet, but we'll see what happens.
Heck yeah. Well, now we see Dad doing it, but I'll let you get unsuited and everything.
Yeah, thank you.
Good having you out, man. Thank you for coming out. I appreciate you. And I'll see you soon. Heck yeah. All right. Back to you guys in the booth. Heck yeah.
Thanks, Les. Appreciate you, man.
Awesome interview.
That was great.
Yep, it's funny. He was talking about the old Busch North days. They used to run up here every year, at least a couple times a year. Probably raced against drivers like Teddy Christopher, Brian Chu, raced against Jeff Fuller and Martin Truex Sr., Martin Truex Jr. Well, Martin Jr. might have already been down south at that point, but a lot of Paul Wolf, a lot of drivers that were running Busch North at that point up here. So really cool to see that he's gotten to do that.
So Ramen Racing leads this race over Open Throttle by 19.5 seconds. Ruben Performance in third place, sent from the Gourds back 8 seconds from them. Another almost 8 seconds is North by Northeast. Then it's Masshole Motorsports back about 14 seconds. Action Raceworks, late to Apex, about 5 seconds behind them. And then it's TCR Motorworks, 10 seconds behind them in 9th. And then in 10th place, it's Team Z. And their 1988 Nissan Z.
Good recovery for them today too, Paulie, right?
Yeah.
After yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see them out here having a much better day of it. We see cars still peeling into the pits.
Well, we're just about 2 hours into this, so you're at the point where you're going to have to get those driver changes done so you don't hit that 2 hour mark, because we've seen that violated in a few races earlier in the year, and race directors were not happy about that.
Yes, who wouldn't want to violate? All right, so we had a meeting this morning, Kyle. Jackie was talking about we had a lot of teams getting 4 off and continuing. There were a lot of pit lane warnings, and she warned them, we need to get control of that. We need to get stop with the getting off the racetrack. We're still seeing some of that here early this morning. So just a reminder, tell your drivers we need to keep it on the track.
Yep. And you can't win races if you're fixing broken stuff from going off the racetrack. So if you have to back it down a couple tenths just to keep it on the racetrack, back it down a couple tenths. Remember, you don't always have to have the fastest car to be successul.
Haywood Racing being observed for beginning to smoke, gray out the rear as it's messaged. So they're going to be watching the 773 to see, if they're smoking excessively. They'll probably give them the meatball flag, have them come in and take a look at it before it becomes a catastrophe. Car 668 in the pits right now. Or is it 686 now?
Nope, you're right. 668.
All right.
That is the...
maybe it's Crazy Horse, 689.
Yep, you're exactly right. 668's Crazy Horse.
They just changed the number there. Team's kind of scratching their heads, looking at something like, I'm not sure what we're going to do here. Talking to the driver.
I thought I heard him say something about pushing water, so.
Yep, they got some overheat issues. That's always a challenge. It's a sign there's something internal that's not right. Looks like they're going to put the hood down here. They might be bringing it behind the wall for further evaluation.
You're saying they're going to have to do some triage on that one,
there's going to be some triage happening here. So they'll take it behind the wall and see what they can find. 1.5 miles is the distance here. The car's just over a minute lap time.
What an incredible recovery so far for TCR. I mean, they're still 2 laps down, but they're already back up into the top 10. I mean, they've gained... They've gained 32 spots on the day and 10 in class, so, I mean, they're definitely on the comeback trail right now compared to, after yesterday. But they got to get those laps back.
Balthazar down in 11th place right now. Their fastest lap time of the day, a 102.853. They turned a 105.3 on that last lap. And their current stint duration, they've been out 13 minutes with that car. So it's Raman Racing leading the way by 20 seconds over Open Throttle Racing in car number 159. Ruben Performance is in 3rd place, back 28 seconds. Sent from the Gorge has dropped back from the Ruben Performance Mazda 8.6 seconds, trailing in 4th place. And then it's North by Northeast, who's dropped to 5th place, back 16 seconds from the BMW of Sent from the Gorge. Then it's Massel Motorsports, Action Raceworks, late to Apex in their Mazda. TCR Motorworks, as we said, in 9th place in their BMW. And it's Team Z in their 1988Z.
Yep, your leading D-Class car right now. But only separated by a lap from Rhinoceros Racing, who won, I believe, Did they end up winning it yesterday? No, I don't think they won it yesterday. I don't remember.
Ooh, kicking a little bit of smoke there, one of our competitors. Keeping an eye there on one of the Hayward cars.
It looks like Haywood's, is that one of their cars in the pits getting that adjusted?
We'll take a peek. Yeah, they've brought that car into the pits. And he's in black flag, actually, is the Haywood car. And it looks like they gave him a drive-through penalty. It says drive-through for smoking. I've actually never seen that before. I didn't know that was a thing. I presumed it would just be a meatball, but... And then we've got some other notes here. Looks like a couple of cars involved in something here. Car 531, that's late to Apex. And 283.
That's Rhinoceros Racing.
Rhinoceros. There may have had a coming together over in turn 3.
So far, the Rhinoceros team seems to be running okay. Wonder if there was a pass attempted to be made and it just didn't get done all the way. 663, is that Haywood Racing they're talking about now?
Yeah, Haywood Racing getting some notes too. 663, there may be an issue with the other sister car, not to be outdone. Get themselves in the news and not the kind of way they want to. TCR braking for turn 1. And Kyle, let's give them a rundown by class again as we head to the top of the hour here.
All righty, folks. So Ramen Racing leads over Masshole Motorsports in A class. Then it's late to Apex, Misco Motorsports, and then the sister Ramen car rounds out your A class top 5. Let's take a ride down to B class. B class is pretty easy. Rubin Performance leads over Mostly Motorsports by a healthy margin. It looks like Mostly's having some mechanical issues today. Let's see, C class. Open Throttle Red Box leads over the Sent from the Gourds North by Northeast Racing in 3rd, Action Raceworks in 4th, and TCR Motorworks is in the top 5 in C class. In D class, we just talked about it. Team Z leads by 2 laps over Rhinoceros Racing. And then for our F class, MDR Motorsports leads by a lap over Falkensteiner in their 91 Honda Civic. MDR with that Miata, they were strong yesterday and they took the F class, so going for the sweep here this weekend if they can. And then let's take a look at our EC cars. MLC Racing, the 761 car, is leading by 2 laps over Martinelli, and Rapscallions is 4 laps back of Martinelli in their 261 BMW, and then the sister Martinelli car rounds out your EC class. So that's where we stand right now, Paulie.
Thank you for that update, Kyle. And by the way, folks, if you'd like to get involved in our iRacing League, you can find out more information on our website about that. And Lime Rock Park is one of those tracks on the iRacing sim. So we hope you'll come out and join us for that. It's a very well-run production, and they tend to follow the circuit that Champ Car is going to be racing at. So, for instance, the Lime Rock race would have been, coming up to this event, although I don't think they actually did that. But that's the way they usually would run things. And Lime Rock is one of the entry tracks you get when you first sign up. You get to race at Lime Rock. I think the Miatas are included in that too. So be sure you check that out if you want to try out your hand at some of the sim racing. And that's always kind of fun.
Yeah, it's a good time. I've done it. I know Zach Balthazar does it quite a bit. There's a number of us that do it. It's a lot of fun. So if you're looking to do it, there's a number of drivers that do it full time and are very, very good drivers. There's also a number of us that, really do this, that pop in there and go to work and try to shock some people. So it's a lot of fun. Make sure you get signed up and be a part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ramen Racing leads by 24 seconds over Open Throttle. Then it's Rubin Performance, Sent from the Gourds, Masshole Motorsports, Action Raceworks, TCR up to 7th now, late to Apex in 8th, Team Z in 9th, and Balthazar now moves into 10th place. Balthazar, another tough team, showed their colors yesterday. Let's see what they can do today.
Yeah, they're putting on another strong performance. They're not as dominant, but they were another one too, where they didn't get up into the top 5 until later in the race. They just kind of rode around and cruised and slowly worked themselves up. TCR's up to 3rd in the class now and 6th in the overall. So they just dispensed of late to Apex and Action Raceworks.
In car 43, Action Raceworks coming into pits for service. They're going to tap out and get that new driver in. And he bonked the camera with the helmet. It's a classic. All right, with that, we're going to take a quick commercial break and be back in just a few minutes, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to make me want to blow a gasket. That was before I went to TireRack.com.
Tire Rack made it easy to find great tires at a great price. 2 years of free road hazard protection sealed the deal.
Tire Rack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. Check this out. A technician brought my new tires right to the house. He's installing them now. All set. Thanks. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
You'll be all right. Hang in there.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
So he's just wiped out, so I sent him back to his car to get about an hour.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
149
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Thanks.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack, and we work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Yeah. All right, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And we're back here at Lime Rock Park. And you just saw in the picture there with Les. He's we saw the TCR pit stop just happening. Rhinoceros Racing here, so we got some guys having to pit under green because we just don't have any cautions out here. Bill Strong in the booth with me here. Bill?
Yeah, it's
good morning.
It's a bit crazy, man. And thanks for inviting me over, but it's a bit crazy. There's just no stopping at this track. The flaggers, they haven't had an endurance race like ours for quite a number of years, and that was one of the comments from the flaggers yesterday evening was, holy cow, it's, we knew it was going to be 8 hours long, but we didn't realize we had to work every single minute of that 8 hours. So remember that a lot of times they may be out there 8 hours, but they get to stop. They get to talk about, they get to take little breaks here and there. But yeah, there's none of that here. It's especially with all the green flag racing we did.
Yeah.
So.
And then we've had some cautions, but they've been local. And the track workers done a great job, Bill, of taking care of that.
Yeah, they're quick. Oh, they love the Code 35. They're like, this is good. It's it gets them done and quick, and they're not worried about getting run over. And
we had some oil down there a little bit earlier, but they got over there and got that taken care of really well.
Somebody left their diff.
The plug.
The plug kind of loose, and they dumped a diff's worth of diff fluid on the track. So
that is the worst. That has got to be the worst thing to try to clean up.
That stuff, they said it's really slippery. I started getting notes, people sending me, hey, there's oil at turn 3.
Okay.
And so it's like, okay, hey, let's take a look. And then about that time, we started getting these mass radio calls and, hey, there's oil down. People freak out a little bit over that, don't it? I've only hit oil one time like that.
Yeah.
And it kind of does catch you because I had never done it before. It's like, what is that? You're trying to figure out what the hell, did something on my car just break or?
Yes.
And come to find out, it's just oil in the track. And it was in the wet, so that made it even worse.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I had the same thing happen to me at Road America. I thought, what? Why am I sliding off the track?
Yeah.
I didn't do that, did I? That wasn't that aggressive.
Yeah, did I make a turn? And that's the other thing, aggressiveness. So yesterday there was just some pretty aggressive driving out there, and Jackie's a race director. She's having to take care of that. So this morning she said, hey, there's a lot of bumping out there, and we cannot have that. And so it's a lot less today. I can't say it's zero because I think they just called somebody in a bit earlier for that. But yeah, you'll get black flagged in. But 294, Balsar Motorworks leading this race. And Miscue Motorsports, those guys race a lot up here on the East Coast. Little family team. Dad and sons all race with us.
Yeah, we got a mix up there in the front because we've had some pit stops there. But Bill, you haven't raced here before, right?
No.
You toured the track on your bike with Troy. You were out there again today. What's your take on this track, and how do you think a fit is a good fit for Champ Car?
I think it is. My first impression was, wow, that's not a very wide track.
Yeah.
And you go to Ozarks, pretty wide. You go to Dakota, pretty wide. You come to VIR, pretty wide. But it's deceiving. Because I think it's actually as wide as what VIR is. VIR looked wider. That was my thing driving over the bridge Thursday morning, and it's like, cool, and I've seen some times here going, wow, okay, we're going to be 4 wide here. I don't know about that. We have seen it, and there's plenty of room. The other part is I did not see. So Thursday I went out, we tested the Flagtronics, and I drove about 10 miles an hour as we're looking at the zones, and when I got through the S's, 2, 3, 4. It reminded me a little bit of VIR, which is my home track. Just the flat and kind of S, and then you kind of climb up. That climb was pretty cool. And then as I got up towards the top, it was like, whoa, where'd the track go? This is scary. And then I remembered you saying something about getting their wheels off. I guess IMSA would get their wheels off the ground, or the fast cars, the GT cars. and that's why they put in those little chicanes at the bottom to slow them down.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're not using that, and I'm just like, whoa, this has got to be hairy. And then Troy's showing me the line. He goes, dude, you got to have your car right up against the. He does a lot of iRacing here.
Oh, okay,
You know,
yeah.
He wasn't as fast as you, I guess, because you're the world record holder with iRacing or something at one
I held
point.
the world lap record for a time.
Yeah. So when you say a time, was it like 20 seconds or?
No, it was actually about 3 months. When they reset the Mazda Miata models, everybody lost their records.
Right.
And it changed the car quite a bit. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to go back and sit in there and do all that trying to get that lap record.
Yeah, I do that with Strava with my bike riding. I find the one that nobody's done anything on since COVID, and get out there. Oh, I'm now the record holder. But yeah, it's going up that hill and then coming down under the bridge reminded me a lot of Road Atlanta. And,
yeah, I'll bet.
It's Troy and I were just talking the whole time coming out here, and it's like we really need to race this track. So,
do you think? I mean, we were interviewing Rodney Earwood and his guys, and they said, unless it asked him, what do you think about this racetrack coming back to it? And Rodney said, yeah, take AMP and replace that with this track.
He said that.
What's the likelihood that we're going to get to come back here?
We're coming back.
It seems like there's a lot of teams that have fallen in love with this place already.
Yeah, we're coming back. It's and I think next year we won't have any booth announcers. We don't have any race officials because everybody wants to race it.
Oh, yeah, okay. I thought you were going to say because AI will take over. We won't need any of us.
Yeah. No, it's just I think all of us want to race it. That's how freaking nice this place is. It's
Everybody
beautiful.
Wants to race
it is absolutely beautiful. Green, and I hate green.
Yeah.
I'm a desert boy. This is a and okay. The other part of this is 2 weeks ago I watched the NASCAR truck race here, and I watched how they just I don't want to say they tore it up, but it's NASCAR racing for TV, and to me it's like, wow, they just tore this place up. And we get here and there's no evidence of anything happening. I mean, they polished the fence line for us, and gave it a new coat of paint, and everything just looked race ready to go. And you can't say that with every track that we have a Pro Series ahead of us.
Now, the woman that was down here with us during the drivers' meeting, is she the CEO, the track owner?
No, she is it's that lady right there. Yeah, she's a race control lady. She's the flag controller. So in race control, we have timing and scoring. Today, this weekend it's Steve.
Yep.
We have a Flagtronics person that handles the Flagtronics. That can be multiple people. Normally it's me, but I'm trying to get other people trained up on it.
Uh-huh.
You'll have a safety controller, who's that gentleman at the top row there. He actually dispatches the safety folks.
He's controlling the trucks.
Yeah, the trucks, and then. Desiree is our flag controller, so she handles all the flagging coordination with the flaggers, the safety, and that stuff. So
Gotcha.
If there's an incident, the corner workers call her. They then, Desiree then passes that information on to Jackie, who's also listening to the radios too. Jackie then makes the decision on what happens. Mm-hmm. Jackie will pass on, okay, we're going to go code 35 or something, or, go full course yellow. We'll stage a pace car if we need to do that. She'll get that going. Desiree will then, as soon as Jackie gives the approval, they'll go full course yellow, single yellow, and then code 35. And then as they start cleaning up, the dispatch will send out the safety trucks and stuff to clean up the mess. And then once they're clear, they say the track is yours. And Jackie will then tell Desiree, okay, full course yellow, we'll go back to racing.
Yeah, so, right. We come off those 35s into full course caution, and then we go to green a few seconds later.
And even, it's pretty funny. Remember years ago we did a show at I think it was VAR. We just left the track radio next to the microphone as background noise, and you could hear all the stuff going in the background. People were amazed at how much communication and how much stuff happens. And yesterday was nonstop. Really? It's just the corner workers are reporting that this car has a little bit of smoke. This car went off into the 2 wheels off. This car went 4 wheels off. This car slid sideways, and this is all within not even a lap. It's so much going on, and we have 10 corners, 10 corner stations here.
Do you? Okay.
So it's there's a lot of reporting.
crazy.
And everybody has their own, and every corner worker has their own level of voice, of excitement.
Oh, okay.
Okay. But there is a standard protocol of how you call incidences in. There's a lot to it in control and in the stands or the corner stands.
It seems like we're selling out pretty much every race we go to.
We're trying.
I mean, it seems like the popularity of Champ Car is continuing to grow, and that's pretty exciting. It certainly makes the competition thicker, and that's good for the sport, good for competition.
So we know, I've been doing this. I've been with Champ Car since 2009 as a racer. 2010 was our first race. 2009 is when we all decided we were going to go do this.
Yeah.
And we've seen the ups and downs of racing, attendance-wise, and Champ Car has done pretty darn good. I think we offer a really good product for the racers. It's fairly, it's pretty fair. I think it's pretty fair how we do stuff. I know there's a lot of internet. I wish you guys would do this, do that, and just that kind of stuff.
You can't make everybody.
No, you can't, and I've learned that over the years. You try, and that just creates more issues. I think if we just we're doing what we're doing and it works, let's just keep doing it. We can grow, and we're always looking at how can we change stuff. I mean, we're looking at alternative fuel vehicles or electric vehicle stuff. Not that we're going to move to that, but we have to plan for the future, and that's part of it. Selling out the races this year, we worked hard on our marketing. We worked hard on our to make things easier for our teams to sign up. Part of it is the new website. Part of it is the registration system that Rob and I and a bunch of folks worked on over last year.
Well, let's talk about that. We'll talk about the website first if you want to talk about registration too.
Yeah.
But there's been a lot of changes on the website. It looks a lot different. And you just recently rolled out something special. It's like a race control type thing, a race central.
So, I basically went out there to see what the pros are doing and what they're not doing, and found out, we're offering some really good information for our drivers. I mean, everything the driver needs for the race weekend, not just the driver, the team owners, everything is there. But then it's like, okay, what is there for the casual viewer? The guys that aren't racing that weekend, they're just coming out, hey, what's going on at Lime Rock? So last week I made a little web portal, and I've just thrown everything at it. I don't know what you guys really need or whatever, but I just threw everything at it. And it's just basically just go to ChampCar.org, scroll down the page a little bit, and you'll see the race. What's it called? Race. I do too many things. Yep. So the next 3 races you'll see there. It's called the Open the Race Center. It's underneath the today's race. You open the race center, and it has basically our shows, at ChampCar.Live. It has the marching ants on it. It's got the who's in this race, race control logs, live timing and scoring. It's just got everything that you need as the casual observer. Of course, as time goes by, I'm going to see who's using what, maybe take things away, simplify it a bit. It's got the race schedule, what's going on this weekend. At what time do the races start? Just all kinds of cool stuff. We got the event notices on it, just to highlight some of the differences between this race and last race. I may take that away. That's not something the casual observer needs. And of course, the track maps, the facility maps, and there's some things that, again, I probably might take away, but it's kind of cool if you're coming up to the race to visit. I've got the around towns on all the supplementals. I've also added that on it. So if you're in the Lime Rock, Lakeville, Connecticut area, it tells you some good places to go. It gives you a little information about the track, about the restaurants and shopping and gasoline and that kind of stuff around. So we're just trying to
pretty cool
help. Information is always good for these things, especially with teams. A lot of teams have never been here before, and giving them that information helps make their weekend a lot easier. And hopefully we can improve it. And, if you guys see something we need on it, or maybe you don't really need any of this on it, let me know. Just pop me an email at bill.strong@champcar.org, and I listened. We made a bunch of changes to our supplementals because of sent out an email to all the members and got some really good feedback on that. The first one was we didn't know how we wanted to do the supplementals. We wanted them online instead of the PDFs.
Yeah.
And of course we had that crew that really want the PDFs. So let's bring it back, and it's just formatted a little differently. Problem with the PDFs, the original ones we did like last year, it's really difficult to make changes sometimes, and it was only me that could do it because I have the files. And so we wanted to make it so that Andrea, myself, even Mike Chiswick could get in there and change a time. The race directors could make some last minute changes to the timeline.
Right.
So we've been working on that. That has helped out a ton. And and just last week I got some complaints about, I got to scroll too far to get to what I need. And I was like, how many people did complain about that? A few people did. It's like, let's move it around a bit and change it. And so from notes Andrea gave me, so I changed it around a bit, and there we go. So yeah, we've done a lot. We've done a lot to our registration system. We have an election coming up here soon for board of director.
Okay.
I think David Kiesak and I think John Whitnauer, I forget. Somebody else is due up for re-election. So, we used to use the Google Forms, basically do the election. Well, there's just it's too hard to control. So we've actually integrated an election polling setup in our registration system that limits the people that can vote are members, and that's going to help out a ton, especially having to go through and clear out all the non-members. But it's going to be through your membership portal, and so that'll work through there. We've added a bunch of things to it. Like one thing we're working on now is some the garages and pit lane assignments, and I don't really want to make a major announcement yet because I know Andrew's probably listening and she's just going to go nuts. I'm going to start getting texts here soon, but we've this weekend was the first time we've done the you pick your own pit lane assignment, and it went fairly well.
Yeah,
we need to do some other things and put it in place because you don't know until you try it. We think the way we think it's going to be used isn't always the way it's going to be done. Okay. So, we've got to do a little more tweaks to it before we do the membership-wide announcement. But it's we're trying to make it to where we got a slow car on the front straight, 591, I think he is. He's driver's left, going underneath the bridge now into turn 1, and he is staying way wide on driver's left. Could be a new driver too.
So if you come back here next year and race, it's probably not going to be the MR2. So
Opel GT, buddy.
Opel GT is in the crosshairs.
All right, drink up, boys. No, I'm not going to race. I'm done racing. I've I might do a stint here or there at some of these tracks, but I don't do that enough anymore.
But you're bike riding a lot. You guys were out. You and Troy were out there.
We drove 26 miles from the hotel to here yesterday and today. Yeah, it was fun, man. It's quick. It only took us an hour and 20 minutes, something like that.
Yeah.
So
it reminds me of that journey a lot of going to VIR, the track at VIR. You make that hard left.
Yeah.
You go down the hill. It's like, this is like VIR.
Yeah.
Over the bridge.
It was a fun ride. It was cold. I wasn't expecting that. Luckily I had a raincoat in my it was in the 40s yesterday when we came out here.
Yeah.
And I had my raincoat on me, so I was able to keep a little bit warm. Troy found some little coat somewhere. He just wears little kid clothes, so But yeah, we're going. You guys that ride bikes. I know there's a lot of you because we're all friends on Strava. We're going to try and set up small little group rides on the tracks we race at. So that's fun. Something that we've been doing for about a year now.
Yeah.
We don't really organize it because that becomes its own issue. Everybody wants to race. And then somebody has to fall down and get hurt, and then I'm having paperwork to fill out. So we're not doing that. They're just little rides in the morning or in the evening on the track. And the last one we did before here was Autobahn. So that's always a fun track to ride on. So we do about it, usually about an hour before I have to start work, which is 2 hours before the race. And we have fun. I only did like a lap yesterday here and a lap today, only because that hill's
got to be deadly.
That is crazy.
Because I was winding it forward in my head. They're going to ride like 30 miles, and then they're going to take that hill at the end.
And my heart rate was pretty much at about a 135 or so on the ride out here.
Pretty chill.
Yeah, and then I went up that hill, and you could see the spike in my heart rate monitor. It's just like it goes to like the 5 or 170, and it's just And I'm 64, so it's probably not a good thing to do all the time. So, but yeah, it was fun. But the nice thing is you got that nice downhill, so you just sit there going,
thank goodness.
Yes. All right, let's talk about this race. Any changes? Misko's still in second.
Balthazar is still, Misko Motorsports in second place. Ramen Racing there in third place. And they're back about a lap. Ramen Racing back 2.6 seconds from Misko.
Yep.
And then it's Open Throttle back about a lap. Sent from the Gourds back 10 seconds. They've slipped to fifth place. We've had some pit stops in there that's shaken up the order. Ruben Performance is right on the tail of Sent from the Gourds again. Those guys, they just got hooked up and they can't seem to get away from one another.
Well, Sent from the Gourds, they broke yesterday, right? Or no, they
got broken.
They got broke, yeah. I know yesterday's winner, and they were supposed to get 5 laps or something like this, 5 or 6 laps. So we ended up looking at our rule book, and it was like, well, at the end of the race, if second place drops out, the rule book says you go by what that. And so their MOV this morning was based on when that car dropped out towards the end of the race. And it's like an hour and a half to go.
Okay.
Otherwise, they would have had like a 6-lap penalty. So they only got like, I think 2 or 3 laps. I don't know exactly numbers, so don't quote me on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like, it's one of those deeply hidden rules, 5.2.2 or something like that it says, that we were trying to create the no sandbagging thing.
Yeah.
And then it's like, well, what if the second place car breaks? What happens? And, it's like, well, there we go. We had our first incident here. So yeah. It's it works out pretty well. You want your seat back, Kyle?
All right. Well, thanks for coming over,
no problem,
Bill. And it's great hearing from you. And Kyle Lockrose come back into the booth as we're going to head out to commercial. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Balthazar Motorworks leads the way here at Lime Rock Park. How about that? So much more racing yet to come. 5 hours and 30 minutes remain. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to make me want to blow a gasket. That was before I went to TireRack.com.
Tire Rack made it easy to find great tires at a great price. 2 years of free road hazard protection. Sealed the deal.
Tire Rack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. Check this out. A technician brought my new tires right to the house. He's installing them now. All set. Thanks. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, we're back at it here. It's Lime Rock Park, 8 hours of endurance road racing. And Balthazar Motorworks leads this race now over Ramen Racing. Misco Motorsports there in third place. Kyle Lockrow back in the booth with us, folks.
So Open Throttle Racing Red Box is in fourth, and Sent from the Gourds rounds out your top five. Reuben Performance Garage is in sixth. North by Northeast is seventh. Soggy Bottom Boys is eighth. Masshole Motorsports ninth. And Rampage Motorsports, your early leader, is now sitting in the 10th position.
Yep, thanks for that.
Ryan behind the wheel in the Sent from the Gourds.
Martinelli team here, Kyle. Haven't talked about them too much today.
Yeah, they're an EC team that's here with us this weekend. They have two cars, the 690 and the 694. Steve at the wheel of the 694 right now. So the 694 is actually your EC leader by about 4 laps over Rapscallions Racing. Working by the 58 car there for Open Throttle.
Working their way through turn 2 here. Then they're back on the power. It's always nice to see how another driver you haven't been watching for a while handles the racetrack. And Steve at the wheel as they head up the hill here down towards turn number 6.
So as we see Steve headed down the downhill, you hear him get off the gas pedal, but right back to it. You're not off of it very much. Grabs 5th gear, headed down that front straightaway. You can see how bumpy it is here at Lime Rock Park. Just the camera just shakes quite a bit.
Yeah, he's got some bumps in there, and there's a little correction there, and it kind of put him off a little bit.
Another big correction. He's having to chase it a little bit, which made it a little more difficult. But so far, still doing a good job. Like I said, by 3 laps, they're leading the EC division. And if I'm not mistaken, Martinelli's one of our normal, normal's the wrong word, one of our regular Northeast teams that comes and joins us for a number of these races.
It's great to see them out here. I love the team name. It's pretty cool. Probably the last name, but I like it.
So Balthazar Motorworks continues to lead this race. What a shock for this team right here. This is another team. We've seen them run up toward the front, but not consistently up in the top 5, top 3, contending for podiums and wins.
Yeah. Well, and it's great for them. And this is such a different racetrack. You know, it's the shortest racetrack in the circuit that we run. And so this really shows that this is a team that's shining really well on this type of a configuration. They not only find themselves in the lead after these pit stops, but they're able to hold on to it here. I mean, they're looking really great out there.
They have about a lap advantage right now over Ramen Racing, which is huge. But that also isn't a big advantage. Their best lap is a 102.1, which for that BMW, that's moving around here.
Yeah, it's getting it done.
Oh, looks like the camera froze up on us there for a second.
We'll go back on board with Sent from the Gourds. They've dropped down a little bit. They're down in 5th place right now, but they're still inside that top 5. So it's Balthazar Motorworks leading the race over Ramen Racing, Misco Motorsports in 3rd. Open Throttle is in 4th place in their Porsche Boxster. Then you've got Sent from the Gourds in 5th, Rubin Performance Garage in 6th. And they are leading B class is Rubin Performance Garage. North by Northeast in the gold BMW in 7th place there. And then it's Soggy Bottom Boys in 8th place, back about 36 seconds from the North by Northeast BMW. Back about 11 seconds in the A-Class Masshole Motorsports BMW. It's a 318i. That's why it's an A-Class car. And then we've got TCR Motorworks in the number 97. That's a 96 328i. And they're back about a lap from Masshole. Tight battle for 10th place there with Action Raceworks back just about 1 second. So those guys are fighting for position down there. Also a tight battle from Action Raceworks. Yep, up to TCR. So we'll see. TCR in 10th place right now. They've been working their way up through the field. Took that pit stop. It set them back a little ways. So, of course, there's going to be some shuffling of position back for that. The honorable Rosmar car back 11 seconds from the Coco and Brothers, sitting there in 14th place.
And we have a guest in the booth, Paulie.
All right.
So, Mr. John from Schumacher Taxi Service, how we doing today?
I'm doing great. I just finished my stint.
Oh, your car's going off the racetrack.
Don't tell me that.
Yeah, he's got it under control there, but a lot of hand over hand there, and got it gathered up. And I think maybe when you came on, it distracted him a little bit.
I don't think he's watching this.
But at least,
okay.
But at least we know the camera's
I'm
working.
disappointed. I mean, he should be.
Okay, well, I did have a spin when I was out in the first 2 hours. We went in that oil in turn 3, so that was exciting.
Was it exciting?
Oh, it's always exciting when you see the cars when you're facing the cars coming at you.
So you got to see the track from a different perspective from everybody else.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
So really, you've seen more.
Absolutely. Yeah. The Boxster is just amazing because when it spins, it literally rotates in its own car length. So I only got the 4 off when I had to turn around and get out of the way of the cars that were coming.
So you guys have been in Champ Car off and on for a while. You've done some other series as well. So how did this team get started?
Well, we started back in 2008, a larger version of the team in Lemons, and did a number of Lemons races, and then we got a little annoyed with the silliness of Lemons, as well as some of the safety issues on track of Lemons. Coming around the turn 1 at NJMP at 80 miles an hour and seeing the Garden State traffic jam right in front of you, lights you up a little bit. So we actually started with very early in Champ Car, one of the inaugural races or something.
Okay.
And but along the way, we've done Champ Car races, Lemon races, AER, and I've done a WRL race.
Nice.
Out in High Plains.
It used to be a BMW.
Yeah, we've had
E30.
We had an E30 that met its demise at Lime Rock.
Okay.
A few years ago, right around pandemic time.
Okay.
And that's when we bought this Boxster as a flood auction car.
Okay. A flood auction. Now, what was that transition like? That's a big change in platform and technology. And
it's both the working on the car, and the driving of the car is a big change. So we're slowly tuning it in. We've finally gotten it, so it's reasonably competitive. The trouble is we got old fart drivers, but
But you guys have fun. You come out here to have a good time and race.
Absolutely. And we're competitive. I mean, we've managed to be on the podium for class and even races. Even in last year or so, I think we had a couple of podium finishes. So. We've had a lot of trouble this weekend with exhaust system issues. We've got a custom exhaust, and literally it's just fracturing as we speak.
Oh, jeez.
So we tried to patch it all up the other night, and I was out for 40 minutes or so yesterday before it blew itself up again, and then we commandeered one of the Champ Car rental cars and got out to the local stores and bought a muffler, a welder, and all the stuff we needed to get the left side fixed. Now the right side's failing.
Of course. Not to be outdone. Now the right side's going apart.
Exactly. And again, it's always the stuff you don't bring to the racetrack that you end up needing.
Yeah. So I mean, it's been I think the systems just get brittle after a while. But we've had this on there for 4 years, so it's due.
Yeah.
But.
So you guys have been around for a little while, and so what is it you love so much about Champ Car?
I think it's just a great, respectful racing series for amateurs. I mean, you got all levels of drivers, all levels of stuff. We're at great tracks. Everybody's helpful and friendly and work with each other. So, it's definitely our favorite. It's the right level of competition and the right level of friendliness, and the rules and the car prep is pretty reasonable, So
now you guys are based in New Jersey?
Yeah, 2 of the guys live down the Jersey Shore. I live in a town called Freehold, and Kyle is over in Moorestown.
Okay.
I think is what it was, yeah.
So you love Champ Car, but you rode a car off here at Lime Rock. What are your feelings about Lime Rock?
I've been here. We raced in the inaugural Champ Car race here.
Okay.
It's not my favorite track because it's just so busy. I mean, my brain doesn't function fast enough with all this stuff that's going on out there, But I mean, it's a great fun track.
High action.
And it's really good. So we were in the first race in a Miata, and then we done this one here, and done some track days in my old Subaru as well. So
nice. It's a beautiful drive up here, isn't it?
Oh, it sure is. Yeah, it's lovely around here.
So. So what's the plan for the rest of the year for you guys? I mean, what other races are we going to see the taxi at?
Yeah, we're signed up for a Thompson.
Okay.
So when we can get the exhaust issues all sorted out in the next month or so, and then we're also signed up for the Pocono race.
Okay.
Nice.
So those are both reasonably
Kyle and I will
local.
be there.
Yeah, we'll be at Pocono.
Okay. Oh, cool. So
look forward to seeing you there.
Yeah. So that's that'll good. And I'll probably. Maybe we'll do something in December. One of our team members is going on a really long bike ride down in South America, so he's not going to be around. So I'm not sure if we'll do Virginia in the cold this year or not.
I know a guy that's a really good driver that wouldn't mind coming along with you. So if you got that open seat.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we can fill the seats. It's just
okay.
Like how many times can we afford to race in a year?
Right.
Budget,
yeah. It's gotten expensive.
It sure has.
I got you.
Yeah. But it's still budget racing. I mean, it's I when people ask about it, I equate it to if you were going to own a boat in New Jersey, it's about what you spend on a boat.
Yeah.
To go out fishing, to have a relatively small boat or something. You got to pay for the marine, all that kind of stuff. You're going to spend $10,000-$15,000 a year, and that's what we can spend doing that much if we race 5 times and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Sure.
That's good. So what other fun tips and tricks are there about the taxi? How did the team name come about? Schumacher Taxi Service.
Yeah, Schumacher goes back to the very original days. It turns out that Michael Schumacher was reported to have jumped into a cab in Rome or commandeered a cab in Rome from the taxi driver because he was late for the airport, and then proceeded to drive through the streets of Rome at race driver speeds, and the taxi driver was amazed. So that was the original theme when we started Lemons, and the team has had as many as 3 cars at one point, and now the team is sort of like might even be 2 versions of Schumacher Taxi running around sometimes these days, but we're the ones that have been doing most of the Champ Car racing and stuff like that. Yeah.
Nice.
It's always been fun having you guys at the track.
Yeah, we love it. I mean, the people here are just great.
So how's your weekend going outside of the issues? I mean, it seems like you guys are running fairly well.
We're running pretty well. I mean, again, the exhaust has taken us off the track, but we're running reasonably well on the track. We're still a few seconds behind the fast Miatas, but what the heck, you can't always beat them. Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
Looks like you're in 13th right now overall. And So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Every time you guys show up, you're consistently top 15, top 20.
Yeah. We've been able to hang around there pretty good if we don't break, and we've generally been worked on reliability a lot, and this car has been a little more challenging for us, but it's you're learning a new car, and last year we ran almost flawless, So.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have, and you're going to have those years where sometimes it just doesn't cooperate or something happens.
Oh, of course. If you can name it or imagine it, we can break it. I mean, the pictures of the muffler that we took apart this weekend, the muffler is literally just fracturing, is the best way I can describe it, and pieces are the plate is falling out of it,
Wow.
That's nuts.
It's just so brittle.
But like you said, it's 4 years old.
4 years old, yeah. It probably should have been replaced last year, and building these custom exhausts are such a pain in the butt.
So who all is on your team? You said it's Kyle.
Yeah, we have
drivers?
Kyle Fegley, Dave Hughes, who's out in the car right now, and Kevin Kempton is the other driver here, and I'm John Robertson.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how long have you guys been together? Like, how long has the band kind of been together?
Well, Dave and I go back to junior high.
Okay.
And then Kevin is Dave's neighbor down at the shore, and he's known him probably since elementary school.
Wow.
And Kyle was a recent addition of maybe 7 or 8 years ago.
Okay.
Like that,
Yeah.
So.
Cool.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
So.
Well, thanks for coming up and talking to us.
Hey, I loved it. It was
great to meet you guys.
Great.
Yeah.
Nice to see the setup on all the stuff up here. Everything.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys coming up and being a part of it. So next one we'll see you guys at is Thompson. Well, we won't see you, but the next one you'll be at is Thompson in a few
and then
weeks.
we'll be at Pocono.
And then Pocono, and then
maintenance gods willing.
And then the championship is a potential maybe.
A potential, yeah, we'll say, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. Well, we'll let you get back down there. Go get some water, get some rest.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Kyle, thanks a bunch. So, all right. Mr. John Robertson, everybody, from Schumacher Taxi Service.
Yeah, Balthazar Motorworks, just to run down here, leads the way over Ramen Racing. Then it's Misco Motorsports, Sent from the Gourds, Open Throttle Racing, Red Box, the 159 there in 5th place. Ruben Performance in 6th. North by Northeast in 7th. Masshole Racing in 8th. Action Raceworks is 9th. And TCR Motorworks there in 10th place. And then as we, if we go by class, looking at A class, we've got Ramen Racing leading A class over Misco Motorsports, and Masshole there in 3rd place. On to B class, we've got Ruben Performance and Mostly Motorsports. On to C class, we've got Balthazar leading over Sent from the Gourds, Open Throttle Racing. That's your top 3 there. In D class, we've got Cole Morgan Racing, MLC Racing, Team Z, and Rhinoceros Racing. Looking at F class, we've got MDR Motorsports and Falkensteiner and their 91 Honda Civic. So that's a quick rundown of classes. On board with Action Raceworks right now. Currently find themselves in 8th place. Let's see, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. That's 5th in class right now. They're back about a lap to the team up ahead. Tight battles right now. You got Open Throttle Racing about 2 seconds behind Sent from the Gourds. And Sent from the Gourds, oh no, looks like they're off the track. Sent from the Gourds. They are in the grass right now. I'm seeing a little bit of smoke, and that's going to bring out that local yellow over there for that team.
These guys cannot catch a break this weekend, Paulie.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker for those guys. For sure. Sent from the Gourds, off track.
Is he trying? It looks like he might be trying to refire it.
Car 192 says they're stopped over in turn number 3 there, Kyle.
Yep, that's the Gourds.
We'll go over to that area, but I don't see anything on our cameras, so it must not be true. It's only on the internet. But, yeah, they've pulled that car. They are in the grass right now. Let's see if I can find anything on that.
Oh, I mean, it's such a shame for these guys. The heartbreak yesterday, now the issue today.
Yeah, it's a shame.
You can hear them talking to the crew, and they're trying to figure out what happened.
Yeah, well, I'll try to wind back and see if we can get some idea of what happened out there. And we'll go back on board. This was moments ago with Sent from the Gourds as they were coming down the front straightaway here. Remember, yesterday he had contact with another car, and that put him out for the day.
Everything sounds and seems normal here. Oh, something broke.
Oh, yeah.
You could hear the bang. It sounds like either some suspension piece broke in the probably something in the right or left front.
Yeah, something broke. Something mechanically gave up on that car, and it killed power to it. And that looks like that's it. So emergency crews, and with that, of course, the pit stop frenzy begins. Kyle, that's when people start coming in and taking advantage of that caution. But
Schumacher taxis in. We just talked to John from their team a few minutes ago,
waiting for rescue to show up and take them back. So with that, we'll go ahead and take our commercial break now, as we're under caution here. Rescue crew already talking to the Gourd, saying, what's the story? Is this something you can make it back? And he's like, no, we are broke. So that's going to do it for them, at least for the time being. We'll see if they can get back in and get back out to enjoy more racing here at Lime Rock Park. Over 5 hours remain here in this contest till we see the checkered flag for the weekend. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to be like pulling teeth. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to drill down to the right tires for me.
What?
Oh, I got a great deal. My tires shipped fast and free and arrived the next day. I even got 2 years of free road hazard protection.
Where?
You're darn right, wow. Next time your tires get long in the tooth, visit TireRack.com.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Shopping for tires used to make me want to blow a gasket. That was before I went to TireRack.com.
Tire Rack made it easy to find great tires at a great price. 2 years of free road hazard protection sealed the deal.
Tire Rack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. Check this out. A technician brought my new tires right to the house. He's installing them now. All set. Thanks. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack, and we work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
in the zone, AutoZone.
Yeah. Welcome back to ChampCar.Live. Yes, I got food in my mouth. And yes, we're still rescuing the scent from the gourds BMW. However, we brought you another special guest.
We did.
A vintage racer in the Champ Car Endurance Series and a close personal friend, I might add, although he might not be aware of that. His name is Steve.
Mr. Steve Sawicki of This Weekend driving for Coco and Brothers, right?
Yep, Coco and Bros.
Coco and Bros.
Number
Okay.
695.
How's your weekend going so far?
It's gone pretty well. There was only the two of us yesterday, so we were in the car a lot, and very, very hot. Very hot. It's the first time in my racing career that my socks were actually wet.
Wow. So,
yeah, it's a tough track. It's a very physical track. There are a lot of cars out there. You're constantly in traffic. You're constantly. It's physically and mentally challenging. There are very few opportunities for
to rest, right?
To rest, and there were no yellows yesterday. I think I had one 2-lap purple 35 in the 2 hours I was out there.
Okay. So what? So how's your weekend? I mean, how's the weekend going in general? I mean, you guys seem like you're running pretty well.
Concerned about some damage to the front left end. There wasn't any. It got into his head that the contact made the car squirrely, and so we ended up. So we started off 5 laps down, which was not a great place to be. We were up to 9th at one point, which was pretty fantastic. I think we ended in 12th overall. So pretty good day.
Yeah. And Paulie, where are they running at today? Any idea?
Yes, actually. Excuse me.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean to catch you off guard.
That's all right. We'll find them here. They're in 11th place overall right now.
Okay.
They're shown in the pits. So
probably in for a driver change. And David Kissick is going in next.
Oh, so he can drive with you guys? Nice.
He is, yeah. I guess the team he was going to drive with, their car had some mechanical issues and just was misfiring, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. So I think they called it a day early today.
Yeah, he was with the Start Racing team, Mike Coleman, one of our board members, and his team. So he was actually originally from the Massachusetts, New England area. But so, Steve, you've been doing Champ Car. You're wearing something kind of cool. We were just talking about that off camera and during the commercial. You're wearing a really, really vintage Champ Car as what was back then Chump Car shirt. So you've been doing this for a long, long time. So how did your Champ Car and Chump Car career get started?
I was racing karts here at Lime Rock, and I was talking to one of the other drivers and said, I'd really like to. I love doing the karts, but I wish I could do this in a car. And they said, you should do either Lemons or Chump Car. Those are both places where it's affordable. You can do real wheel-to-wheel racing. And so I investigated both. I saw that Chump Car was going to have a 25-hour, 25-minute, and 25-second race at Nelson Ledgers. And I said, absolutely. Think of the amount of seat time you're going to get in a 25-hour race.
Yep.
So knowing nothing, I signed up.
Not knowing any better.
Right, not knowing any better. And did my first Chump Car race was a 24-hour race, and I bought this T-shirt at that race. So this is it's an old T-shirt. No holes in it, though.
I was going to say, it looks like it's in pretty good condition. It looks like you keep it under lock and key pretty good there to keep it out of trouble. So you said you're looking for a team. What's your schedule for the rest of the year?
I'm going off label, so I'm going to do a race next weekend at Thompson with a series I won't mention, and then I'm doing Pocono with Champ Car, and that's all I've got for the rest of this year. And I'm used to. I was driving with VRG, and we would do 13 to 16 races a year. We were on a lot of tracks, yeah. And then Ron Herrick, who was running VRG, decided he'd had enough and sold everything and stopped doing what he was doing. And unfortunately, it left those of us who were part of the team teamless. And so for the past couple of years, I've been like a gypsy driver here and there, this car, that car, which is, it's nice to be in a lot of different cars, but it's tough because you're not with the same group of guys, and you don't understand the culture.
Right.
So you don't know how they're doing things or why they're doing things. And I think it can be a bit annoying if you keep saying, "Why are you doing that? Why are you doing it this way?" Or when we used to race, we used to do it that way, and nobody wants to hear that. So
sure.
So I've been looking for something steady. I'm based out of Albany. I don't know anything about cars except how to drive them. So I can't, I can, if you ask for a 10 millimeter, I can probably find it in the toolbox. I say probably.
Yeah.
Because you should have like 5 of those.
Yeah.
So I just look for the 5 that look the same and give you one of those.
I got you.
But I'm willing to fuel the cars and all that. So I'm a good team member, but it's been tough.
And you're a swell guy.
Yeah, there you go.
So I mean, what's not to love, right?
Yeah, that's the way I feel.
So you just need you need a team.
Steve, you said it makes it hard. Like, what do you feel like it just throws off your rhythm? Because especially if you don't know your fellow drivers, you don't know the team. Do you feel like it just kind of hurts the ebb and flow of the weekend when you're doing that kind of stuff?
I think the biggest thing is not knowing the car.
Okay.
When we were driving the Porsche 944s, and you're in the same car for 13, 15 races.
Yeah.
Here, I was in a Miata for Watkins Glen. I'm in a different Miata today. I'm going to be in a BMW next weekend, and I have no idea when I'm going to be in for Pocono.
Can you say who you're driving for at Pocono yet?
Yeah, Boston
Winers. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So they're primarily a BMW team.
Yes, but I think they've got a Miata too.
I think you're right.
Right. So they've got 3 or 4 cars they're playing with. So yeah, that's the biggest thing is just you're always in a different car, and just things are different. The kill switch is in a different place. At Watkins Glen, they said the kill switch is to the back and to the left, and I'm an old guy, and I literally could not reach the kill switch because I just couldn't turn. I have range of motion that just doesn't let me go back that far.
Right. Gotcha.
So things like that are make it a lot more complicated.
How do you overcome to be successful on the weekend, or do you just kind of work through it to the best of your ability?
Yeah, I think you work through it. I try not to be a nudge or a pain. I try to be as helpful as I can. I try to be as quick as I can in the car without hitting things, because that'll get you off the team pretty quick if you go out and crash in your first stint. Unfortunately, when you're trying to be that's the other thing. If you don't know the car and you're trying to be cautious, you also tend to be pretty slow, or slower than the guys who are in this car every single race.
Sure.
So, well, it's a challenge. I've been there, I've done that, but I feel like, do you feel like it makes you a better driver, diversifying your portfolio, driving different stuff?
Absolutely, I think it does. I think having experience in a wide range of cars. Also, a Miata is not a Miata. There are fast Miatas, there are slow Miatas, there are midfield Miatas, and so being able to say, yeah, I've been in the mid-pack Miata, I know how to handle that car, or I've been in the fast Miata, or I've been in an F-class Miata, really helps with your resume. And I've been in a boatload of different kinds of cars.
Do you feel like it helps when you go to teams and you can say, hey, I've driven various types of cars, I have experience in it, and that they can draw upon and use and things like that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's helpful to say, you race a BMW, I've been in a bunch of different BMWs with these teams.
Uh-huh.
So I think that really helps.
Yeah. Especially, if you've been in, like I've raced in E30s and E36s both, so it's nice to say I've got this platform, I've felt that whole thing out. So
that's a huge help to say, I know it's a neutral car, or I know it's I know it's a tail happy car. I'm good with tail happy cars and things like that. It does. I think it gives you a little more credibility with the team.
Yeah, so, and some of the teams are looking for that. They're looking for a particular type of driver, a certain amount of experience, and so that can be really helpful.
Well, and at this point, I think this is my 124th Champ Car race.
Yeah.
So I've done a few races.
Yeah.
And that certainly helps. So, there's not a lot of situations on a track that I haven't been in the middle of.
And that helps. That experience, you can't I mean, you can't trade for seat time and experience at places like this. So how do you feel about the series being back at Lime Rock this weekend?
I think it's nice to be back. I think this is a track that people want to come back to. Everything I've heard from the guys that are out there is they love the track. They're having a good time. I don't think people realized how physical it was going to be, or how short the track is. I mean, you're going around. Their cars. The other thing is that there are four cars that are in the 101 range. That's a fast lap.
Yeah.
I did my Skip Barber driving school here.
Really?
In 1732. And
back when the Earth's crust was still cool.
Yeah, and they used to point to the wall, and it was like a 59, a 59.48. And they said this lap will never ever be beaten. And it's like, oh geez, I think there are cars here that might be able to go faster than that on a good day. So, so things have changed. Or there's the fact that we're within a second of that is pretty phenomenal. There's some fast cars out there.
Yeah. Of course, they race those big, fast race cars here, too. You know, you have your Trans Ams here. They have Petite Le Mans here. It's crazy.
IMSA cars, NASCARs here. I mean, there's a lot of prominence when it comes to Lime Rock Park.
I cannot imagine getting a NASCAR car around this track. I just can't.
From what I've heard, the stock cars are different to get around here. I know when they used to run the Busch North cars here, those were always interesting, but I can only imagine what it's like trying to navigate the ARCA cars and the trucks here. So
yeah, and I would imagine those cars come back all beat up, just as there's constant contact with between the vehicles.
Do you think it's an unusually narrow racetrack, or do you think the width is about the same as it is like a Mid-Ohio or something like that?
I think it's maybe a little narrower than Mid-Ohio. I think the other thing that is complicated with this track is there are 3 decreasing radius corners.
Okay.
And so that, you'll go around and people will realize halfway through, well, I'm not going to make it.
It's tightening up.
And if you're on the inside, if you're passing somebody on this side when you realize that, that's car contact.
Sure.
And so that's where that happens. It happens halfway through 1. It happens going through 3. And it happens in the uphill.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So.
Because that uphill corner is a decreasing radius as you turn in, right?
Yes. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, and from a little ways back, you think, oh, this is going to be easy. Look, this is just simple. I'll just zoom through there, and then you hit the apex, and it's like, oh, wait a minute, the wall is right there. So it's an interesting track. It's a difficult track to learn, even though it's short. The corners tend to be all pretty different. The downhill is a wild corner. I got passed 4 times in the downhill this morning, and it's like, well, what are you doing? You shouldn't be there. What are you thinking?
You trying to kill us all?
Yeah. Well, I was there when the 2 cars spun at the downhill.
Okay.
That happened literally right in front of me.
So you got the show. I was
the 4th car in that line.
You got to see all the action.
I was expected to be part of that.
Unfortunately, I'm glad you weren't.
Yeah, thankfully you weren't. So, all right, Steve. So we don't want to take.
Thanks for coming up, Steve.
Yeah, we don't want to take up too much of your time. Let you get back down there. Is there anybody you want to thank that helps make your race program go round, or anybody?
I should say Scandietta Les Jewelers. They sponsor the 695.
I thought he was going to thank me. Okay.
And Paulie. Paulie has been. I've known Paulie for a long time, and he's been very.
I'm so sorry.
He's been. He's been very non-judgmental. Let me say that.
He's trying at times too.
So. I'm very trying.
Even though he's had to work a lot of years with Bill, I can't imagine the burden that
it hasn't been easy. But he's got the gray hair now, not me. So what does that say about me?
Paulie, have you looked in the mirror lately? I don't want to be a downer, but
I may be going a little gray.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. You guys are great. These broadcasts are just fantastic.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Steve. We appreciate the time. Steve Sawicki, everybody, with Coco and Bros.
Yeah, if you got a team, you want to get an experienced driver out there. We got somebody that's looking for a team they can be with consistently. So especially if you do a lot of races, that's going to be a good fit for Steve. So keep him in mind, folks. Appreciate you, Steve. Take care, brother. 12:18 in the afternoon. 4 hours and 40 minutes remain unofficially here at Lime Rock Park to decide the winner today. And Balthasar Motorworks still leading the way here. They're up about a lap over Ramen Racing. They just turned in a 106 on their last lap. Ramen turned in a 104. And then we've got Open Throttle Racing turned in a 107. There must be something back on the racetrack that slowed some of these guys down. So we've got some gaps opening up here for Ramen and Open Throttle. About 15 seconds the gap from Ruben up to Open Throttle. North by Northeast dropping back. So's Misco. Now they're back about 6 seconds from North by Northeast. And that's a battle for 5th place. So North by Northeast having to stay on their toes here to stay in that top 5. Then you've got Action Raceworks in their Camaro. They've got a car close to them, just 6 seconds. It's TCR Motorworks. They're on the hunt to get back up to the front of the field. They're in 8th place is TCR. And they just turned in a 105. Their fastest lap time today, a 102 with that juggernaut of a BMW. They won one of the races at the last event that we were at, and then they won a race yesterday here at Lime Rock. So things seem to be turning around for that team. So definitely a weapon to be reckoned with, the TCR team.
And then behind TCR, we've got Masshole Motorsports, who's about 12 seconds behind TCR. And then Rhinoceros Racing, one of our camera cars. They are running in the top 10. It's our leading D-Class car. They're having a solid run today. They're about 2 laps back of Masshole Motorsport. So great job by Rhinoceros Racing. And then also, let's give a call to Paulie, the other Nissan that we've talked about that we thought was soggy bottom was probably Zigzag.
Yeah, Zigzag. We were looking at them yesterday as a possible camera car, someone to carry our camera for us. But here they are, doing well.
Yep, having a good day. They're in 11th place so far. They're up 31 spots on the day, 10th in their respective C class. So a good day for them. Best laps of 103.41.9. And then Rampage Motorsports started out so strong this morning. Led some of the race, and they've kind of fallen down the order a little bit due to, I think, some hiccups. But so far, they're in the top 12.
Yeah. Congratulations, guys. A good drive here so far. Hang in there. So let us know what events you're planning on going to next, or what builds you're working on next. Maybe you've got a Miata or something that you're planning on introducing to Champ Car. Let us know what you're working on.
Absolutely, and let us know what you're doing this weekend too. We'd love to hear it, love to talk about it. So Paulie, we talked about the history. We hadn't really talked about it too. Oh, a little lock up there by North by Northeast.
Yeah.
We talked about some stuff with history of this place, and we were going to talk history a little bit about it, and I think we didn't get a chance to.
Well, we talked to Steve Sawetsky. He's historic.
He
brings a lot of history.
I don't know the guy like you do, so I'm not going there on that one. But he seemed like a good guy, and I mean, another dedicated to Champ Car. I mean, to have that many races under his belt, and to be doing this as long as he has.
I was going to say committed, because we all should be committed. But
well, we all. I mean, that goes without saying.
But yeah, absolutely. Yeah, long storied history here. You know, Lime Rock, of course, we're out on the East Coast. There's a lot of history here, of course. You know, the colonies and everything, and. So this is a not only great racetrack, but the surrounding community is really cool. It's a great place to come to. There's kind of like castle structures and a lot of antique shops and
a lot of American history.
Yeah, there's a ton of that stuff out here, and of course my wife's in Seventh Heaven. She loves that stuff, and so this is a cool place to come visit, and it's even more amazing to come here and race at Lime Rock Park. So still a very important and active racetrack, not only now in the Champ Car Series, but also in multiple other racing series, as it has been over the years. And a lot of famous people, of course, have raced at Lime Rock Park. So I'm looking forward to coming back year after year here to Connecticut.
And it's cool, and I'm sure for a lot of the teams here in New England, it's got to be nice for them because usually we just did Thompson or one of the others. So now the fact that we're adding another race in the Northeast has got to be exciting for them as well.
Yeah, it's great to join in down here and put another track on the schedule. This time up in Connecticut. It's great.
Yeah. So Balthazar Motorworks continues to lead this race by 2 laps over Ramen Racing. Do we want to go through the classes, Paulie?
Yeah.
All right, let's hit that real quick. All right, so let's start with our A class. So Ramen Racing leads by 3 laps over Misco Motorsports, and then Masshole Motorsports is another lap behind Misco in 3rd in class. Rampage Motorsports in 4th, and Honor Rosmar is in 5th. As far as the B class, Rubin Performance Garage is having a really, really good day so far. They're leading by a healthy margin over Mostly Motorsports. Let's pop down to our C class. Balthazar Motorworks, we just talked about your overall leader and your C class leader. They're up by a lap on Open Throttle Racing Redbox. North by Northeast is 3rd in class. Action Raceworks in 4th, and TCR Motorworks rounds out your top 5 in C. Now let's take a look down to our D class. Rhinoceros Racing has a 4-lap lead over Team Z, and those are the only 2 D cars running today. MLC Racing appears to not be running today. I think they ended up winning yesterday. So that was a good day for them. And then let's take a look at our F-Class cars. MDR Motorsports continues to hold 4 laps over Falkensteiner in their 91 Honda Civic. And then let's take a look at our friends over on the EC side of the house. Let me do a refresh here.
Represent.
Yep, Martinelli Motorsports continues to lead. We were on board with them a little bit ago over Rapscallions by only 2 laps now. So Rapscallions Racing continues to close that margin in a little bit. MLC Racing is only a lap behind them in the 761 BMW. And then the sister Martinelli car seems like it's no longer, it doesn't, well, there we go. Now we got a last lap time. Maybe they just came off of pit road, but they are in 4th in EC right now, and that is your classes.
All right, thanks for that. Thanks for that, Kyle. Thank you, Project, for that comment. We'll submit that to the board of directors. Let's see what they have to say. Great ideas. Just keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming. Nice to hear it, James. You're having fun at Road America and watching the race. So from your iRacing comms there. Car 108 currently in, getting serviced. And I don't have them on my sheet, but I'm just going to guess it's one of the Rosmar cars because they have so many here this weekend. It's a good guess.
And Ramen Racing is just taking the lead.
Oh, hello. And they flopped. Yeah, they did. Balthazar's fallen down the standings. They might be in the pits. So let's take a look and see if Balthazar has come in.
They may be in the pits getting some fuel and getting some service. We'll have to see if they come
to their camera.
Yeah, I believe that's them at the end of the shot there. Yes, that is correct.
There we go.
So this is their second pit stop of the day.
So Balthazar in the pits. Something strange about this. I'm not quite understanding what's going on here. Maybe he just hopped in and still getting seated up. Yeah, that's what it looks like. It didn't feel like they'd been in the pits long enough, but I guess they had, because it would take the competitors a lap to come around and adjust the timing and scoring. So I guess that makes sense then. I'm catching up here, guys. I'm catching up. Eventually I'll get there. So that's going to hand the lead over to Ramen Racing for the time being.
And this is familiar territory. I mean, they're on the, well, we got 3 cars on the same lap now. We've got Open Throttle and Rubin Performance Garage.
Yeah, Rubin Performance has already done another pit stop, so they might be in a better position sequence-wise, the Rubin team.
If they can get closer to the 2-hour mark, I think they could potentially do this on one more stop. But it seems like teams are short pitting, but I wonder if all the green flag racing we're having, if teams are burning through fuel faster than anticipated.
Yeah, Drop Gear making comment. That's a rough timing to pit now, because they're going to have to pit twice now. Instead of, if they could have stretched it, another 25 minutes or so, they could have maybe banked a little bit of time that way and then made it.
And they're Balthazar's headed back out. But they must be burning through their fuel pretty quickly. Again, they're laying down some really good lap times, so you got to wonder if that's what's going on.
Yeah, they just not getting the fuel breaks here that I think so many of these teams had hoped they would get, because we're not seeing those cautions. So for a track that's kind of short and tight and rambunctious, we got a lot of green flag racing out here.
Yeah, it's tight, but we haven't seen a ton of contact. We've seen a lot of give and take with a lot of cars. So I'd say that's a big positive. As we see Balthazar and North by Northeast navigating through the corner.
So Balthazar returns to the racetrack, and the Rubin guys, Rubin Performance, they're in third place now, continuing to climb their way up through the field. 42 seconds separates first and second place. Then it's 13 seconds from second place to third with Rubin Performance Garage. 8 seconds separates Misco to North by Northeast. And just 4 seconds separates TCR from Action Raceworks, gunning for 6th place.
And through that transition of stops, they've gained a lap on the leaders, so now they're only 3 laps back, where TCR was 4 before, and they just continue to impress.
Yeah, they are on the hunt here for that Camaro.
I think I see the Camaro. It's about 5 cars up, so they're slowly catching them.
Let's see if they'll be able to catch them here in the next lap or two.
That was Coco and Brothers that he was trying to get by.
Action Raceworks at the end of the front straightaway here. And TCR trying to chase them down. Working his way through turn 3 and 4. Got some traffic up there. That may slow them down just enough. You can see TCR now beginning to catch the back of that traffic jam where Action Raceworks is being held up. And this would give them a chance to slip into 5th place after having won the race yesterday.
It's only 4.5 seconds now, and I think it's going to be even less. Because TCR got a heck of a run out of the uphill. Now the question is, can TCR navigate this traffic just as smoothly? He's going to get held up here a little bit.
Yep, Action Raceworks making their way to the end of the front straightaway. And they were 1 second faster on that last lap, TCR. And he's going to have to keep chipping away at that lead. Someone got into the dust there and kicked it up. And over there coming out of turn 2.
Big gaggle of cars, as you can see on the Paul Newman straight.
Action Raceworks coming back down the hill here.
But a good day for these guys, like we talked about. They just want to have a clean day, no mistakes.
And we're going full course caution here. I wonder how that's going to affect this situation. Full course caution has been called.
And now we are under a code 35.
Code 35, 111 looks like they might be involved. No, there was a contact apparently between 111 and 477, but no action was taken. But we are under caution here at Lime Rock Park. We're going to take another break and be back in a few. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them. Now how are you going to put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low. I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done?
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
zone, AutoZone.
Green Beret A.J. Jackson hit rock bottom. PTSD, depression, injuries stealing his edge. Then he's strapped into a race car. The adrenaline rush that once came from combat, it became therapy. No more dark days, just focus, trust, brotherhood, and the team that was missing. The follow-on mission delivers that same life-saving rush to combat veterans and first responders. Immersive race weeks, crew work, full throttle healing, no charge, all impact. Sponsor a driver. Nominate someone who needs this. Head to thefollowonmission.org today.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
In the zone, AutoZone.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. And we were watching the TCR team trying to chase down Action Raceworks.
It's getting close. They're only 1.9 seconds back now.
Still in pursuit. Action Raceworks still maintaining that distance now. So standings right now, we got Ramen Racing leading by 27 seconds over Open Throttle Racing in the number 159. Ruben Performance Garage there in third place. Then we've got Misco Motorsports in fourth. North by Northeast is in fifth. Then we've got Action Raceworks in sixth. TCR Motorworks in 7th, Masswell Motorsports in 8th, Balthazar Motorworks in 9th, and Rhinoceros Racing rounding out the top 10.
It's still pretty competitive, Paulie. Ramen Racing's only up by about a lap on Open Throttle, so, and a lap around here is not a lot of time.
Yep. No, it sets you back. I mean, oh, it's a whole lap. It's like, well, wait a minute. No, it's not that far.
It's a minute in the shade, really.
It's like half a lap at most tracks, yeah. Here's our Balthazar team.
Yeah, these guys fell down the order quite a bit. They're down to 9th position. They're about 3 laps off the race lead where they were.
You know, I was talking to my therapist, this was a couple of years ago, I guess, and he said something interesting that had never occurred to me before. I said, well, you know, I'm just, I got this and that going on. He said, well, talk to me about your hydration. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, how are you doing on your hydration? Like, I don't know. I don't pay attention to that. So surprisingly, like, your cognitive ability is also linked to how well hydrated you are too. So you can be having issues mentally and be affected by that just because you're not as well hydrated as you should be. And so being well hydrated not only affects you in the race car, your muscles, your cramping, and how well your body dissipates heat, but there's other things your body needs that water for too.
Yeah.
And it's your gray matter. So just interesting things passing along to everybody.
Well, and that's something that drivers on pit road who are getting ready to go in the cars later today need to keep in mind. They need to make sure that they're fully hydrated. They need to make sure that they are, you know, giving themselves time to rest. You know, have, like we said, have that banana for the potassium to prevent the cramping.
Yeah. Braking for and downshifting rev match nicely for turn 1. I saw one of the team members early this morning. He said, yeah, we're doing great. Car's great. We're just looking forward to another day of racing here at Lime Rock.
And they're putting on a performance. They're in 7th. They've had to come from the back. from that MOV from yesterday's victory, but they're not letting it stop them. They've fallen back a bit of Action Raceworks, but they're still continuing their charge toward the front.
Yeah, they're still getting after it. So that's good to see that for those guys. Rhinoceros Racing in their Ford Mustang out here this weekend.
10th in the overall, your D class. Oh, hang on to it, guys.
Whoops, leading that D class for the time being. The Rhinoceros team.
They started toward the front today, so they're about where they started, which is good. They've got a 4-lap lead on Team Z, which is not a big margin of error here at Lime Rock Park.
Yeah. Navigating that turn 7. Or am I wrong? Was that 4?
Nope, you were exactly right, Paulie. 7.
7 it was. Down the front straightaway. Here we go.
You can see him I like how smooth he is. Now, I noticed he was shallow through here last time. Let's see if he opens the wheel up a little more. Yeah, it didn't step out on him like it did last time through. But it is hot. It is getting warmer out here. It's not 90 degrees, but it's 79 degrees. It's supposed to get up to 80 in the next hour or so, and it's supposed to be 80 throughout about to the finish of the race. It'll taper off just a touch about 5 o'clock, maybe down to about 78, 79 degrees, but we're getting to the hottest part of the day. So, these tires have been on, we're almost halfway through this race. It's a lot for these cars and these teams, and like we found out, I had to catch it a little bit there.
Hang on there, son. Hang on to it.
Letting Masshole Motorsports make that pass on them right there. Big gaggle of cars. Now this is what Steve Sawicki was talking about, the traffic, and you're always busy and you're always moving, so you got to be cognizant of who and what's around you. As you noticed, they were getting by the F-Class Miata from MDR.
Oh, yeah.
Going by, I think that was Smug Motorsports in the 108 car.
3 wide here at Lime Rock.
Oh, that's risky. But he made it work.
Rhinoceros Racing passing on the outside, going into 6.
I think he really thinks he's got a tusk on the front of that car. He can just root people out of the way.
Give him the chrome horn. Except I don't think they have a chrome horn.
Chrome tusk. Chrome tusk.
There you go. Where's the Porsches at?
Let's see. Well, we got one running second.
We do?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Open throttle.
I didn't see the logo of that.
Yep. Open throttle, and their green, the 159 car, the green Boxster's running second. A little bit farther back. We got Bruno in 18th for open throttle, and then Schumacher Taxi Service is 22nd.
We got a lot of Nissans in the top 16. I think we got three or four. There's 3.
We got the Z Soggy Bottom Boys. We got Zigzag, and then we got the 300ZX in 16th. So yeah, Paul.
That Mercedes C-Class out here with us this weekend. It's always fun to see a unique car racing with us.
And that was the young man, the team the young man finished with yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Ran his first ever Champ Car race, did his first stint, and this is a tough place to do it at, folks.
Yeah, he came out here. This was his first race ever, and completed almost exactly 2 hours of racing. Andrew Zapsky, welcome to the family, young man. Check in with TCR and see how they're navigating traffic.
Still running 7th right now.
See, if you're getting ready to start a team, you're thinking about starting a team, I mean, these are the kinds of teams you want to get to know and get to buddy up with. And you can learn so much and shortcut so many mistakes and wrong maneuvers. So these are great teams to get to know. And Dan's a great guy. He's somebody we want to talk to you. So those are the kinds of friendships you want to build. They're going to head down the hill and pick it up from there.
Back on board with Action Raceworks. These guys are having a good day. I mean, 6th right now, sitting on the bottom step of the podium for C-Class is a great, great day.
Yeah, they just turned in a 104 to TCR's 108. And so TCR back down to 9.5 seconds that gap. So Raceworks holding them off.
Oh, you heard that little bit of wheel spin as he came up to the top of the hill.
Yep. Get just a little bit of it.
Trying to chase down some traffic in front here. Looks like he's going to try to dispense to the BMW. I think that's Haywood. Yeah, got that.
And we went to the brakes really early there. And, of course, they slipped through.
Well, Paulie, I think he's got to, because that Camaro is heavy, and you know that. Got to get those heavy cars stopped and turned around here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're coming down there with a lot of speed, and you do have to knock a lot of that speed off, and you got to do what you got to do.
How challenging is that, Paulie, when you're in a heavier car like that, to back your corner up and really get on the brakes and just be dedicated to a line rather than having to be able to outbrake people?
Yeah, I think you have to just understand what the strengths of your car is, and you need to capitalize on that, minimize your weaknesses as much as you can, but you do have to admit it. You know, this is where it is. If I push the brakes too hard, I could run into issue with overheating the brakes. They're going to start fading, and it's not going to help me. I could even boil the brake fluid and cause that brake pedal to get long. So I got to just drive the car at its strengths and really capitalize on that. But in these weaknesses, I'm just going to have to concede the corner. Now, in this case, you know, he was able to kind of muscle his way in there. You know, it's a physics thing, right? I mean, the car weighs probably 3,000 pounds or something.
It's a heavy car.
You know, this is just the way it is. And unless you want to go crazy with retrofitting brakes, and if you got a lot of money you can throw at it, maybe you can improve the braking performance quite a bit. Our technology of the brakes has come a long way, for sure, in the last 15, 20 years. So, I'm not sure what exactly they're running with, but you know, they know this car really well. They know how hard they can push. It's an endurance race, and they know they need to keep the brakes underneath it for the next guy.
Yep. It's that balance, and just part of endurance racing. You have to learn that racecraft.
Yeah.
Because you'll notice here, as he comes down the front straightaway, he's got a bunch of speed. Right as he gets by the line, he's braking about the 700.
Yeah. Yeah, well before the 5 panel, he's into the brakes before he even gets to the 6 panel. This is so he's getting in earlier than most anybody else out there. So he's got a higher power car maybe, and so he's just got to capitalize on that when he gets to the straights. So being held up here isn't good if he wants to be on the throttle all the way, which he probably doesn't yet.
Well, we saw him get on the throttle earlier today and a little bit yesterday, and he would do it, and then he had to back out or the car would start dancing. So
yeah, which really hurts you.
Right. And
that's been better off waiting. Yeah. So he just really needs to enjoy that front straightaway. He needs a good run out of 7 here. Looks like he's going to get it. He's by himself. So that way he can just maximize this exit and get all the way into it once he gets the wheel straightened out. So that's Action Raceworks. And they are now 8 seconds behind Misco. TCR has closed up the gap to just 6 seconds now. So TCR beginning to take some chunks out of it. So it's kind of a back and forth situation here. 8 seconds behind Misco is Action Raceworks, and Misco is only almost 3 seconds behind North by Northeast. Still a lot of close competition out there. Balthasar about 2 seconds behind Masshole, who's up in 8th place.
And Rahman is not running away with it like we saw TCR running away with it yesterday. It's very, very much still in contention that this could go to a couple different people.
And Cole Morgan Racing wondering if a bunch of teams pitted under caution at 10:30 a.m. and that got them stuck on a 4-stop. Yeah. They're expecting more cautions, right? And they're like, well, maybe I'll make this my pit window. Maybe this is better off this way now than missing out on a caution later, and now they're on the back foot.
Right.
Did that happen to some of these teams?
Makes you wonder.
It's as though those cautions come and they're just like candy, you know. Well, we finally got a caution, and we better take advantage of it because we don't want our competitors to take advantage of it and they get the edge on us. But maybe that's actually hurt them.
Oh, saw Miata pop underneath Balthazar right there. Not sure, camera froze up on us.
Yeah, looks like the top camera is still running for their rear view as they head under the bridge there. They might be a little bit out of sync.
I think they're very much out of sync.
Check in with Soggy Bottom Boys and see how their drive is going right now. Soggy Bottom Boys in the 2004 Nissan 350Z.
They are 13th in the overall right now, and they are 6th in C-Class. So not a bad day for these guys.
Yeah, it's a black Nissan Z. They're working lap 182. The leader's working lap 192. Best lap for Ramen Racing. Your leader is a 101.5.
That is hauling the mail around here.
Yeah, Sent from the Gourds managed a 101.8. Those are the impressive lap times. A 101.7 for Rosmar Racing in a Miata. So these Miatas are getting it done out here, man. Getting it done. Ruben Performance.
Still having another strong day for these guys. They're running third right now. They're only about 13 seconds off open throttle, but realistically they're only a lap off the lead. So they have to keep pushing this thing as hard as they can, as we're just about to the halfway point in this race, Paulie.
And a special thanks out to Jason Siebert for providing us with this timing and scoring pylon from Panda Planner. Coming up to the top of the hour, it's going to leave us at the halfway point, Kyle.
Yep.
And so now what are these teams going to be looking at doing for the next 4 hours? Because as someone's already mentioned, if they're on the back foot on their pit stops, that's going to be a problem. But if they've managed their pit stops correctly, well, they could be in great shape for this race.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they play the strategy. I think it's really going to depend on how far they can go on their fuel. If they can get to an hour and a half or 3.5 hours to go, make a pit stop, and then stretch it as much as they can, I think they'll be in good shape. But Action Race Works is in the pits right now.
Oh, yeah.
So, I don't know. I think there may be some extra pit stops for some of these teams today. It just might be me, but...
Yep, it's starting to feel that way. So with that, we'll take a quick commercial break and come back and see, will we have more cautions today? So far, these teams are getting caught out. They're having to pit under green. We're at Lime Rock Park this weekend. The New England Enduro at Lime Rock. Champ Car makes its return. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to be like pulling teeth. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's Tire Decision Guide made it easy to drill down to the right tires for me. What? Oh, I got a great deal. My tires shipped fast and free and arrived the next day. I even got 2 years of free road hazard protection.
Where?
You're darn right, wow. Next time your tires get long in the tooth, visit TireRack.com.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance, with a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrived the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, down in the pits with the less is more cam. Cars being serviced.
Ramen Racing. Under
green flag conditions. You can see they've got their fire bottle guys standing by, fuel going over the wall, one jug at a time as per the rules. These are fast-filling jugs, Kyle, but the way the rules are structured here in Champ Car, you're a minimum of 5 minutes in the pits as soon as you take off that gas cap. And so, and there's plenty of time to get cars fueled and get the driver changed inside of 5 minutes. You'd be surprised. You got a lot of extra time on your hands. So
yeah,
we're not in a huge hurry to get fuel in the car, but once that fuel is done, then the drip pan goes back over the wall with the empty fuel jug. Then other work can begin on the car, such as
TCR.
tire pressures. There's TCR. They too had to make that pit stop here. So that means that next driver is going to have about a 2-hour stint, and then they'll have to stop for another pit stop and driver change. There's that driver going over the wall. So minimum of 5 minutes in the pits there. Tom Beers getting some pictures for us with his handiwork, always giving us good photographs.
He does a great job. If you're looking for a good photographer for your weekend, Tom is your guy.
Yeah, he does a great job. Talking to the driver there, these guys just haven't put a foot wrong all weekend, Kyle. They got the headsets, the high dollar communication system there that so many teams use to communicate with their driver around the racetrack, back and forth. That's really helpful during these endurance races to be able to talk strategy and what the car may or may not be doing properly. And less with the thumbs up. There's different ways of approaching strategy, Kyle. I don't know if you have some thoughts on that. Maybe having one person assigned to it, how they're going to call strategy. And I know for myself, I'm not really gifted as a strategist. I think that other people seem to do a little bit better job of it than I do. So, yeah, I mean, some teams, I think, they sort of just take it as it comes. Like, we got a caution, let's take advantage of the yellow.
Yeah, I think it really depends on your fuel mileage. It really depends on your fuel mileage, too, as far as how far you can and can't go is part of it. And then I think a lot of it also depends on the pace of your drivers, because if you've got drivers that are a touch slower that are a little bit better at fuel saving and can do that, that's going to affect your fuel mileage as well. But yes, I agree that sometimes coming in for your when you get a code 35 is always a good thing, because it's always easier to stop under there. But if they fall off of the sequence, do you really want to do that?
Right. And that's something that the team has to decide. I think it's good to have one person calling the shots, if you can trust that individual to make those decisions. Usually it's the team owner, but not always. Sometimes the team owner has someone assigned to handling the logistics of who's going to handle the fire bottle, who's going to do all these other things.
And it changes, too. The strategy changes as the race goes on. You could say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that.
Yeah, because some of them are just racing their own race. They say, look, we're not going to worry about what anybody else is doing. We're just going to drive our own race. And then you've got other teams like, no, actually, we need to consider where our closest competitors are at and what they're doing. And then we're going to react in concert to what they're doing so that we have the best chance of overtaking or not being overtaken by them.
Yeah.
There's a lot that goes into this whole thing to really do it properly.
It's a balancing act, and you got to really have somebody that understands the strategy, can calculate the mileage, but also it comes down to knowing your mileage, and sometimes you don't know that for it throughout the weekend. And it also depends on what you're at. You got to look at your average lap time. You got to look at the pace of your driver, how many code 35s come into effect. So it really depends on it. And some teams take it more seriously than others. And so, but with that Ramen Racing coming in, that elevates Misco Motorsports to the race lead. So good run today for the 770 car. Balthazar is in second. Ramen Racing right now in third. most likely to fall down the order a little more after the pit stop. Open throttle red box in 4th, and Ruben Performance rounds out your top 5. And Rhinoceros Racing, not sure if they've come in yet, but they are up into the 6th position.
Timothy Elliott raising an eyebrow to what we saw, the wiping of the hood emblem during the pit stop. Is that legal? We'll get our team looking into this immediately. It might have been a blatant violation of the rules. A look at the pit lane there from the Less is More cam. I told you we'd bring you all the racing action. Haywood Racing here with their easy up. I'll bet they don't use their turn signals either.
Oh, jeez.
Timothy, enough with the conspiracy theory.
We'd have to throw that back at you, Timothy, when it comes to Turtle.
Boo! Got the tires a little bit off the edge there, going through 6. Hanging on to it.
You can really see the car just twist up and then straighten out as you come through there. There's a lot of load that gets put on the left side of the cars here at Lime Rock Park.
Yep, camper going across the bridge there. We're catching all the action. Oh, got that BMW twisty there. Here comes the Honda. As they head up the hill. Yeah, that's steep. That's a super steep hill. Bill and I were talking about it. The camera's pointed uphill, so it doesn't look as uphilly as it is. But when you're standing down there, you just look up, and there's the crest.
Right. Looks like we had maybe another car put a tire or 2 off.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the Z or the Camaro there, but Action Raceworks is back on the racetrack now.
You also got to wonder if maybe they got offline a little bit and didn't necessarily get out, because I noticed a couple cars when they've gotten offline that it just throws a little bit of dust up, like it's just residue from being on the racetrack a little bit.
I gotcha. Enjoying some food down there in the pits, in the hot pits with the hot food.
Yeah.
The salsa. Yeah, man. We got some really good track food here. I was talking to Sue Wertner. She said they used to have this kind of a culture food here. And then they switched and they went back to more of a traditional track food here at Lime Rock Park at the concession, and it's real good. And they're always open. It's the paddock's pretty small. I mean, it's not as big of a facility as what we're used to going to. So
it looks bigger on television, to be honest with you, when you see it.
So you can scoot through the paddock and go to the other side, get your food, and come back and into the tower. It's not that far away. So now that Action Raceworks is back out on the racetrack, let's see where TCR shows up way ahead of them in 7th. So Action Raceworks fell well behind on that pit stop. You know, they both stopped pretty much at the same time. So now Rhinoceros Racing is ahead of TCR, and that's the next victim that they're chasing in the Mustang. Shown back about a lap from Rhinoceros. Open throttle is right on top of Rubin Performance Garage. But I think their camera is offline. Let's see if I can bring something back online here for Rubin Performance Garage.
So Rhinoceros Racing still having a pretty good day, running 6th right now in the overall and leading the D class. So very much a good run for this team today.
Yeah, looks like their camera's offline, unfortunately. There's TCR making hay. All right, well, thanks, Timothy. Appreciate having you back in the chat with us and joining us for another Champ Car race. Yeah, you had said something about depends, fuel strategy. Pit stop strategy has a lot to do with the amount of fuel your car uses. And I know Troy Trulio, the gas tank in an MR2 is about the size of a thimble. So every yellow, I mean, you pit like your prostate's swollen. You got to go to the bathroom all the time. It's like that. I mean, he is constantly coming in the pits at every opportunity because, well, they need to.
Yeah.
And you try to overcome that with performance on the racetrack. So different teams are going to handle it different ways. And that was something that Robin Bank is so good at, is keeping all of the stuff in his head about all the calculations of how things could play out. It's like a chess match, isn't it? It's like you got all these chess pieces on the board in place, and you're trying to predict 5-6 moves ahead of where this game is going to go so that you make your best call about what you're going to want to do. And I know, like racing with Robin, sometimes that meant we're going to change things up on the driver lineup. We're in this situation where we could win the race. We're going to change. We're going to take this driver. We're going to put him in at the anchor. We're going to change some things up, and because we want to win this race. So for some of these teams, it's a no holds barred. As we go by that, the MDR Porsche that was wrecked yesterday, back out here again today. Now they had some repair work that they had to do on that car, but they managed to get the car back out on track. And much congrats to them for being able to do that.
So we're still on board with Balthazar with Bill behind the wheel.
Yep. Balthazar looking good. They led the race for quite a while there. Now they're in second place behind Misco Motorsports. Back about a lap.
I think that's Misco right there. He's trying to unlap himself, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, Misco in a yellow 94 Mazda Miata, car 770. As they are on the hunt here. We'll come back and check on them as their camera's not in the best of moods right now. And the Schumacher Taxi camera went down, so we're not able to really follow along with them so much anymore. They're scored in 20th place right now in their Burgundy Boxster.
So back on board with Rhinoceros Racing.
Yeah, Rhinoceros Racing in their Mustang.
Yep, they are 6th in the overall and still leading D-Class by a pretty healthy margin. So
Open Throttle Racing ahead of them, just 5 seconds behind Rubin Performance in their Miata. turning almost identical lap times on that last lap. These 104s. Both the Misko and Balthazar just turned in 108s each, separated by about a lap right now.
I really think the pace is slowing down a little bit, Paulie, just because the ambient's gone up, and I think teams are just taking it easy. They might be trying to stretch the fuel a little bit, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they've certainly backed it off about 5 seconds at least, certainly for the front runners. Find themselves slowing up a little bit.
Oh, Rhinoceros had a big catch and release right there. Paulie, we have another guest in our booth with us, Miss Marlene Van Sickle. How are you? Welcome to ChampCar.Live.
Presented
by AutoZone.
Nice to see you. Nice to meet you, Paulie.
Nice to meet you.
How's so you got to do a little driving this weekend?
I did. Got to drive first stint yesterday and had an absolute ball. This bucket list track for me, so and probably for a lot of other people.
Okay. So how did your racing career get started? Now, Van Sickle, we know the last name from some Champ Car members and teams that run with us. We'll get into that in a minute. But how did your driving get started?
I bought a 350Z back in 2014, and I didn't know anything about the car. And I joined the Austin Z Club, and they said, "Hey, we're going to have a track day." And I go, "Oh, what's that?" Showed up and had a ball, and that was...
You were hooked from there?
I was hooked. I was really hooked.
Nice. So that was your first race car that you had, was a Z?
It was my street car.
Okay.
And funny thing, my husband said to me, maybe we should buy you a track car. And wouldn't you know it, the very next weekend I took it to the track and I slid it off the track and screwed up all the suspension parts. And he said, "Guess you gotta buy that track car." So I bought a Miata that was spec'd for the Harris Hill Challenge that we run at Harris Hill Raceway.
Okay, because you're based out of Texas, right?
Yes,
okay.
Austin, Texas.
Okay. Because Harris Hill is your home track?
Harris Hill is the home track. I spent lots of time and a lot of laps there.
Yeah. Now, for those that are wondering, Van Sickle, we've talked before, you are Patricia's mom, correct?
I sure am,
You are, okay. And then Pat Billings' mother-in-law.
Yep.
So from Race Right, our friends at Race Right that always would come out and run with us. So.
And they were supposed to be here this weekend, but one of their drivers had a conflict he couldn't get out of, so...
So what's the next race for Race Right that we'll see them at Harris Hill in September?
Race Right will be at Mid-Ohio.
Okay.
So with the Silver Bullet car, I will be on Grammy duty babysitting their daughter. So
how old is she?
She turned 4 years old in June. So
okay.
All right.
They just don't like to take her to the travel races because it's a lot. She's 4 years old. She wants to do things. And Patricia is pretty key to their team. She does a lot of their radio comms and a lot of other stuff. And of course, Patrick as well. So they're busy all weekend.
And it's hard. And, at that point, you don't want to feel like you're, taking away time from your child, too, and all that.
Exactly.
So and that's good. You get to,
I get to spend Grammy time with her.
I was going to say, you get Grammy duty, so that's kind of a win.
It's fun. It's fun. And we sit there and we watch ChampCar.Live if you all were there.
Well, we'll be at Mid-Ohio, so you'll have to turn it on and keep an eye on it.
That's
awesome. So you were driving for Mike Coleman this weekend, one of our board members, and Start Racing.
Right.
You said you ended up having a blast, but what ended up happening? Because you guys did not have the weekend, I think, that you were planning on.
We didn't. Yesterday I drove, and then Mike got in the car, and he drove his full stint, but the last couple laps he felt like the car was losing some power.
Mm-hmm.
We put the next driver in, and he said, yeah, it was definitely down on power, so they replaced the cam position sensor, the mass air filter sensor, a couple other things. Just couldn't seem to figure out exactly.
Couldn't find the gremlin.
Couldn't find it, yeah. So now he's thinking maybe it was one of the injectors. So.
Okay. Well, but I mean, at least the good thing is better be safe than sorry to get out there and then have something happen.
Oh yeah, for sure. So my next race is going to be the Harris Hill race.
You going to drive there?
Yeah, we'll be racing my Datsun Lady car.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that. We've actually, in that car, in the Texas region, we've won 4 first places in F class.
Oh.
So we're like gunning for the rest of them. So
Okay.
we're signed up for that race. We're signed up for COTA.
Nice. So, because Harris Hill, you guys are based out of the track. You're the family location for the team is based right there at Harris Hill. Correct?
Exactly. They've got actually 2 shops right at the track. One is right next to the clubhouse.
Okay.
And then we have Turn 10 Garage, and he's got a dyno, a really nice alignment machine, tire machine. So those kind of things get taken care of down at Turn 10. Everything else gets taken care of up in the clubhouse garage.
Okay. Now, what is your role during the weekend? I mean, or during the week with the team? Like, what do you help them with?
So by profession, I'm a CPA, so I help with the bookkeeping, accounting stuff. Patricia actually works for me as well. So, and then, you know, how do we support racing? I do CPA work. So,
right.
But we have a lot of clients in the industry, so we do take care of the books for Harris Hill, and then we've got a couple clients in the performance parts. And then just some drivers as well. Okay.
Take care of their personal finances and everything as well.
Personal finances, tax stuff, that kind of thing.
Okay. So you're kind of a jack of all trades with the financial stuff, and just kind of, but it's good to probably have that though.
It definitely is. You know, we have clients in other industries as well, but if I can pick up another race-related client, I'm always glad to do that.
That never hurts, I'm sure. So you said your next race will be there at Harris Hill. So what is where will we see the team as far as outside of Mid-Ohio and Harris Hill? What's the next race for Race Right?
For Race Right should be also at Ozarks.
Okay.
And then they are scheduled for the championship race at VIR.
Okay, good to know.
I don't remember if they're going to be in any other races, and then we are the Race Right Silver Bullet and Datsun Lady are registered for COTA.
Nice. Okay. So you'll have your car at COTA as well.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
So, it'll be fun. I have not had the car there before. It's sometimes hard to get into an event over there, so.
Yeah, I heard they're going to. Ooh, sorry. I just heard that zinging volley we heard from Rossmar yesterday. Grabbed third gear pretty high there. Sorry about that, Marley.
No worries.
It's just as a driver, it's just like, I didn't like that sound. So okay. So what's your plan for 27 potentially? I mean, obviously we know this year, but what are we looking at for next year?
Oh boy, you know, I was like, I think I'll stick to the Texas races, but then now after I've been up here, I'm like, I want to bring my car up here.
Yeah.
So the problem is, of course, you know, it's expensive to bring a car up. If I can throw the car in the trailer with the other Race Right car, then that's a possibility. And now I'm like, oh, well, what other races can I ride it in?
Catching the bug again.
So, yeah. So, you know, it's one of those things. And because we race almost every month at Harris Hill, at least I get that. But it's in a different car. It's in a Miata. I really love driving my Champ car, so.
Okay. Well, we don't want to take up too much of your time, and we want to let you get back down there with the team and everything. Now, are they done for the weekend?
We're done for the weekend.
Done for the weekend.
The car's put up. They're ready to head home, and I'm going to drive back to Hartford this afternoon and get on a plane early tomorrow morning.
Yep, that'll be me as well. I'll fly home first thing in the morning after we get done today. So, well, I wish you the best. Have a safe flight, and we will see you. No problem. Thank you for coming up and being part of ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. We appreciate it, and thank you for always tuning in and for everything you guys do for the series.
Absolutely.
We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Marlene Van Sickle from Race Right, and we will see them once again in Mid-Ohio in about a month.
Texas. All right, so with that, we'll take a quick commercial break and be back in a few minutes, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Misco Motorsports leads the race. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to make me want to blow a gasket. That was before I went to TireRack.com.
Tire Rack made it easy to find great tires at a great price. 2 years of free road hazard protection. Sealed the deal.
Tire Rack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. Check this out. A technician brought my new tires right to the house. He's installing them now. All set. Thanks. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands he points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you're welcome, Jim. Appreciate you signing in. And we know, we had Fred Wolf. Mr. Fred Wolf was in here early this morning, as he usually is. The track manager out at Nelson Ledges. And he's the only track manager that routinely joined us on the show, which is really cool. I wouldn't expect that, would you?
Nah, not really. But it
Fred.
shows his dedication to Champ Car and how much he appreciates us.
I think that, and I think he just loves the sport, too. He's just one of those genuine guys. And he looks like Doc Waldrop. I mean, what's not to love about the guy? He's got the mustache, the whole thing.
Spitting image of Doc, you're saying?
But yeah, we're back here at Lime Rock Park. We've got Misco Motorsports leading the race. Balthasar Motorworks in second. Ruben Performance in third. Ramen Racing there in fourth place. And then we've got Open Throttle, the red box 99 Boxster. It's green though. And then we have Rhinoceros Racing in sixth. TCR Motorworks in seventh. North by Northeast Racing in eighth. Rodney Earwood racing with them this weekend. And then we've got the Honor Rosmar Racing car in ninth. And Action Raceworks in 10th. Soggy Bottom Boys there in 12th place. And we'll try and sneak in on their camera, check them out as they're going around the racetrack today. And that Z car, the 350Z. It was the return of the Z after the Z was canceled. Like they said, we're not going to make any more Zs. And then, I guess we'll come out with a 350.
Yeah.
And it's that play that so many manufacturers did. They did with the Camaro, we're going to cancel it. Nobody's buying them anymore. We're going to get rid of it. Or Rhinoceros Racing. And then next thing you know, they come out with it again. Everybody gets excited and buys a bunch of them. I guess the marketing works. The marketing works. So Rhinoceros Racing there. TCR right on their heels, but I think Rhinoceros is up a lap on them. They're still trying to get over their MOVs. So even if they manage to pass the Mustang, they still got to get back around yet. Oh, a little bit of sideways from the Mustang there as they crest that hill. The car gets light, frees up the car a little bit, and down the hill we're going to lose a little bit of them. We'll try and go to the other end car here. Let's see how TCR does on the front straightaway against the Mustang team. Nope. Not today, Zerg.
Whoa. You might get him here. He's having to chase that car a little bit.
Yep, coming down into one. It happens, doesn't it, Kyle? Sometimes a driver gets a little nervous. I think he pushed a little too hard in there. Yeah, he was there. He had to grab it. He's right on the edge, isn't he? He did make the apex, though. So, did the Mustang. So, good job. But he's definitely getting everything out of it he can. She's squirming and wiggling through the corners. Hang on to it, son. Hang on to it.
There we go.
TCR's got him set up.
Opening.
Is this going to be it?
Yes, it is. Got him.
Sunk it. Down into 5, 6. Here we go. Heading up to 6. The car gets a little bit light. It looks like he got the pass done on the Rhinoceros team.
Last lap, they were pretty even on the watch. They were only separated by 0.2 of a second in lap time. The Rhinoceros was a 105.6 to a 105. Well, now that time a 104.5 to a 106. Yeah, so that should hopefully put TCR back on the same lap as Rhinoceros there, but they still got. I think they still got to get up there and unlap themselves. So, as you can see, TCR just taking their time. Nicely done working the traffic. Want to give a call, though, to Open Throttle. These guys have had a really good day. Yesterday did not go as well as they wanted, but it looks like whatever changes they made on the car, today has been an absolute flawless day for them. Been in the top 5. They've really put on a good show. They've had a great run. Also want to give a call to Misco Motorsports, your race leader. I mean, we've seen some teams lead today that we haven't seen up front in a long time, or if at all. So
yeah,
it's been interesting to see, and it's only separated by about a lap or so, a couple laps. So it's not over yet. The best last lap for Balthazar was a 103.5. It's probably about a lap and a half, I'd say.
Let's do a class rundown, Kyle, when you get a minute there.
Alrighty, we can do that.
Stuff.
We can absolutely do that. All right, so A-Class right now. Misco Motorsports and their 1994 Mazda Miata Yellow is leading the overall race and leading the A-Class over Ramen Racing. And then Masshole Motorsports is in third. Honor Rosmar Racing is in fourth. And Coco and Bros, it rounds out your top 5. That's the car that our buddy Steve is running in. And they're having a pretty good day so far. They're 14th in the overall, so not a bad day. Let's take a look at B-Class. Ruben Performance Garage. We can pretty much say, Paulie, I know we still got a long way to go. I would say Ruben's probably going to lock up the B-Class victory today.
Okay.
The lap count is just substantial. All right, C-Class. Balthazar Motorsports, your second place in the overall, leads over Open Throttle Racing Redbox, TCR Motorworks, North by Northeast Racing, and Action Raceworks. And then for the D-Class, Rhinoceros Racing has a pretty healthy margin over Team Z by about 13 laps. And let's roll down to F-Class. Falkensteiner has taken the lead in F-Class. Unfortunately, MDR's kind of had some problems, it looks like.
Yeah.
But Falkensteiner's in the pits right now, but they are leading by 4 laps over MDR Motorsports. And then let's take a look at our friends on the EC side. Martinelli Motorsports leads by 5 laps over MLC Racing. The sister Martinelli car is in third, and the Rapscallions round out your EC field.
Okay. Well, thanks, Kyle. Appreciate that. Your relief pitcher is in here, so Kyle's going to step away for a little bit. We're going to get the one, the only, Les Epps in here. Spend some time with us on the show up in the booth. There you go.
Hey, folks. How's it going?
Hey, Les. And I have been itching to talk to you again. We talked a little bit yesterday, and you've spent some time here racing at the track. And I just want to kind of get your feel for it again. If you can just kind of talk us through the lap here, maybe as we get ready to start a new lap here with Rhinoceros. It doesn't take long to wait for that to happen, right?
Right. I mean, and the old joke is, you floor it, and you floor it some more, and then you keep flooring it, right? But seriously, this track is wide open. I mean, and that's why we've been seeing so many people trying to not risk with their fuel strategies, because you use a lot of fuel, use a lot of tire, and it's just, so coming down into turn 1, it's a big bend there. He thought better of it than let that Miata go around him on the inside there. So you get back on the power right there about mid-apex, and you try and use all the track. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that, but you get almost dip a tire in there. Here's the only left-hand turn on the track here. So get that done, and you really want to stay close to the left side there, and then you're off the power, just a quick breath, and then back on the power, tightens up. It gets real scary, like you were saying. Those trees get real close to you. But then you're going up the hill here, and a lot of people compare this to the S's at VIR, and I can tell you the S's at VIR are a lot more narrower, if you will. But this, you're just wide open, right up into here, into the downhill. So a little breath there, and then right back on the power. And everyone's like, oh, you just kind of coast down the hill or you brake. Nope, you're flat. You're power, power, power. Lift. Do your turn in? Looks like he's signaling he's going to come into the pits.
Oh, yeah.
But right there, I mean, from then on, you'll still just be flat on the power. So,
wow.
Yeah, it's just wide open, and it's such a great track.
So you're not even braking going into 7?
No, going down the hill.
Down the hill.
Yep, you do a little lift, do a little lift and turn, and then you kind of stay into it. Yep.
Sweet.
I mean, I think, unfortunately, that's what the Porsche was trying to do yesterday, too.
Oh.
Kind of maybe overcorrected it there, but coming back around, and, looks like we had a car off there. Almost looks like Action Works there.
Yeah, where were we here? Let's see. We go back to that part of the racetrack. So not seeing anything there.
Well, maybe they got restarted.
Yeah, there was definitely something going on over there.
Oh, yeah, looks like he's back on, so.
Okay.
Yeah. No, but that's the best part about this track is even if you screw up on one corner, not super bad, if you screw up on one corner, you just wait about a minute and you get a chance to do it again. You just kind of, I kind of messed up on that one, but we'll do it again. 60 seconds later, do it again. Such a great track.
So what car did you drive out here?
I was driving a Celica as a 2001 Celica with the I think it had the 2ZZ swap at that time. So yeah, we were, flat all the time, front wheel drive, and this track will eat some wheel bearings. I will say that. But the trick is to stay off the curbing. It doesn't net you that much more pace. But
yeah.
If you need to actually, get down and make some passes, sometimes you got to use a little bit of curbing.
Do you think the curbing is what's eating up the wheel bearings, or?
Oh, for sure.
Hits?
They look real. They look kind of benign, maybe, but it's some action curbing out there for sure. It actually has the gators almost like when the NASCAR ones at Road America, they kind of gradually get worse. So. Yeah, it's one of those things like, ooh, you're like, bzzz, it gets a lot louder the harder you go off. And
like Road America,
Yep.
Knock a filling out.
Yeah, if you see even in Action Works there, he's not even touching the brake coming down the hill there. Just a quick lift and then back on the power. And that's a 99 Camaro, so, kind of a heavier vehicle for our field, into the brakes here. He's not, no downshift there, so it's downshift. And then right back on the power.
Kyle and I noticed he was braking kind of early compared to their other competitors.
Right.
Because that heavier car. What do you have a favorite corner or favorite part of the track?
No, actually I don't. I mean, I guess it feels every turn's so good, right? Every turn's a passing opportunity.
So scale of 1 to 10, where's this track rate on your faves?
I'm gonna say probably number 6 or so. Because as you guys know, I love some Road Atlanta. That is that's my baby. I love it. It's the perfect amount of danger. I always describe it as. But yeah, even coming down into here, so he's still flat, Oh, he actually brakes a little bit. That's all right. But right back into the power. Oh, hold on. Well, Paulie, I'll be right back. I gotta go grab my helmet. I gotta go show him a thing or two. Hold on. No, these guys are good though.
Take them to school. Nice sunshiny day. How about this weather? You said you were talking to one of the guys. You were still drying out from WGI. That was brutal.
It was for sure. Yeah, the cameras got wet, and so anyone that I got an interview with, and maybe your interview didn't come through clearly, or you see me constantly wiping the lens. Sorry about that. Inclement weather. But no, this track is just this area right now. It's so pretty, right? And, we're from the Midwest where we got that the smog going on right now. So at least here we can take a deep breath and throat doesn't tickle or anything.
I know. You and me both are just loving this little bit of respite from the pollution.
Oh yeah,
that's in the air up there in the Midwest. You've talked to a lot of teams. I know you talked to Rodney Earwood. He said, let's take AMP and swap it out for this one. You're hearing a lot of positives down there in the pits about this track. For sure.
I think to powers that be, I think you guys are going to be getting a lot of emails and maybe messages and everything else about how awesome this track is from people this weekend.
And Steve Sawatsky was up here. He said it's very busy. Mm-hmm. There's no resting. You're busy all the time. There's a lot of action. So that's kind of the general feel of what you're hearing down there?
For sure, yeah. And even with it being such a smaller track, people were saying like, well, don't know if I have that many passing opportunities or something might happen or those things. We really haven't had that many yellows or code 35s. It's been pretty much green flag racing. So,
yeah, which would surprise me. You would think that would equal a lot of stops because you've got the closer, tighter racing, but it doesn't really work out that way.
Right, and I believe we were almost sold out this weekend for the entry list too. We were maybe about 5 or 6 cars away from the maximum on the entry list.
Yeah, it's a familiar theme, isn't it? Yeah. This year, we're sold out again. Man.
Seems like ChampCar.Live is really attracting more people. I don't know.
That must be it. That's the only thing we've changed is we brought you on.
Right.
And Kyle, so I don't know.
I'm no Scientologist, but
if it looks like a banana, it smells like a banana, it's probably a banana.
It's the less is more cam. He's wearing yellow.
Yeah. I like that line, though. I really want to steal that. I'm not a Scientologist, but...
Oh, man.
That's fantastic.
Man. TCR's been running really good here. I got to talk to those guys, and as always, they're great sports, whether they're on the, leading the field or in the back, swapping the motor or, we're going streaking at Autobahn. Yeah.
Go for it, guys.
Right. Oh, man. But no, definitely those guys have been running really good, and all the competitors have been just so happy and smiley, and a lot of people have been saying that they're from this area or maybe they're an hour away or 2 hours away from here, and they've never gotten to drive here. So it's been fulfilling for me to say, like, oh, I get to capture those moments for those people. They get to really be excited, like, oh, this has been a bucket list track, and now we guys are here and we can do this. I'm like, exactly.
Yeah, did you hear that? We've got a new driver here. It's his first drive ever.
Oh,
did you hear me talk about that?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So that was pretty cool. I had a proud papa came into the booth.
Nice.
Yesterday, say, hey, do you give shout outs to people? It's like
we surely do.
We're often shouting at people. Who would you like us to shout out? Shout at. So yeah, we can do that.
Heck yeah. Looks like Soggy Bottom's in the pits here.
Yep. They brought their Nissan in.
Mm-hmm. Great group of guys. I believe they're out of the Atlanta area. I think they're from the south, but yeah, they made the trek up, and everyone says it's a long drive or a long flight or a long haul, but it has been so worth it. So.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, looks like we got Sim from the Gorge going back out, too.
Hey.
Nice.
Check that out. We got the old girl fixed.
Yep. Those guys have so much determination. They were just, we're going to make it work. And the Canadians.
Yeah, let's see if we can trundling down pit road. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that Porsche MDR? The guys rolled the car out here on the front straightaway and we're back out there driving it today.
Yeah, I mean, and
I'm stunned. Like, I mean, I saw it. It's like, that car?
Right.
Dude, you took some hits.
Yeah.
I mean, not really bad, but still.
And they put in the leg work and the arm, and they put it in all last night and got it going. And I was like, when I saw it hit pit lane this morning, I'm like, no way. Like, I want to pinch yourself because you're like, no way. Like, okay, maybe this is just symbolic. They're just trying to get it out. But, like, no, they've been running the race.
Crazy.
Yeah. So, next time we get into a Porsche, Paulie, just keep pushing, right?
I'm surprised. I didn't know they were that tough. I mean, that really.
Right.
I mean, you spent a lot of time working on those on those cars. What's your take on the chassis?
That means that the person that built that cage, whoever built that cage, they did a really good job, and they should be proud of themselves, for sure.
So do you think the cage had a lot to do with holding the car together?
I think so. I was looking at it, and it looked like it dispersed everything equally throughout it, and it didn't look too bent up.
Yeah.
It looks like they took a wheel off and maybe lost a few fenders here and there, but it's Jeopardy. I'll buy that for $5,000,
Yeah. Well, the way the car got through the corner, he lost it in the dirt at the exit of 7, and the car came back across the track. It was sliding forward down the racetrack, but it diagonally sliding also towards the tire barrier.
Mm-hmm.
Once the nose got to the tires, it started to pirouette the car, and the car went upside down too.
Right.
And so it was spinning and upside down and barrel rolling too a little bit, and then it came to a stop on the lid. And there was some hits in there. I'm not going to lie. He was moving.
Right.
But it dispersed a lot of that energy over that time instead of a solid
straight
really
hit.
hard hit. And wow, it's just amazing.
Yeah,
we've seen that kind of stuff before, but I really thought with a Porsche Boxster that, nah.
You know, because a lot of people say, oh, they're fragile cars or, like, there's little things. But, yeah.
That's a testament right there.
Porsche reliability.
Let's see if this is just going to be a reconnaissance lap to see if the car's okay. We don't know what broke on the car or if he's just going to carry on here, Kyle, or Les. Yeah, looks like he's got some speed.
Yeah, looks like he's moving.
What do you do? We saw the hand going up coming into the pits here. It looks kind of sketchy. Like heading into the pits here, get yourself into some real trouble. What was your strategy as a driver going in there? Oh, we got a car coming off in the grass. He's way off deep there. There is a fair amount of room out there for runoff, so you can get away with it going into one, but. Yeah, let's talk about both those issues. Let's talk about getting into the pits.
So with the pits here, it's a really short pit lane entry. It reminds me of Watkins, actually. And it's because when you come around the corner, you're pretty much blind when you come in. I mean, as a driver, you know you're coming into the pits, or when your team calls you, you know you're going into the pits, but the other people behind you might be having a battle and not know that you're coming into the pits. So the typical trick is when you come around there, you really want to just either put your hand out the window and make a fist, or put it almost in your rear view to let the drivers behind you know that you are going in. And that's more from the HPD, the driving school days and, just normal track days. Just letting the people know, like, hey, I'm going to be turning in and don't go to the inside of me. I'm going to be slowing down. Don't, don't run me over. But as a driver going into the pit lane, that's as much as you can do. But as a driver that's behind the person doing that you slightly altering your line or maybe adjusting your speed just a tad bit to make sure you still get a run down the straightaway, and also, you're not causing an issue just in case it goes wrong with that person. So it takes two people for contact. Just make sure, it takes two to tango, as they say.
It's sketchy because you got the fact that, your pit entry is going to be tight to the inside, which is where the apex is. So it's fast.
Right. You definitely want to come
fast part of the track.
You want to go in there real quick, but I would say that Miss Sue at the end of there definitely does not want you to go in there really quick, because that's where you're going to be making a stop. For our Champ Car rules is to make a stop, grab a timer, and or just make sure everything's okay, and that's when you can go in and get your fuel and or work on your car. But you really just kind of get the car woed up in there, because first, safety first, second and third, but it's all about that safety.
Well, and I'm going to presuppose some things here, but I think anybody that's ever driven at Lime Rock has gone off in turn one, because it's kind of a tricky. When you first start going in there, you either overcook it or you're leaving way too much on the table,
right? And
you got to find that spot. And would you say, did you see that same, I got to work this turn out?
You do.
It's confusing.
And even if you can, some people like to science it, maybe with a protractor or some math type stuff in there. But, on Friday we had a track walk, and there was actually some stuff that I had forgotten about. There's pavement changed about mid-track right about here, where it's a different grip and like kind of a different aggregate right in there. So that changes how much slip angle you're going to get there too. And it's the little things like that, depending on what tire you have, if you're front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, or mid-engine stuff, you always want to be trying to get back on the power sooner. But if you're going to understeer out, then you don't want to do that. And then there's always like little games as we say we play, but yeah, turn one, it can be tricky, but it is a great setup for you have to get pretty much, there's 7 turns here, so you have to get all of them right.
Yeah.
You can't just horsepower this track, and you can't really just say, oh, well, as long as I get, the one before the straightaway good, I'm good. No, you got to get them all right, even the left.
I know you and I have driven a little bit for the same team, but you've driven for a lot of different teams, and you're definitely one of those guys that's for hire. What opportunities do you have coming up this year, and some things or some tracks you definitely would love to pick up a ride at? All of them.
Yeah, pretty much all of them. Have helmet will travel, and bring champagne too.
Yes, you do.
No, I guess.
Action Raceworks is off and the camera's tilted.
Oh no!
So I'm not sure what happened here.
Looks like he's trying to put it back into neutral here. Maybe can't get it in the gear. He's flipping some switches. Oh, he's got the car fired back up. It looks like he's in first gear. He comes off the clutch. Oh no, I think he might be stuck.
Oh.
Yeah, looks like he might be stuck. Oh no, he looks pretty far off there too. I'm not sure exactly where he's at. Well, maybe it could be mechanical. Maybe he lost an axle or something like that. I'm not sure.
All right, well, we'll try to... I'm going to try to see if I can grab something here.
I feel like this is the time when you call me and you say, hey, Les, figure out what happened. And I go, oh, okay. Oh, it looks like he's trying to get it going. So it looks like at least the car has some drive there. Got it fired back up. It's moving in first gear. Oh, no, it looks like they're north by northeast. Looks like they were strider off to the side of them, too. So there might have been some contact there.
Did we have car-to-car contact? Yeah, 48 spun, 380 made contact is what I'm seeing. So yeah, it looks like those two cars might have come together. Oof.
Yeah.
He's looking down at the gear shift lever. And if the chassis got torqued, it could move things around in there to where the linkage isn't doing what it needs to do.
That's true. Looks like he's just kind of holding.
He's looking down, and it does. That's the telltale that I'm looking. Although he's not going to see anything.
Right.
It's a psychological thing. When you have a problem with the transmission, you're going to look down at it.
Right. Yeah, it looks like it does look a little off, but he's holding it in second gear, so. Seems like he's making a way around track though, so staying off the racing line just in case he might be dripping or leaking anything.
We'll go back and look at a replay here, Les, and see if we can figure out what happened here. So I'll roll this out. So this is just moments ago from inside the Action Raceworks Camaro.
Oh, looks like he got it.
Oh, wow. The first one wasn't too bad. The second one. Oh, man, he got center punched.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like that was like going into the left-hander. Looks like maybe somebody got a little, took it a little egregiously and spun him around. Then looks like maybe north by northeast kind of didn't have a place to go.
And I'll tell you, that does a number on the front end of your BMW, too. You're not going to get away with that one. And that was a big hit. And those roll cage really came into play for the Action Raceworks guys.
Right.
This roll cage here, Les.
Yep.
And, yeah, north by northeast had nowhere to go. I don't know if they turned him because they were back a ways, but they sure did the second hit.
For sure. I was actually talking to those guys. They actually just recently put a new splitter in their car, so they're gonna need another one.
Yeah, looks like he brought it back into the pits there, Les.
Yep. He's made it under his own power.
All right, so with that, we're going to take another break. Lots of racing action here at Lime Rock Park. Plenty more to come on ChampCar.Live. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to be like pulling teeth. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to drill down to the right tires for me.
What?
Oh, I got a great deal. My tires shipped fast and free and arrived the next day. I even got 2 years of free road hazard protection.
Where?
You're darn right, wow. Next time your tires get long in the tooth, visit TireRack.com.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance, with a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrived the next day like clockwork. TireRack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. They've got a bent wheel on the Action Raceworks machine, possibly a bent axle. I'm going to take it behind the wall here and try that and see if they can get the car back out there. Quite a story for those guys, as we're under code 35 here. at Lime Rock Park after that accident. And the Action Raceworks car was caught up in that incident. So, although I don't see any EVs. Oh, here it is, way over in the corner here. Let's see if I can clear that.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely my favorite color of yellow. Goldish yellow, at least.
You got it up on the rollback because you got your radiator, all that fun stuff that's up there. And it's bound to do quite a bit of damage, so yeah, it's a shame.
But, you know, the racing gods, they giveth and they taketh, and sometimes it's in the last 2 hours of the race.
Yeah, it stinks.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race, the New England Enduro at Lime Rock Park. This is our day 2 of racing. We had a 7-hour endurance race yesterday, a Friday race, and today it's 8 hours of endurance road racing to wrap up the weekend for us, sending everybody home after this race today. 2 hours and 50 minutes remain on the clock unofficially before that checkered flag comes out. We took the green at 9 o'clock this morning.
We did. I was actually riding along in the pace car, and it was so nice.
Yeah,
so pretty. So pretty. For sure. But yeah, this format of racing, racing on Friday and Saturday and not Sunday has definitely tripped me up a little bit of trying to like make sure I get my wordage right when I'm saying things. But yeah, it's definitely I think I'm going to enjoy it pretty good. With the cars just kind of trundling down and waiting for everything to be cleared up, and we'll go back to racing.
And we got somebody that just joined us here in the booth, so while we're under caution here, we'll catch a word from them.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hey.
And what brings you up here today?
My name's David Zapsky. I just wanted to introduce myself to the crew and everyone out there racing, and do a little bit of plug for a military service organization that I work with. Myself being a disabled veteran. One, I wanted to bring awareness to the fact that not everybody brings the same abilities to these race cars. But, you know, at the end of the day, to be able to be out there with them racing is just super rewarding.
Yeah, it sure is.
So I've been working with an organization that helps bring vets from never touched a race car right into racing wheel to wheel.
Yeah.
And that is warriors2racers.com. So if anyone's interested, check that out. And you might even see one of us out there. Today, I'll be closing.
You're driving the 111 car?
Yes, I am.
So this is so you're one of the veterans that's driving. Any other veterans driving the car today?
Not today.
But the opportunity's there.
The opportunity would be there. Different car, but we even have our own car. For those that are military service members, it's number 214, which if you're a vet, you would know that. That's the form that you get when you're discharged from the military.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Plans for upcoming races where do you have anything on the schedule yet for
They just did a race with AER at Summit Point.
Okay.
Right? So
nice.
Obviously one of your competitors, but still. So I think they've got some races scheduled this year for Champ Car too.
Okay. And if they want more information about this, they're going to go to Warriors2Racers.com.
You got it.
Okay.
Ed is the man. He'll help you out.
Great. And what was your name again?
David Zapsky.
David Zapsky.
Good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
You as well.
Good meeting
Thanks for coming up. Appreciate hearing about your efforts there and the way that you're helping disabled veterans get out there and enjoy some racing and some camaraderie too. I imagine that's very important for veterans in general, not to mention disabled veterans.
Yes, it's just the mental health aspect of it. So some of them come from sometimes traumatic scenarios, and transitioning back into from military to civilian life is a challenge. But racing is one way to occupy them, either crew or sometimes even driving.
Yeah, we hear that a lot. It definitely seems to be a good medicine all around. You got the camaraderie and the activity. So
yeah, and when your car, it's singular focus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It's wild how the mind can really be distracted, if you will, from things to go like, oh yeah, these things are not so great, but then you're like, oh, the stress of racing. Fuel numbers. You have to hit this number, and just I've worked with a few veteran teams myself, and they just the idea of how to operate, moving with a purpose and a passion, and that really helped me. I was like, oh well, yeah, I just need to, I don't have to rush. You just have to move with a purpose. So
Yeah. So it's been a great day out there today. Yesterday as well. We had fun. Good racing, good clean racing today for the most part.
Nice.
Yeah.
And not too many cautions, which is great.
Yeah.
So,
lots of green flag racing.
Yes. Appreciate the opportunity.
Heck yeah.
Take care, guys.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming up, Dave. It's good to meet you, and good to hear about Warriors2Racers.com.
Yes, sir. And I see some oil on the track.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Thanks again.
Okay.
Yeah, we got someone casting oil down on the racetrack. A lot of smoke coming out. So
spraying for mosquitoes,
magic smoke,
right? Spraying for mosquitoes. That's all.
We'll go on board with TCR here, and we'll be watching the control logs to see if there's any news about that. 214.
Maybe it was tire smoke. Could be locking. People could be locking up.
Left rear tire flat on car number 283, Les. And so that's just coming in now. And 283, that's the Rhinoceros Racing guys.
Oh no, that's the Mustang.
That must be the smoke that we saw.
It does look like it has a little bit more camber.
Yep. So they're coming down. They'll be pitting here right in front of us too.
Those guys are
serviced.
Those guys are really cool. I spend a lot of time talking to him. The team owner, he's a machinist just like myself, and we talk. He's like, "Oh, I made this and I made that." I'm like, "Oh, did you claim it on points?" But no, good guy for sure. TCR.
Okay, so they'll work on that. So our standings here will get you brought up to speed. I made it funny. And I intend my puns. I'm not a coward like some of you guys. Ruben Performance leads the race by about a lap over Open Throttle Racing in the number 159. And right together, 0.2 seconds behind them is Ramen Racing in their 01. And Balthasar actually just passed them on that lap. So Balthasar now nosing their way into the fight for third place. Pushes Ramen Racing down to fourth place, but Ramen's still leading the A class. And then it's Misco Motorsports in fifth place. TCR Motorworks up to sixth. Seventh place, it's Massol Motorsports. The Honor Rosmar Racing Team is in eighth. And then it's our Elite D class car, Rhinoceros Racing, who's currently in the pits being serviced. Down in ninth place in Open Throttle Racing, Bruno, the Boxster, in 10th. And so some tight racing going on between third and fourth place with Balthasar and Ramen Racing, but it looks like their camera is not all that up to it right now. So that's okay.
Right? It's getting a little warm,
Yeah. Martinelli.
Yeah, they had a great showing here. They have their paddock spot is very nice, and they were serving me some food earlier. So shout out to Martinelli Motorsports.
Hey.
Appreciate you. Any team that brings popsicles or ice cream, always a fan favorite of mine. Looks like he's kind of yielding away to that Miata there, letting them do their thing. And a big part of this track is really just, as they always say, having your head on a swivel, but also using your mirrors, because there's definitely probably someone faster than you. With only a small amount of turns, there's going to be always a Miata trying to take its chances.
Look at the fastest lap times here, 101.5 out of Ramen. Looks looks like the fastest lap time of the day. Yeah, that's marked as the FTD. And then the leader is working lap 257.
Yeah, talking to Ramen yesterday after the race, and they put the scales in their car to look at their alignment, and he was saying he was about an inch in tow. And I was like, do you mean an inch? And he's like, yeah, an inch. I'm like, you mean 25 millimeters, sir? Like, are you? He's like, yeah, the car didn't turn very well. I'm like, oh, I can understand why. So I think something got a little bent there towards the end of the day. They're pretty tight-lipped about anything that could have been a wheel bearing ball joint or, some curbing usage. But they said it was out and they were going to fix it, and it appears that they have fixed it for today.
All right.
Rhinoceros is out now.
It's funny. And we got back out there late to Apex with Michael at the wheel.
It's such a cool track, and the view is so pretty here. Just up and over the top of the hill, real close to the wall there. In a pretty quick car, you actually catch a little bit of air there, and you can start to hear the wheels unload and the tire and the motor kind of wind up. It goes boom, boom. It's pretty cool.
Ramen Racing leading A-Class, followed by Misco Motorsports and Masshole Motorsports. That's the top three in A-Class. B-Class, we were talking about them earlier. Looks like things are pretty well wrapped up there with Ruben Performance leading there over mostly Motorsports.
I think they had an incident earlier in today.
Yeah. Open throttle in the 159 leading B-Class, or should I say that's C-Class rather. Balthasar Motorworks in second. TCR Motorworks in third. Down to D-Class, it's Rhinoceros Racing, Team Z, and MLC Racing, number 47. And for F-Class, we've got MDR Motorsports leading the Falkensteiner. Those are the two cars in that class.
You can see, looks like late to Apex was actually just passing Falkensteiner there. I talked to the Falkensteiner guys yesterday too in Victory Lane, and they were saying they're three brothers and their nephew is crewing. So there's four of them, and they said, they decided to buy an old car and put a motor in it, did a swap, and decided to come out and play with us at Champ Car. So that they're having a blast, and I think their next race is Thompson with us.
Martinelli leading EC over MLC Racing and Rapscallions Racing. Question for something like a blowout. They don't have to stay in the pit for 5 minutes, right? That's correct, Will. The 5-minute rule, minimum rule, is only if they put fuel in the car. So for any other repair work, driver changes, there's no minimum stop time for that.
Very true. Yeah, the purple 35s play a huge part on this track. I guess they play a huge part on every track, but on this track specifically, I think it just getting your pit stops done right, because the lap time is so short. Even if you come up to the end of pit lane and you're 15 seconds off, then it's a quarter of your next lap,
Yeah.
That's where, like a Road America, it wouldn't be that detrimental, but it's timing is timing.
As the cars come through turn 1, down into 2 here. Got some guys taking some different lines.
I've never driven this place wet, and I hope to not have to today. As I was saying, I was like, don't say that. But it'd be really interesting to know how it really handle in the wet here. But this is such an iconic place. I mean, growing up in the 90s, rewatching a lot of the races that used to come here, and actually being a part of this now, it's surreal because I could look on the walls and you see see all the names you see, AJ Foyt and Carroll Shelby, and you're like, oh, Carroll Shelby. Like, no, he used to drive cars. He didn't just make cars, he drove cars too. So he has a lap record here, and Paul Newman, and people are like, oh, who's Paul? Now that I talk to people, like, who's Paul Newman? I'm like, the guy on the packet of, when you get the McDonald's salad, that guy, wearing the stuff. Yeah, that's Paul Newman. They're like, oh, so he made ranch dressing? I'm like, no, he was an actor, but he was a race car driver too. So he's one of the reasons why Days of Thunder got made, and a whole lot of other racing careers got made also. So.
Yeah, the Newman Zone salad dressing was just for charity, so all the proceeds of that went to charity. Mm-hmm. He had a whole thing that he was doing there. Did Paul Newman.
Yep. Our very own David Kissack raced against him a few times. He was telling me, he was like, oh yeah, he beat me, and I'm sure he'll he'll correct me in the story. He's like, no, Les, I beat Paul Newman. I'm like, all right, David, all right. Sure you did. But the racing world is very small, and I shouldn't say it's small, but it's very conjoined. You'll meet some of your greatest heroes and meet some of your best friends at the racetrack, and you don't even know it yet. So I would say just come on out, show up. If you don't have a car and you just want to volunteer. If you want to just help out and work on a car, you can do that. They always need someone to, load tires or dump fuel, hold the fire bottle. Champ Car's always looking for people to be, marshals on track. So it's always a good time. Come out with a smile and a good attitude, and you're gonna have a good time. I don't think you can have a bad time at the racetrack. I've never had a bad time. I had more expensive days, but I've never had a bad day. I've had some days of like, wow, that cost a little bit of money, but
that time at WGI when you were out there running cameras in the sleet, where it was like soppy wet, almost with snow. Like, man, but miserable, but
still pretty cool. It's like I'm still at
still at the racetrack. It's still at WGI. Yeah, man. I like the attitude. Good positive attitude. It goes a long way.
For sure. And that's and maybe that's the driver aspect of it. But whenever you get down, you're in last place or something like that, you just got to rev yourself up, concentrate, head down, and focus, and that's what it is. It always gets better next lap.
Yeah. I think there always has to be a hard experience in there somewhere, no matter how much racing you do. You can always go look at the one race I did at WGI in the rain and the windows were fogging up. And I'm like, I'm trying to actually race this way, not just survive and get around the track. And you think, that was kind of miserable. But but then everything else is better than that.
Right. And you go like, but I did have some good sailings, dogs. You can always look at the positive part of it.
Yeah, there you go. Amit in the car, in the sent from the Gourds car.
From the Gourds. Yeah, they're out. They're running. Yeah. These guys don't know the word quit.
I know. They keep getting knocked down. They get right back out there.
Mm-hmm.
Canadian team.
Right.
They put a lot of effort into getting down here into these races. So
they do. You can actually, so if you stay on board with him here, Paula, you can actually hear, so when he goes to the brakes, you can hear the brake squeal. I'm assuming he probably has some pretty hard brake compounds in there. Mm-hmm. Looks like they're trying to lap themselves passing TCR. Good for them. Onto the brakes, you could hear squeaking.
Yep.
So the viewers at home can kind of get an idea of when he's actually braking, because he's kind of slicing and dicing through traffic, picking and choosing. Even though they're a few, how many laps down? There are quite a few laps down, but they're still going to go for it. So he's going for the inside there. And rolling on up through the hill there. So on the power. Grabs the gear. Comes in here, a little late braking. Do your turn in and up and over the top of the hill. This elevation is so fun. Coming around here, tap the brake, come back on the power. You see the bridge, the bright blue bridge there.
Geronimo!
Right, and down the hill. You hear that? No braking.
I don't hear any braking.
Right? So when you're doing it, some people are like, oh, Les, everyone breaks downhill. No. Hopefully I didn't just give his secret away. Amit's going to be like, come on, Les, what are you doing, bro?
That's great.
Yeah. Coming back around. Looks like they're going to pass Rhinoceros Racing there.
This could be a pass on Rhinoceros.
Yep. It's going to try and do the old over-under. Wow.
He got sweeped because he got held up a little bit. And I'll just come on by.
Yep.
You're going to sit there.
It's those tricky Miatas, man.
Oh, they're pesky.
Yep.
They're very pesky.
You see a Miata with a wing, like, you never know. It's so wild too, because if you see a Miata with a wing and a spoiler, it could be quick, it could not be, but they all run like 15-inch wheels, so it doesn't matter. You can never just tell by the tire size. You see he's catching them there, a little cat and mouse on the straightaway. He has more power than them, so he comes in. Gonna try and make the pass stick this time into one on the brakes. Let's see if he's gonna hold on to it. Oh, it looks like somebody's off in one. A little dust kicked up there. Well,
seems like that's happening just about every lap. We do have a caution being waved now, though, Les, so there may be a little bit more to it than just a typical dust cloud.
Oh, no.
Over here. Let's see if we can see anything. Don't see anybody out there enjoying the dirt area. But
the scenery.
There's a fair amount of grass out there. I mean, you go far enough, eventually you can get to the tires, but there's a lot of give there. All right, well, thanks, Les, for stopping in, and
most definitely. Well, I'll see you guys out on pit lane. If anyone needs anything, get a hold of me. Just wag me down. You want to do an interview? You want to give a shout out? Anything like that? If you got any tips, tricks, or things that you want to see on the ChampCar.Live, I'm always all ears. I'll kind of relay it to Paulie and Kyle. Also, when I do the after race reviews, or recaps, let me know if there's something you want to see. Different camera angle. If you want something different or strange, or I usually I'm of the mindset, I shouldn't say this in there, but Bill's probably not listening. I'll ask for forgiveness, not permission, to get a different angle for you. So, yeah, just let me know. We can always try to adjust cameras, put things in different places. If you want to see something different, if you want to see how hot it gets inside the cars, if you want to see what the drivers are using for their shoes or what they might be drinking, let me know. I'll do all the types of questionnaires you guys want. So you guys let me know, and I'll see you soon.
Okay, thanks, Les. Appreciate you coming up here for a bit. And with that, we'll take another commercial break and be back in a few, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Lime Rock Park this weekend. 8 hours of endurance road racing with 2 hours and 28 minutes unofficially left on the clock. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to make me want to blow a gasket. That was before I went to TireRack.com.
Tire Rack made it easy to find great tires at a great price. 2 years of free road hazard protection. Sealed the deal.
Tire Rack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. Check this out. A technician brought my new tires right to the house. He's installing them now. All set. Thanks. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live here at Lime Rock Park, the New England Enduro. TCR Motorworks, yesterday's winner of the race in fine fashion for that team, now in 6th place overall. They've been trying to overcome that MOV from yesterday, Kyle. Just don't think they can get it.
Well, I mean,
going on out there.
They're only 3 laps back. I mean, I don't think it's impossible, but we're getting to that later point in the race where it's getting harder for them to actually make up the ground that they need to make up.
So math-wise, it's possible. So what you're saying is it's possible.
There's a chance. I'm saying there's a chance.
There's still a chance.
But, I mean, the fact that they've recovered up into the top 6, top 5 speaks volumes of the depth of the team and just how much they've pushed. I think just some of the cautions didn't fall their way. Some of the pit stops didn't go their way.
Yeah.
But, I mean, honestly, I think I think that they'll get a top 5 out of this, if I'm being honest with you. I mean, I know they're a lap back of Misco. They need a little bit of help, but we'll see.
And they're talking to late to Apex. That car you just passed was 4th position. Yeah, good points there. So you could see them moving up into that top 5. They're right on the cusp of it, down about a lap.
Yeah, I mean, they're only a lap back. If they can make this final pit stop and get everything where they need it to go, I think they'll be in good shape. But I mean, regardless, even if they come out of here with a top 5 today or top 6, they can't be upset about the course of the weekend. Yeah. I mean, knowing that they've had to overcome that penalty.
Balthazar is just 1 second behind Open Throttle, so there's a big fight over this in the podium positions here for 1st and 2nd.
And for the lead of the C class, mind you, too. Because with Rubin Performance Garage actually leading, which, if I'm not mistaken, if that is the case, if Rubin Performance can hold on, that would only be the 2nd B class car this year. No, they've got 2 wins because they have one at Gingerman and one at Autobahn with there's no Z in Mazda. But it would be the third. If they could hang on to do this, it would be their 3rd win of the year.
Zigzag just passed Open Throttle Racing there. So
a little bit of contact there. Either a contact or the driver saw it last second and drove out to get away from the car.
Right.
So from Jason, from Drop Gear, he just said no fuel, no time limit. Well, that's going to be kind of hard. TCR would have to increase their pace to a 102.87 to take 1st place. So it sounds like they got a lot to overcome, but maybe they're trying to. What I think they're trying to do is back the pace down. Speaking of Open Throttle, there it goes. I think they're trying to back their pace down so they can get inside that 2-hour window, make their last stop, and then go to the end. But I could be wrong. I'm not in their pit stall, talking to Dan Frodel, understanding, kind of knowing what he's looking to do. But that would be my thing. Would be it's 2:40 right now Eastern time here in Connecticut. You only got to get to 20. You only got to realistically get 20 more minutes out of it. And how do you do that? You back the pace down quite a bit.
Yeah, you can start short shifting, lifting coast. Just ease off on it. So welcome everybody to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Lime Rock Park this weekend. Day 2 of the New England Enduro. Our next ChampCar.Live event will be at Mid-Ohio in September. Take a little bit of a break and then reset. We'll be doing 2 in September and 2 in October. So it looks like 33 turn 1 no power. But yeah, thanks for joining us, everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic weekend. The pits right now look pretty clear. Not a lot going on pit lane.
We're getting close to that final pit stop window, but I don't think we're there yet. There's a lot of cars that, like I said, I think are close, but we'll see.
Cars heading down into turn 1.
While we got a minute, let's kind of scroll through the field a little bit and see some of our movers and snoozers, as we call them. So Rubin Performance, our race leader and leading car in the B class, has gained 19 spots on the day from the start. So good run for them. Obviously, they started on pole in class. And then let's scroll down a little bit farther. Ramen Racing in the 591 is up 23 spots on the day, 11 in the A class, and they're the leader in A class right now. So that's good. That's a good one for them. And then let's scroll down a little bit farther. The biggest mover on the day to this point is going to be TCR. They're up 35 spots on the day and 12 spots in the C class, and they're sitting on the podium right now on the bottom step for C. So regardless of what happens, it's been a great day for TCR. And then we'll scroll down a little farther. Zigzag Racing, 33 spots on the day, 12 in the overall, 33 in the overall, 12 in class. So that's a good day for them. A little bit of a rough day for Soggy Bottom Boys. They started up toward the top. They're down 10 spots on the day and 4 in class, but still 12th in the overall, sitting right outside the top 10 if they can get a little bit of help. And we'll look a little farther down. Want to give a call to the Smug Motorsports team, their 1990 Red Miata. They're up 19 spots on the day, 7 in the overall. Tough break for Action Raceworks. Due to their issue, they're down 19 spots on the day, 6th in the C class. And then we'll go a little bit farther down here. Let's give a shout out to Roll With It Racing. They're up 12 spots on the day. They're up to 28th in the overall. They're up 3 spots in C class. They're having a solid day in 28th. Probably not exactly what they expected, but it's pretty decent. And then the 877 Rossmar Racing, we haven't talked about that entry. They're up 5 spots on the day. So that's a good highlight for them. Tough break for Haywood Racing. They're 663 cars down 12 spots on the day and 8 in the class, but they're still riding in the 17th position. So those are some of your snoozers and movers and kind of where everybody's at and some of the progress they've made today. And again, right now TCR gets the nod for most spots gained in the overall.
And Nick from Cougar Racing saying, thanks again for the great work in the booth, making this crappy 4-hour drive a lot better. Obviously, heading back after a weekend of racing. And Nick, thanks for tuning in, and thanks for joining us this weekend. And we're glad and honored to be able to make your drive a little bit more pleasant as you head back to the homestead.
Yep, safe travels from all of us here at ChampCar, and we'll look forward to seeing you at the next event you guys are scheduled to be at. So, Paulie, I'm noticing the clouds have rolled in to where it's.
Oh yeah.
We're not worried about any rain or anything like that.
Right.
But it's just more the cloud cover and the shade. I'm wondering if that's going to cool it off just a little bit, and maybe the racetrack will come back to us, whereas we get a little bit later into the day, will we see the times come back down a little bit more?
Yeah, it's got to be affecting the track. You're right. I'm noticing that too. We're seeing more shade, and it's not just because of what we're seeing in the booth. It is a little bit extra sun coverage from the clouds. I'm checking the temperature. It's 81 degrees right now, so it's actually a touch higher than they anticipated. And there's no chance of rain, so we don't have to worry about that. But cloud cover, folks, affects heat and cooling on a racetrack, because if you don't have the sun beating down on it, it actually will help cool the racetrack off a little bit. Now, mind you, the cars going around generating heat through the rubber, and the heat coming off the race cars helps heat up the racetrack. And as they build in that driver line with the tire wear and the rubber that's laid down, but at least the sun's not beating down on top of that, because when the sun hits that rubber that's been laid down, it becomes like ice, driving on ice. It's very slick, very uncomfortable, and you can't really get the most out of it. So the good thing here is, with the patches of cloud cover, it should help cool the racetrack down even a couple degrees, which in turn will give these drivers a little bit more grip to play with. Steve at the wheel, the Martinelli Motorsport EC car.
So, Paulie, what do you think here? We got about 13 minutes to the 2-hour mark to go. Pocono is home for those guys. Williamsport, PA. Awesome. So we'll see you guys at Pocono, and safe travels home to Williamsport, Pennsylvania.
Massholt Motorsports has been warned from a pit lane warning for a spin and continue over in turn 3. So they're going to be watched, of course. Lots of bobble there. Sent from the Gords, their camera back offline. Hopefully they're doing okay. It's just been hot and cold for those guys this weekend.
Yeah, it's not been the day that the Gords have won it. I think they're pretty much done for the day, to be honest with you. And there's a lot of cars in the pits right now. Action Race Works is done for the day. Schumacher Taxi Service has retired their car for the day. MDR Motorsports with the F-Class car, I think they've retired their car for the day, but I could be wrong. The other MDR car, the 831, the one that went for that massive roll yesterday, that is retired. Obviously sent from the Gords after their issue there in the garage. Haywood Racing, Crazy Horse fell out earlier, and of course we just heard from Cougar Racing. So unfortunately, a bit of a rough day for some of our teams. But we still have a heck of a fight on our hands. That fight between the first step of the top step of the C-Class podium is only separated by 9 seconds. And then from second to fourth in the overall, it's only separated by realistically about 19 seconds. So.
Another thing we're seeing too, Kyle, is a lot of give and take out there on the racetrack for lap times. These guys are having a lot of trouble maintaining consistent lap times because of the traffic and the tightness of the racetrack. We're seeing swings as much as 3 seconds from one lap to the other.
Yeah, I think with a lot of these guys not ever driving here before, I think they're still trying to figure out how you can manipulate traffic at Lime Rock Park. It's not the easiest thing to do, as we've seen throughout the course of the weekend, and you kind of have to, you have to show a bit of patience, but then you have to find ways to be aggressive at the same time. So you're walking a very vicious tightrope.
Yeah, I think it really is a matter of patience and remembering every time you come up on that traffic, everybody else has to face this too. So it should all kind of even out. I'm just going to try to present myself well so everybody can see me, and hopefully I can just slip on through, without losing any more time than necessary. And Jason puts it well. It's any endurance race. Taking the checker flag is a job well done.
Absolutely. And remember, teams that race in Champ Car have different agendas. There's teams that expect to win, want to win. There's teams that know they don't have a shot to win, but they just want to finish the race. They just want to come out, have a good time with their buddies, and go racing, get their kick of the adrenaline,
right?
And then they just want to see the checkered flag. If they see the checkered flag, for them that's better than hardware, because that shows they made it and their hard work in the garage and the prep that they did paid off. So it really just depends on the team's agenda, but everybody that finishes should be very very grateful for what they've done, because it takes a lot.
Yeah, be proud of your accomplishment, of what you're able to get done there. That's it's certainly a good reason to be proud of what you've done. Rhinoceros Racing here, leading D class, down in 14th overall in their Mustang.
Yeah, they were up a little higher in their overall order earlier, but I think it looks like they've kind of backed the car down a little bit. I wonder with that heavier Mustang if they're starting to experience some brake fade.
Well, they did have apparently a tire problem while you were away, Kyle, and I think you're right. I'm seeing 113s. Their fastest lap time's a 104, so 9 seconds down from their fastest lap time. Yeah, it does look like they've backed things down a little bit in the Mustang.
Because, I mean, this track, especially in the heavy braking zones, can eat up brakes, you can tell. So you got to wonder if that's part of it.
And just letting these Miatas come through. There's one of the BMWs.
There's Soggy Bottom Boys, one of our other camera cars. Unfortunately, their camera has gone down. Again, we've had a rough weekend with that camera, trying to keep it going. We had it going for a little while, and then it just all of a sudden decided it didn't want to play anymore. Oh, got a car stalled off there. Is that Haywood Racing? I wonder, the 663? They're still running. So it looked like Haywood Racing off to the right there. It's just right there off to the left of your camera shot, Paulie. Right where it looks like a little before where that cutout is for taking the alternate configuration.
Yeah, it looks like they started to climb the hill there, Kyle, and as if they decided to bail out, and rather than stay on the track, just pulled it offline onto that cut through there.
Trying to get it. You can see he's trying to get it going.
I know the feeling. How about you?
Oh, been there, done that. Got the T-shirt. Don't really want to do it again.
I felt that way this morning.
Yeah. So we'll have to see. And the good thing about that is hopefully they can just do a hot pull with that, because the car is pretty well off. It's on the alternate configuration that they run here. If they don't want to run the fast uphill turn 5, they can run the kind of chicane-ish corner. So
wait, would that be chicanery?
Should be chicanery.
Oh, I'm so proud of myself for
that. Was a good one. That was a good one. Your kids will be very proud of you.
Yeah.
Yep, here they come.
Trundling through the grass. Here we go. To the rescue. We should have some theme music for them.
I know, but
I gotta do that. I've got to work on that. I'll be working on that in August. We'll get a little chime, a little theme music, a little something going for it.
Do something with like
emergency cruise.
Well, either do you could do the emergency theme, or you could do chips. If we didn't get hit with like licensing, you could do the chips theme.
I would get hit with licensing. I'll come up with something that we're not going to get in trouble with.
Yeah,
it's going to be great. Stand by.
Or if we just do like woo 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 or something like that, emergency cruise on the way.
Oh,
if only they had something where it was. Remember the old Convoy song? Where they,
yes.
Yeah. If they did something like that, we could play that.
Yeah, I just need something I can get away with, and I'm there. I'll come up with something. It'll be fun.
Or if we could find a song like Tow Truck Driver or something.
I get AI to make it something fun. I don't know. I'll come up with something. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
So they're heading over there to pick up that stricken soldier. Oh, they put him on a rope.
I wonder if there's another one.
Seems like a lot of trucks out there for one car, doesn't it?
But it looks like, they got him hooked up quick.
So they're tugging him out of there.
I want to give an attaboy to, first of all, thank the Lime Rock safety team for agreeing to do hot pulls this weekend. We don't always get that at some of the racetracks that we go to, of course, but also want to give a call to the competitors. Race director Jackie Sides is very adamant about, we will do this to start the weekend, but if you cannot behave, then we'll be doing code 35. So want to commend the Champ Car drivers and teams for adhering to the safety and giving those guys and girls room to work and get to our fellow competitors to get them off the racetrack. So you guys and girls should be very proud of yourselves.
There must be some kind of cut through there, because I was waiting to see them come down the hill and they didn't. So that's right. There is a cut through there. So they've already been taken behind the wall, and that was the 663 machine.
And the 761 is pit in blend line violation. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Here comes the other safety crews.
So yeah, that was the Haywood Racing, one of the Haywood cars, like you said, Kyle.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, we are coming down the hill. There is a cut through up there.
Well, I think this is the second set. I don't think this is the first set. No, that's them pulling them. Okay.
trundling down the hill. Yeah, someone being flagged for late entry into the pit, almost hitting another car.
Oh.
You gotta decide what you're doing ahead of time and commit. You can't be last second diving in and potentially causing a terrible accident. As that would be pretty sketch. So
That would not be good.
Haywood in the pits there. So we'll take a quick commercial break and be back as we have reached the top of the hour. 3 o'clock here on the East Coast. 2 hours of endurance road racing left in this contest. Rubin Performance Garage has moved to the lead of this race. Can they maintain? Stay with us to find out. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now. Almost finished, Herb. Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
In the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done?
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Green Beret A.J. Jackson hit rock bottom. PTSD, depression, injuries stealing his edge. Then he strapped into a race car. The adrenaline rush that once came from combat, it became therapy. No more dark days, just focus, trust, brotherhood, and the team that was missing. The follow-on mission delivers that same life-saving rush to combat veterans and first responders. Immersive race weeks, crew work, full throttle healing, no charge, all impact. Sponsor a driver. Nominate someone who needs this. Head to thefollowonmission.org today.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Yeah, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone here at Lime Rock Park. Rubin Performance Garage continues to lead the race here, working lap 300. Kyle, how many laps did we have yesterday? Do you remember? Like 1,000 or something?
It seemed like it, but I think it was 300 and change, but
yeah,
I don't know.
Working lap 300 right now, and we've got another car. We have several cars in the pits getting serviced here because, you know, they got to get serviced. And then they go out with that last driver, this Miata team with the kind of a copper color.
Ramen, I think that's Ramen Racing.
Copper
with their
color,
cars.
yeah. It's like that looks like maybe an NB car.
Yeah, I think that's both Ramen Racing's cars. So most likely this will be their final pit stops of the day.
Yeah, we see a drink bottle going in while they're also putting some drink in the engine too.
So it's pretty quiet up on the front end of the pit road,
Yeah,
the first
sure
6
is.
or 7 boxes.
As cars come down Newman Straight here.
Yeah, Cole, I can only imagine getting pulled through there. It'd be interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure that wasn't fun. And a little bit scary to be getting pulled downhill in the grass in a race car.
Well, and you got to wonder too, like as long as that's not doing any damage to the suspension underneath of the car as well.
And you don't know what's in the grass.
Yeah.
Okay, our copper Miata heading out.
That's the 592, I believe, from Ramen Racing. I think the 591 is the purple car, the sister entry.
And out they go. They're going out together here. The Martinelli team and late to Apex. And we got Les down in the pits now.
Here we go, TCR in the pits for the final stop. I wondered if they were trying to stretch it to the end to get inside that final 2 hours, and it looks like it was.
Les just said, oh no. But yeah, Les down in the pits now, bringing us coverage from down there.
Whoa, had one having to go through the grass there.
Oh, yeah.
That was Rampage. Had to make a little bit of an evasive maneuver. But it was smart because it avoided contact.
It's like right there. I'm like, hey, we were just talking about less. Oh, hey. Hi.
Yeah.
Back on board with Late to Apex. Schumacher Taxi Service has dropped down to 29th.
Yeah, they're out of they're done for the day, unfortunately. So I ran into Kyle and he shot me a message and said, "Hey, we're done for the day and everything." So unfortunately, not the way they wanted to end their day, or not the way they wanted to end their day.
Late to Apex in 15th place right now overall. Called for that green flag action to the end. 7th place in class is Late to Apex.
So Ruben Performance Garage is in the pits right now. Your race, your leader is in the pits.
Man, just off camera.
And then also TCR was in the pits. Hopefully they'll be back out soon. I think is that the 591 again?
Does look like it, doesn't it?
It does.
I wonder, did they get a drive-through maybe? Yeah. Pit in blend line violation.
Oh man!
So they got the driver consolation too. Counseling.
There you go.
All of that.
That word.
Not only did they get the finger wag, they got a nice talking to. Four off and continue for Mass Hole. That's the 617 car. They had a spin off and continue. Pit lane warning. So this is another pit lane warning for the same car.
It looks like what's the 203?
Now the 203 is being marked. That's the Corsair Racing Team for something over in turn number 1.
I'm down here to work on that.
On board with our D-Class leader.
Yeah.
They're leading by about 10 laps over Team Z. They got to keep pushing, though. It's not a guarantee for them because, I mean, there's still plenty of time if they were to have an issue that Team Z could overcome that.
And it's about 3:15 out here on the East Coast. Looks like Les is not the only one with a scooter down there in the pits.
Back on board with TCR, trying to outbrake Rhinoceros, and they do it. TCR has now worked themselves up into the top 5 with the issue that Ramen Racing's had. That now puts them, now they're, mind you, they're 6 laps off the lead of Balthazar Motorworks, but they're in the top 5. So
there you go.
Good recovery for those guys. Like I said, I had a feeling they would eventually crack the top 5. They're only a lap off of Open Throttle Redbox, so they're going to have to keep pushing if they want to get, or I'm sorry, they're 2 laps off of Open Throttle Redbox, or it might be about a lap and a half based on where they're at. So let's take a look here. So Masshole Motorsports is only about 0.6 of a second behind Bruno, which is the Open Throttle 58 car. That's the BFG colors on that car. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. And then 11 seconds back of Masshole is Honor Rosmar Racing. Again, I'm not going to try to pronounce that. Coco and Bros are only 4.5 seconds back of Rhinoceros Racing.
Misco Motorsports leads A-Class, followed by Ramen Racing and Masshole Motorsports. Rubin Performance looks like they're going to take B-Class. On to C-Class, you've got Balthazar Motorworks, Open Throttle Racing, and TCR Motorworks, your top 3 there. On to D-Class, you've got Rhinoceros Racing, Team Z, and MLC Racing. And then finally for F-Class, you've got Falkensteiner. Looks like they're going to take the win there, but there wasn't much. We had 7 laps. Yeah, we had 264 laps out of Falkensteiner team so far, and MDR 225 laps in the 93 Miata. And then looking at EC, it's the Martinelli Motorsports leaning over MLC Racing, and the Rapscallions there in 3rd. So that's a quick rundown for you.
So we are on board with Martinelli Motorsports. Steve at the wheel, still working, trying to get through. Looks like he's trying to go by the 120 car. The Roll With It Racing BMW. They're up to 24th, so they're up now 16 spots on the day. So with some of the issues teams are having. Oh, it looks like Falkenstein's in the pits as well, Paulie. Not sure if this is a pit stop or if they're behind the wall.
With Balthazar Motorworks now commanding the lead of the race over Misco Motorsports, and Rubin Performance now down to 3rd after that pit stop that they just went through. So will Balthazar need to pit again?
That is a good question. Looks like they're going to have to pit one more time based on what I'm seeing. But I think what they're saying is they needed to go green or try to catch a code 35 at some point before they have to stop. Because Rubin Performance Garage should be good to go to the end. Open Throttle with Redbox is good to go to the end, and so is TCR Motorworks. But Misco is going to have to pit again as well. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that.
So it's pronounced Masshole.
Oh.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to remember that, but I'm going to try.
For
Masshole Motorsports. It's
Masshole Motorsports, okay.
Masshole, it's
Masshole Motorsports.
What,
Jason just says.
saying.
Okay. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Okay, so Masshole Motorsports.
Oh, I was pronouncing incorrectly for R-Bank Racing, their car, for probably 2 or 3 years before somebody finally corrected me.
And at least it's nice for them to be talked about.
Nice that, well, it's like you don't get hammered right off the bat that you did something wrong.
Okay, so the 664 is in for a fuel stop.
There we go.
So, and that's Falkensteiner.
Okay. 91 Honda Civic.
The old hatchback.
Yeah. Trusted, tried, and true.
Yep. I love Hondas. I've driven Hondas. My first car, one of my first cars that I had when I was a kid growing up was a Honda. I had a Mazda 91 Mazda pickup was my first car. It was gifted to me when I was 15 years old, and that's what it had no power steering. It was a 5-speed. It shifted like butter. I missed that truck. We ended up donating it to I think it was a veterans cause or something, but I missed that truck. God, it was such a good truck. And then there was like some vehicle exchanging in the family, and I had expressed interest in my uncle's 91 Mazda or Toyota pickup.
Okay.
And it's not a T100, T200. It was the original like 91 pickup.
Yeah.
I've still got it. It's at my parents' in South Carolina. And
yeah.
My dad and I spent some time. My dad did most of the work, helping pay for a lot of it to get it restored. It kind of needed some redoing. And the guy that did it the first time, who's a friend of mine, John Andrews from back up in Maryland, he actually did the work again for us and got the truck back rolling.
Original Game Boy programmer in the car, also in this
What did he say?
He said one of the drivers is a Game Boy programmer in the Falkensteiner's Honda.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right around the time I was working at Toyota, around 91. Yeah.
Yep, but I got those trucks. Still got the truck, and
squeaking through.
I think Rhinoceros was trying to get out of their way.
Yeah, he might be trying to come into the pits and slowed down. And
yeah, he's coming in. Good call,
The
Paul.
guy squeaked in down the inside, which is really scary. It's like, I'm trying to slow down here. So Rhinoceros comes into the pits for service.
Now this is going to be interesting because let's see how long they're on pit road, because Team Z is only 8 laps off of those guys. So if they're in there for an extended period of time, we could see the D-Class swap leaders.
Good catch.
Because I looked and they pitted, they were about halfway through a run, and so I was thinking, I mean, yeah, it's a Mustang. They're burning a little more fuel. But with the pace they're running, they shouldn't be burning that much fuel. So. But, yeah, after that, after the trucks, I had a 2009 Honda SI. I kind of didn't get to the point. And then I lost that due to a car accident. I was hit head-on by a drunk driver. And then I ended up having to drive a Mazda 3 for a few years till I traded it in, and I've been in my 2018 Civic ever since. So, and it's been a great car. I can't believe it's been 8 or 9 years I've had that car now. But I love Hondas, and Toyotas are always good, especially the pickups.
It's like Rhinoceros in to get their service.
Oh, Jason said, trying to be funny, Machole. So it may actually be Massole Motorsports.
It was a jest.
I didn't catch that.
I didn't either, but
okay.
I mean, I read it afterwards, but.
TCR still trying to make up time, like I said. So we're getting to a point where Baltazar and Misco are going to have to come into the pits. So it'll be interesting to see when they come in and how, if they can, because they're only a lap apart. Baltazar and Misco are 1 lap separated by each. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what happens. Everybody else, like I said, should be good to go to the end. And, I mean,
Let me know when it went straight. It looks pretty straight on my end. I think it's the curving of the bracket.
5 minutes is a little bit, I'd say 5 minutes is about almost 4 laps. So, and they're only separated by, well, it's 3. Ruben's 2 laps back, 2.5 laps back of Balthazar. We'll have to see how it plans out. If they get a code 35, it's a moot point. So I'm sure right now that 294 team is praying for somebody to have an issue. Up Rhinoceros, so like we said, they're in the pits.
Yeah.
So that gap is now 6 laps, Paulie, to Team Z. We'll have to see if this is an extended stay or not.
Balthazar leading the race again. Misco Motorsports right there in second place, leading A class. Ruben Performance Garage leading B class in third place. I always love to see that. I love to see that you get that mix of classes up at the very, very front.
Ruben Performance has done a great job. I mean, that B-Class Miata, they've been absolutely killing it all weekend. I mean, they were fast yesterday. They've shown the same speed today. So it's been good to see that. And like you said, Paulie, it's not just been C-Class cars.
It's not all
A-Class.
Miatas. Yeah. We've got a nice mix up there.
I mean, BMWs, Miatas, there's a Boxster mixed in. There's a couple Boxsters, in the top 10. So it's Porsche, Mazda, and BMW. And then we can't forget about Zigzag and Soggy Bottom and rounding out our top 12. That's 2 Nissans up there as well. Yeah, definitely want to give a call to Zigzag. 31 spots on the day, gained 11 in their class, 31 in the overall. That's a good day.
Yep, Rhinoceros Racing heading back out.
Coco and Bros is pretty much about where they started on both sides of the coin, class and overall. But
come on, Steve. Dig deep, brother.
Hey, I think they've had to come back a little bit, so we'll give Steve his due there. So, and then Smug. We got to give him a hard time, though. Wouldn't be ChampCar.Live if we didn't. So, and then good run for Ross Marr in the 473. Not the day that they probably wanted, but they're up 9 spots in the overall, 3 in class. So, but yeah, tough break for some of the North by Northeast, down 26 spots, 8 in class. They've had issues. I saw them in the garage area a while back, but it looks like they're back out and running, just trying to get to the finish. Corsair down 9 spots on the day, 3 in class. And then tough break for Mostly Motorsports. They're down 6 spots on the day from where they started. They were up in the top 10 at one point in the Scion, but unfortunately just not to be.
Well, it looks like they got into the wall, Jason, around 10:30 in the morning. The 297 of Mostly Motorsports, and at the uphill there. So I'm looking to see if there's any other news on them. So it looks like that must have done the damage. That
they took a pretty good hit.
So that's what I'm seeing in the control logs.
49 car information. Flashing to pass. Stop. Okay. Gotcha. Rampage, guys.
So Rhinoceros is getting a talking to. I'm not sure. They just brought the car back in.
That gap is now down to 3 laps, by the way. Oh, looks like we got another one getting towed into the pits.
Looks like there wasn't a pit marshal there. And I think I'm seeing Sent from the Gorge is back out.
Are they back out on the racetrack?
Heck, they just went back out on the racetrack.
No kidding.
Which I had no idea that they were still trying to get the car on the track. That's great.
Good for these guys.
if anything, give you a chance to test the car. If you're doing some work on it, there's no better place to test it than on the racetrack. You just can't reproduce it, Kyle. You can't reproduce being able to drive in anger on a racetrack, on a neighborhood street or the farm. I've tried it. It doesn't work. You've got to get the car on a racetrack.
Well, and now that you've fallen out of contention, I mean, again, it was very unfortunate what happened to the Gourds earlier, but they've got it fixed. So now, if you get it rolling, you have an hour and a half as a test.
Yeah,
to get it ready, to get it ready for the next race and to find out. I mean, obviously they want to just see the finish of this after the weekend that they've had.
Yeah,
but they can start testing some stuff, maybe playing with setup a little bit, or hey, maybe we had the spare parts we had are new. Let's try them and see how they hold up. So, because I mean, at this point, you're like, what am I going to lose?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the perfect opportunity to get out there and wring the car out and make sure that it's vetted properly. So with that, we're going to take another quick break and be back in just a few moments as Balthasar Motorworks trying to parlay for a win. Can they do it? Stay with us to find out. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to make me want to blow a gasket. That was before I went to TireRack.com.
Tire Rack made it easy to find great tires at a great price. 2 years of free road hazard protection. Sealed the deal.
Tire Rack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. Check this out. A technician brought my new tires right to the house. He's installing them now. All set. Thanks. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And we're back here at Lime Rock Park. A little bit of smoke or dust being kicked up back there as the cars head through Paul Newman Straight and up the hill towards turn number 6. Do that fast right-hander and then back down the hill again to start another lap here at Lime Rock Park. Welcome, everybody. Paul Veltum along with Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps bringing you all the racing action. And car 600 was flagged in at the uphill for attempting to pass cars in the grass, driving very aggressively. Yeah, that'll get you called in. You don't want to be doing that. Got to keep it safe and sane out there.
Yep. Don't want to do anything wild. So Balthazar continues to lead this race over Misco Motorsports, but both those cars still have to make their final pit stops of the day. They're both they're on the same lap right now. Misco is only separated by down by
about
54-ish seconds.
Yeah.
So they're on the same. It's not showing them on the same lap, but they're essentially on the same lap.
Yep.
And then Rubin Performance Garage is 2 laps back of them. Open Throttle's an additional lap back. TCR is on working lap 320. If anybody has a shot at this, I would say it's either going to be Rubin Performance Garage or potentially Open Throttle, because if it goes green, I think Rubin and Open Throttle potentially could surpass Misco and Balthazar just based on a green flag stop at 5-minute stop. You're a minute and change getting around here. You're looking at least probably 3 to 4 laps. So now it's 55 seconds.
Yeah, it's funny. Just on that last lap, you're talking about Rubin. They're off their pace on this lap, so they may be coming into the pits here. The Rubin Performance Garage team in that gray 06 Mazda Miata. There's car 600 coming in for its black flag.
Yeah, Rubin Performance
and
is
they are in the pits. Yep, they have pitted that machine.
What in the world?
So Rubin's number 600 pits out of the lead in class. B class there in 3rd place overall. Kyle, this should be their last pit stop unless they've got some major malfunction.
Yeah, I guess. I thought they were good to go to the end of the race, to be honest with you, because they had pitted after 3 o'clock, and I thought they were in good shape. So I wonder if this is something else happened. Oh wait, no.
That's right.
Oh, that's right.
Let's
No,
put it all.
no, they had they had the penalty.
They
I'm
had
sorry.
the penalty. That's
Never
right.
mind.
We're connecting it all together. We're finally caught up with our heads.
Oh,
there.
wow. Okay. Sorry about that.
So they're in and out. They should be okay. They should be heading back out already, and yeah.
Oh, what a costly mistake by that team.
Yeah.
But that's going to, depending on how quick it is, that's going to put open throttle racing right in contention with this, again, depending on if they can hang on to, when these top two have to come into the pits. And we should expect them in the next, I'd say probably in the next 20 minutes. Sometime in the next 20 minutes.
It's funny, you and I put it together at the same time.
Yeah, I was like,
wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's 600. Wait a minute. We just talked about that. So we'll wait to see. Yeah, as they come around Ruben, they still maintain their position there over open throttle in third place. So they were able to serve the penalty and still get back out there.
But it's now 36.3 seconds. And let's see what the lap times look like. Last lap by open throttle was a 103.3. Obviously, last lap with them coming out of the pits, Ruben was a 120.9. So we'll have to see if open throttle can start making gains on these guys.
Les is down in the pits. And this is with the Honor Rosmar team.
Smug Motorsports is in for their final stop in the 108 that just pulled in.
Yeah, team going to work on that car.
Looks like we're getting ready to do a driver change as well.
Here comes another car into the pits here with, an hour and 20 minutes remaining on the clock.
See who this is. It's not Misco because that's a yellow car. It's one of Rosmar's cars.
Yeah, the 473 is showing down on its segmented time. So, all right.
All right, so last lap for Ruben Performance was a 107.36. Last lap for Open Throttle was a 103.16. The gap is now down to 32 seconds.
The Corsair Racing team was given a pit lane warning for a spin and continue out there in turn one for the number 203, that 325i. Les is down there on the scene for the Smug getting serviced.
So I'm looking at the weather, Paulie. No chance of rain. We're good to the end of this race. It's going to stay about the same. We might drop off a degree by the finish. It's 81 right now, so it'll be 80 by the time we take. Said it feels like it's 82. So the weather's absolutely beautiful, so I think we can go ahead and eliminate that one.
It's gorgeous out there. It's gorgeous, I tell you. That's good to hear. It's nice to have a dry race for a change for us here on ChampCar.Live. We've done just about everyone this year has been wet, so it's great to get some dry weather in. Let's keep it going. Behind the wheel here with Amit while we're watching Les in the pits when the less is more, Cam. Les talking it up with some of the folks down there in the pits. Good friendly family environment here in Champ Car. There was also a nice table out there cooking. People were cooking, grilling out in the paddock area there. A nice spread laid out for their team and probably for anybody else that was come along. I know Les had mentioned that he had stopped by someone's paddock area and they offered him up some food. Not surprising. Back on board with late to Apex. 14th overall, 7th in position in that Miata.
Solid day for these guys. Not spectacular, but it's been a good day for them.
Jason expecting to see Balthazar pit in the next 20 minutes. So that would bring our leader in. Misko, we'll see how that affects Ruben and Open Throttle.
So far, the gap is closing. Open Throttle is still consistently quicker than Ruben. The gap is now down to 27.8 seconds. So whoever's in that Open Throttle car is absolutely just throwing down some great times. I mean, they're a half second. They're a half second off their best time of the day, which is a 102.77.
Yeah, they matched the leader's time with that 103.219 on that last lap. And it's a C-Class car that leads the field here this weekend overall. Misko's leading A-Class, Ruben's leading B-Class. You got D-Class is being led by Rhinoceros Racing still. F-Class by the Falkensteiner team and their Honda Civic. Martinelli out front for the EC teams.
Yeah, and I mean, the Falkensteiner guys are having a decent day. They're in 20. I mean, they started, not as far as the movers and snoozers, but 23rd in the overall. They're in the top 25 for an F-Class car, top half of the field. So that's not a bad.
Oh, late to Apex. What happened here?
So you able to get it going?
He's talking to his crew.
Looks like he got it fired up.
What happened here? He's talking about oil. Looks like he's got it going again, Kyle.
Huh. Yeah, I saw him turning the key trying to get the car started once he spun.
Yeah, we heard it recycle there. Like he said, another car spun and took him off or something.
He's saying it's slick, so I'm wondering if he's thinking there's oil down there in 7.
Yeah, let's see if we can back up to moments ago and catch what happened to him here as he was coming through these. Here he's headed to the downhill right here. Everything looks okay at this point. He's a little wide.
It stepped out on him.
Oh, it just stepped out, yeah.
I'll tell you what, he did a great job of keeping it off that barrier.
Yeah. He said it might be oil down there.
He said it either might be oil down or oil dry, I wonder.
Yeah. Because he was fine. And I mean, he might have been just a touch off the apex, but there's no problem with that line. And it just went around on him.
Yeah, same line everybody's been running all day. Huh.
Yeah, he's real stable through here, Kyle. Looking good.
Yeah, let's watch him again as he comes down there. I wonder if he just hit a slick spot or something, or maybe there is a patch of oil. But you got to wonder then if that's the case, or haven't seen anybody else have that same issue, unless they're able to straddle it. Let's stay on board with him here as he comes through, coming to 6.
He's looking good. Here he kind of resets himself. He's looking up over the steering wheel. Just bending in, nice and gentle. You do see a little bit of a line there, but oh yeah, I mean that car just went around on him. He's convinced there's oil down in 7. So we'll get caught back up with him here, but yeah, wow.
Huh.
Scary moment there for the late to Apex guys. Paulie DeBille.
So Let's see. He's coming down the hill, folks. Let's watch it again and see if he has any other issues. Takes about the same line. He looks like he was okay. I wonder if he got a half a car length off there and he hit a slick spot or something, or we haven't had any rain this weekend, so.
Oh, look at this. We got a big smoker here coming through. Boy, they got a fogger coming down through there.
All right, head down, pit in.
Yeah, big plume of smoke right there.
Yeah, so pit in, somebody was coming through into pit in. So, oh no, Kyle, this could mean even more. And we got somebody coming through the grass there.
Is it Balthazar? They've fallen down the order, Paulie.
Oh no!
I just noticed it.
Let me look at their deltas.
They're in the pits.
Yeah,
they're in the pits. They haven't hit the pit loop. That's what it is. So I'm looking down from our booth. Balthazar's in. It looks like they got their stop done. They've fallen into second place. Now the question is, now Rubin Performance Garage just passed them. Now the question is, how quick can they get back out? They're coming down pit road. They just did their last stop.
Yeah, Open Throttle's also come in, apparently. They're way off the pace. They haven't hit the pit loop, though. But Open Throttle in the 159 also.
Oh, man, that was a fourth place car, too.
So did both of these cars go down at the same time? This looks like it's just a graphical. There's nothing there. I'll refresh that camera.
All right, so Balthazar is at the end of pit road waiting for the timer, and they've just taken off. All right, so that's going to put them, let's see if we can find the 600 car.
You can really see that there's still a huge haze in the air from all that oil that was blown, that something seriously let go out there.
All right, the 600 car just went by us here in the booth.
So that's Rubin's.
Which is now going to become, when Misco comes in here shortly, they're going to be your race leader. Balthazar is going to have about a lap to make up. We'll have to see if Balthazar has enough time. They've got an hour and 10 minutes to do this.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in the logs for Open Throttle, but I don't understand why they're not at pit in, because they're well off the pace. Yeah, we've got Balthazar shown in the pits.
Their pit stallers are down there. I think, yeah, I see the car down in the pit stall. That they're like right at pit in.
Gotcha.
So
they haven't crossed the loop yet, so that's why. Oh yeah, look at that. It's
open throttle. That's the plume of smoke.
Yeah,
it looks like the engine let go in the car.
They might have tried to start it there, Kyle, just to see what was going on, but she's huffing bad.
The 129, one of Rossmar's other entries, is in the pits for their final stop of the day, and then there's an additional car down the way as well. I'm not sure the number. It's kind of hard to tell. That might be.
I'm showing two of the Open Throttles, so it might be both.
That might be the sister car in the pits. Yeah.
Yeah.
That might be the 58 car.
Yeah, and Jason's pointed out that puts TCR up to fourth now.
Still 5 laps back of Misco, but it's going to get interesting here because they're only a couple laps back of Rubin. So when Misco pits, that's going to make it interesting.
Yeah.
The question is, can Misco get out in enough time to do what they need to do? All right, so when they pit, the race for the lead is going to come down to Rubin Performance Garage and Balthazar Motorworks. And last time by the loop, they were separated by about 38 seconds. Last lap for Rubin Performance Garage was a 106.2 102.3. Balthazar was a 104.7, so about a second and a half quicker for the 294 car. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see if they can make that gap up. That's a lot of time to make up in an hour and 7 minutes, but we'll have to see if they can continue to go at that rate. But what a run for TCR today. Up into the 4th position, still staying within striking distance, even with the MOV. They've fought hard all day, and right now they're on the middle step of the C-Class podium, and they're sniffing right outside of the main podium. Misco's trying to get a code 35. They're trying to stay out and get what they can.
Sure. Stretch it out to the end, and if one of those code 35s come out, then capitalize on that. Balthazar looks like they might be back out. I'm not seeing that they've crossed the pit loop, so they may have cleared the loop. So open throttle, the 58 car has tripped the pit loop.
So this time Balthazar was still a second and a half faster than Rubin Performance Garage. So we'll check the 50. It's 53 seconds. Okay, so that was once they finally got up to speed. So Balthazar's 53 seconds back of Rubin Performance Garage.
Yeah, and like you said, a second faster. And Rubin, Rubin just sets it back to a 104. So the top 3 cars all just cranked out 104s. The top 5, have all turned in these 104s. And now Raman's gone back to a 105. So yeah, and Les is reporting that open throttle car is going to be out, which pretty dramatic fashion too. Yeah, what I was saying is we've got the top 7 cars. The top 6 cars are all turning the same lap times. Now there, TCR just slowed down to a 108 on that last lap. Hard to believe with all that smoke that got kicked out, something didn't end up on the racetrack. So thank you for that, Les. We'll go back on board with Rhinoceros Racing.
Running in 14th position. They're still... Team Z looks like they've had an issue. Yep, they're in the pits. So unfortunately, it looks like their day, it's not going to be their day as Rhinoceros continues to lay laps down. Now, anything can happen, but every lap that Rhinoceros puts down, they're putting more of a gap between themselves and Team Z. So hopefully, it looks like Rhinoceros may be on their way to another D-Class victory today.
Yep. And just look at the gorgeous scenery out here at Lime Rock Park. All of the trees off in the distance, the hills. It really is beautiful out here.
So with all the issues that have gone on, open throttle's fallen down the order some. Obviously, they're going to be done for the day. But Zigzags are going to move up into 7th place here shortly. The sister car, Bruno Open Throttle, is going to move up into 8th. Honor Rosmar is going to move up to 9th. And Rampage Motorsports is most likely going to get back into the top 10. But Soggy Bottom Boys are only 4.5 seconds back of Rampage right now. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, so late to Apex shown crossing the pit loop, but Yep. Here they come into the pits.
Let's look a little farther back. 111 Motorsports in their 99 Mercedes is only 12.7 seconds back of Ross Marr's 877 car.
And they're having a look at the car, saying, well, if it looks okay, let's not bother changing it.
I wonder if they're talking about a tire.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say probably that's what's going on. Someone kicking up some dust over there. And Late to Apex heading back out onto the racetrack after that quick check.
Still back on board with Steve in the Martinelli Motorsport car.
Yeah, gunning for the win in EC today.
They've got about a 7-lap margin over MLC Racing, but they got to keep pushing because that's not a big amount of time.
Yeah, so with that, we'll take another break. That trims things down to just 1 hour remaining in this contest. And things are starting to heat up a little bit. So stay with us. We'll be right back. We'll see what is yet to come.
Shopping for tires used to be like pulling teeth. That was before I went to TireRack.com. Tire Rack's tire decision guide made it easy to drill down to the right tires for me.
What?
Oh, I got a great deal. My tires shipped fast and free and arrived the next day. I even got 2 years of free road hazard protection.
Where?
You're darn right, wow. Next time your tires get long in the tooth, visit TireRack.com.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrived the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
In the zone, AutoZone.
All right. We're back at it for the final hour of racing here at Lime Rock Park. Welcome, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series New England Enduro. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Kyle Lockbro and Les Epps, bringing you all the racing action this weekend. And there's a lot of action on pit road as teams vie for that final pit stop to get their cars back out there onto the racetrack to finish. And looks like one of the cars just decided to go behind the wall. He's had it. So Ruben Performance leads the race now over Misco Motorsports, shown in the pits here. And it's Balthazar Motorworks in third, TCR Motorworks in fourth, and Ramen Racing in fifth in the purple machine. So TCR, yesterday's winner, they're in fourth place. Trying to get that car up back onto the podium. Can they do that? That's going to be a tall order, but they could do it. The car is so fast as they go through turn 5. Up the hill they go. And head down 6. Done a lot of talk about TCR this weekend.
All right, so with that stop by Misco Motorsports, that moves Ruben Performance Garage back up to the lead and over Balthazar Motorworks. But we need to check because they technically are on the same lap, as that should be Balthazar going by just there. All right, they're separated by 48.1 seconds right now. I just got checked with timing and scoring. So if they can make, let's see if they can make it up in the next 55 minutes or 54 minutes and change. Yeah, thank you, Charles. We appreciate the kind words. We've tried to give everybody the best race that we could today. So it looks like Misco got out, and they're going to be able to retain third place, potentially, but TCR is right on their bumper, 1.2 seconds back. It's now down to 47.3 seconds, so they've taken a little bit more out of that. At that pace, I don't think they have enough time to catch them.
Still seeing a good mix of classes up at the front. It's nice to see.
Yep, still got B, C, C, and then A's. It's a good, like you said, Paulie, it's a good mix. And even Rhinoceros Racing's in the top 15. So we've got 4 of the 6 classes up in the top 15 right now.
I've got some old footage on Soggy Bottom, but their camera went down, so that camera was not participating. Otherwise, we would have it, but I've got some from earlier today.
So I know Jeff Cohen was watching. His buddy Alan was in the car that usually drives with him, driving in the car today, so good luck. Back on board with Rhinoceros Racing.
And we're showing Zigzag and Open Throttle crossing the pit loops. Down in 11th and 13th, respectively. Best lap time, looks like the fastest lap time was Ramen Racing with a 101.5. The leader's working lap 354 out here at Lime Rock.
Jason said Panda Planner has Balthazar taking first with the pace they're running in 51 minutes, which would be right at the finish. It could be a last lap pass if they can get to him. We'll have to see how that goes. Balthazar was a little slower that time, but we'll have to see how it goes when they cross the loop. So Alan is driving for Soggy Bottom Boys right now and doing an excellent job, I just got word of. So, yep, you guys are doing an amazing job. You're running 7th right now, so it's a good day for your team. Zigzag Racing's in the pits. We're not sure if this is planned or if they just had to come in for something minor. But with that elevates Rampage Motorsports up to 9th and Honor Rosmar up into 10th. All right, last lap for Balthazar was a 103.7 to a 104.7, so that's another second taken out of it.
So Misco Motorsports leads A class, followed by Ramen Racing and Masshole Motorsports behind them. You got Ruben Performance leading B class. Looks like they're going to pick that up. And then C class, you've got Balthazar, TCR, and Soggy Bottom Boys. And then for D class, you got Rhinoceros Racing, Team Z, and MLC Racing. And then for F class, you've got Falconster and MDR. And then your EC leader, Martinelli Motorsports, followed by MLC and Rapscallions. So a quick rundown there. Again, skies and the weather pretty much picture perfect out there in the 80s, just getting into the 80s. Really nice weather for racing. Some of the drivers reported it being kind of hot for them. We talked to Steve earlier. He said it was pretty warm for him down there. Oh, way off in the crest there.
I think that was the 203 car.
And
all right, so I looked at it. It's down to 46 seconds even right now between the 294 and the 600. At that pace, not sure if he can catch him. Oh, big slow lap that time for 107. That time for Ruben. That's traffic held them up. 104.1 for Balthazar. That's going to cut into a chunk of that lead. That's 3 seconds right there. And that'll be the question, is how can Ruben's team negotiate the traffic for this win?
Definitely going to affect them.
Down to 42.9 seconds, so three plus seconds shaved off that time. 104.02. It's going to be close, folks. I'm telling you. We have about 46 minutes to go in this race. It's going to come down to the final 5 to 10 minutes if they can keep this pace up.
We've got a race on our hands.
We do.
Who would have thought that?
And 106.3 for Ruben that time. Let's see what Balthazar comes back with.
Yeah, will he respond to that? Because if he can keep it down in those lower ranges, that 103s, 104s. And TCR turning 104 on that last lap, and
104.5.
Oh yeah, it's keeping it consistent, Kyle.
He is,
and that's the name of the game.
Down to 41.1 seconds, chopped off a little bit more.
He's been out there for 23 minutes, has Balthazar. Their last pit time at 3:49 p.m.
Ruben's responded this time with a 104.9.
Ooh. Trying to get those lap times back. Not to give away too much. And that's the thing, the traffic is so challenging out here. You just don't know what you're going to get for lap for lap, and it's really difficult to be consistent. We'll see how Balthazar responds here. Working lap 3:59.
They're coming across the line now.
Oh, a 103 for Balthazar.
Wow. 39.8. Oh, boy. Here we go.
Every lap he seems to be responding. And Ruben just can't seem to get underneath those lap times of the BMW.
And with the Misco has been passed. We forgot to mention this. We apologize. Misco Motorsports has fallen off the podium by about 10 seconds. TCR Motorworks is now second in the C class and third in the overall, even with having to come back from that MOV. So what a heck of a recovery for those guys today.
Yeah,
up
crazy.
38 spots on the day, 13 in the class. Great job, guys.
Yeah, they've really asserted themselves here at this race.
A 103.92 that lap for Ruben Performance. Let's see what Balthazar responds with.
Wow, Ruben's really trying to turn up the wick and lean into that Mazda, not to let Balthazar catch them and spoil this possible win for them.
105.2 that time for Balthazar. First lap, they've fallen off, so they lost a little bit. I bet you they got caught in some traffic. So a little bit of a gift there for Ruben Performance Garage.
Well, and that Mazda has turned in a 101.9 in the past. So they do have the speed out of that Miata, but Kyle, it's late in the day. We can't expect they're going to hit those kinds of lap times now, can we?
Well, with the tires they've got on it and all that, it'll be interesting to see if they can. 103.4 that time. Wow, that's a big time. But the question is, can they do it consistently? Balthazar's been consistent. Can Ruben Performance Group be as consistent and get back down into the 103s and 104s?
Yeah, Sent from the Gourds has brought their car in as they've had a off weekend, just getting some lap times in, getting some laps in rather. And Late to Apex has been able to keep their car out there.
104.3 that time for Balthazar. 42 seconds. They've lost a little bit more.
Yeah, we'll see how Rubens does here as they come by. Looking for that gray Miata.
104.1.
Yeah.
About even that time, only about 0.2 of a second separation.
And then TCR coming by our booth here where Kyle and I are perched. Starting another lap out here.
TCR is still, even with everything, they're only 2 laps off the lead. That's a good day's work. They just cranked out a 104 flat,
we've got
too.
a car stranded. We have a Miata that's stranded down here.
That Rossmar's one of their cars. Wonder if that's the 129 car.
This is at the Paul Newman Straight here.
Oh, 107 that time for Balthazar. But I wonder if they had to slow down for the car.
Probably the caution has caught them out. This could be, no, that's not it. No, not sure who.
Yeah, 106.8 that time for Rubin Performance Garage.
They have it as 129 is stopped off track. And so that's one of the Rosmar cars. So, tending to that machine now.
So last time it was 45 seconds they were separated by. Now the times are going to be altered because of the hot pull here, and then obviously getting the car pulled around and doing what they need to do. So we won't really get a good indication until we get clear track all the way around.
Yeah, we can look at the lap times and see how well they're matched up still, but we know they're going to be off pace. Balthasar sets in a 113.
But they've got a good chunk of the track probably yellowed off with the safety crew being out there. So again, we'll have to see.
What is Ruben going to do? Yeah. This could make a big difference. You know, when you have traffic ahead of you responding to this, it can make a huge difference in your lap time with just one corner yellow.
There's Balthazar on the screen right now. And they got to go slow. They can't fly by the safety crew. Now, the question I do have is, this may bottle up some traffic, because I think there went to 600. This may bottle up some traffic to where the 600 is going to have to contend with that, and can they get by?
Yeah.
It's up to 58 seconds. Balthazar woed way up, but they got caught behind the safety team, and they didn't want to buzz it. It just kind of worked in the favor of Ruben's team.
Yeah, they gave us a 111 is what they gave up, so they gave up a lot less time.
Tom or Chuck, are you on this channel?
So we'll have to continue to monitor this. We have just under 40 minutes to go, about 38 minutes and change to go in this race.
You got that.
We'll go on board with TCR and see how they're doing out here. It looks like that safety issue's been cleared, Kyle, so we should see these lap times come back down. Looks like they've got him in the pits there.
All right, so 104.5 for Balthazar is the first response. It's now down to 51, back down to 51.1 seconds. I thought I saw the 600 car in a gaggle of cars in traffic, and then a 106.05. All right, so that's about a second and a half difference right there. We'll have to see what it is next time. It's going to be harder because they lost a ton of time in that situation. Oh, we got some smoke, some dust there. Looks like somebody just stirred up a little bit of dust through 1 and 2. TCR is going to get held up by the double wide here. There we go. Rampage looks like they've worked their way through.
That 48-second gap now has been created with Balthasar turning in a 103 to Rubens 106.
Down to 48.9 seconds.
Yep.
It's getting down to the end, folks. It's going to be interesting.
And that's the thing about the math is you never know what's going to happen out there on the racetrack. And so there's an accordion effect, and there's things that happen like a yellow. You really can't predict that. Rhinoceros Racing and their Mustang championing the D-Class.
Yeah, it looks like right now, if they can hang on, Rhinoceros is probably going to lock this down. Same with Falkensteiner, because the MDR guys are done for the day. So Falkensteiner, if they can hang on unofficially, will take the F-Class victory today.
It's marked as gray, Jeff, on the sheet. So I have it, the 600 car is gray. So the standings right now, we've got a B-Class car leading the way. Rubin Performance Garage leads overall by about 45 seconds. Then you've got Balthasar Motorworks in second, TCR in third. Misco Motorsports is behind them, followed by Ramen Racing in fifth. Masshole Motorsports in sixth. Soggy Bottom Boys in seventh. Open Throttle in eighth. Rampage in ninth. And 10th place, it's the Honor Rosmar car. Now we're still showing 48 seconds the gap between first and second place. We've got 22-second gap for Misco up to TCR. TCR is on the run, turning a little bit faster lap times. A 12-second gap from Ramen Racing up to the Honor Rosmar car. Turning much faster lap times is the Ramen machine. 42 seconds the gap for Rhinoceros Racing up to Zigzag. And 32 up from Rosmar up to Team Z.
They were dead even last time, Paulie. Last time by, it was a 104.11 to a 104.18.
Yeah. It looks like Rubens has the capacity to hold them off if they want to. And it looks like they've got a pretty comfortable gap here, but they're going to have to hang on to it for half an hour. 23 seconds the gap for Misco up to TCR, and we'll see what they can do. They turned in a 105 to TCR's 104 on that last lap.
So 105 flat for Balthasar that time. 103.59 for Rubens. Wow. That is quite a lap time. It's not over yet, folks, so anything can happen. One mistake by that 600 car and that 294 car is at the bumper.
That's why you should always keep pushing all the way to the end. I've had some pretty glorious passes that I've put down on people in the closing laps, and even on the final lap on the front straightaway. Just keep going. Don't give up. You don't know what's happening up ahead.
You never know if there's traffic that'll hold the cars up or anything like that.
You also don't know how hard people are pushing fuel. So you have guys running out of gas, and that's one of the passes I made on the front straightaway at NCM for position for Doc Waldrop, and that was their highest winning position race ever. So you just never know.
Fuel should be good on both cars. They were both in less than an hour ago, so with 32 minutes or 31 minutes now and counting down unofficially, they shouldn't have a problem. So 105.4 to a 104.2, still giving the nod to Ruben.
Mom Balthasar saying, "Come on, Balthasar, Motorworks nail biting over here."
Both about even that time, 104.2 to a 104.4. So 0.2 of a second, but give the nod to Ruben Performance Group. Or Performance Garage, excuse me.
Yeah, the sister car to Ramen Racing, car 592, has been given a warning for going 4 off and continuing, but they had reported a lot of grass in the grill from that off. Okay, so with that, we are at our final break of the weekend and of this race, as we are watching several teams vying for position. Just 30 minutes remain in this contest. Stay with us. The exciting conclusion is about to happen. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to make me want to blow a gasket. That was before I went to TireRack.com.
Tire Rack made it easy to find great tires at a great price. 2 years of free road hazard protection sealed the deal.
Tire Rack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. Check this out. A technician brought my new tires right to the house. He's installing them now. All set. Thanks. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
In the zone, AutoZone.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
And we're back for the... Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, we're back for the exciting conclusion of the New England Enduro at Lime Rock here, Kyle. And there's still a lot of drama out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, Rubin Performance Garage leads this race over Balthazar Motorworks and TCR Motorworks. Right now, the gap is separated. The last lap we've been keeping an eye on them because they're on the same lap. And it's going to be nail biting to the end of this thing, but we're down to 25 minutes or 24 minutes and change to go. The last lap for Rubens was a 107.53, a 108.04 for Balthazar, but there was safety. According to what Paulie was saying during a commercial, there was some safety equipment out on the racetrack. They had to go retrieve the 129 Rossmar car once again, so that may have slowed both cars down. Okay, let's see what the responses are. 104.8 for Rubin Performance Garage. Let's see what Balthazar's got left. They pitted after Rubin, so fuel's not an issue for either car. It's more what's the tire situation left like at this point for these cars.
Yeah, and this is really hurting Balthazar. They want nothing but green flag racing. So they have any chance of catching them, that's what they want. They want to be on the power all the time. So these cautions are really hurting them in their chances because that clock just keeps ticking.
All right, Balthazar just went by the start-finish line this time, and it was a 104.4, so they responded well that time. They were about 4.5 tenths quicker, but the gap is still 52 seconds, or just a touch under 52 seconds. So at that pace, they will not catch the 600 car.
We got a 41-second gap from Rampage up to Open Throttle there for 8th place. A 29-second gap for Ramen Racing in the 591 car up to Misco Motorsports for 4th.
.106 that time, 106.04 for Rubens. Now, I wonder if, knowing that they're getting close to 20 minutes to go, if they've called their driver and just said, ease it down just a little bit. We're at a point where unless you make a mistake, you can't catch us, because he doesn't need to push the car so hard that he ends up making a mistake and costing them the victory.
Right. That's oftentimes that's what happens when you get this close to the end. It's not uncommon for someone to call and say, "Look, you can back it down. We're not going to catch them." Or usually it's the other way around. In my experience, it's been when I've got enough of a gap. They can say, "Hey, you can pull back a little bit if you like. We got them." They're not going to be able to respond.
103.94. They're starting to respond a little bit, so it looks like they've cooled their tires off some, but unfortunately it's just not going to, there's just not going to be enough time.
Yeah, I think the clock's running out, and the main problem they have is there's a sizable gap here, and Rubens does have the performance to hold them off. So we're seeing an accordion effect of, it's going back and forth between one team and the other that gets the superior lap time, and it can be several seconds, and it's just the nature of this racetrack and all of the congestion we have out here with all the competitors on the track. But it does go back and forth. The gap now 48 seconds this last time by. So getting down to the final 20 minutes of competition here. As these minutes continue to tick down. And it appears that Ruben Performance has a handle on things, but we've seen things change in the closing minutes of a race. It's absolutely uncanny how a car can run for that many hours and then suddenly something can happen. Yeah, the math shows that Rubens could slow to a 107 and still win. That's assuming an average, of course, of what Balthasar is going to do. And if you might be thinking, well, could Balthasar possibly come in and change drivers and go out with a faster driver or something like that? Be pretty difficult at this point. There's just not enough time to make up for all the time you'd lose making that driver change. That's the kind of stuff I've done with R-Bank Racing, but the strategy is much more thought out when we do that kind of thing, or did that kind of thing. Rhinoceros Racing in their Mustang. You see the sun starting to come down there and bathe the driver's cockpit as it sets in the Connecticut sky. As they head underneath the bridge here. Ease back onto the front straightaway here for another lap at Lime Rock Park.
Good recovery for Rhinoceros Racing. They're back up into the 11th spot in the overall, leading the D class by a healthy margin. And I want to give a call to Falkensteiner. They haven't exactly, been the fastest car all weekend, but their last lap was a 108.7, and they're now into the top 20 overall. So what a great job by these guys. And if they can hang on for get another 8 or 9 laps under their belt, they'll move up into 19th. They'll dispense of the Open Throttle Racing Redbox 159 car that fell out a while back. Coco and Bros are in the pits. Unfortunately, it looks like they've had an issue.
Uh-oh.
So, unfortunately, not a good ending to the day for Steve and company.
And we said, I think yesterday, you really can't put a foot wrong and expect to win a race in a Champ Car Endurance Series race, but Rubens might be proving us wrong.
Yeah.
They managed to handle a drive-through penalty here in the last hours and get back out there and hang on to this lead.
So the last lap, we'll keep an eye on the lap times, but again, we're inside 20 minutes to go, 17 minutes and counting down unofficially. Last lap was a 106.06 to a 103.97. At that pace, eventually they'd catch them. It's down to 42 seconds, but unfortunately not going to be close enough.
On board with TCR as they head down into the turn one here. They won this race yesterday, vying for at least a podium finish here today, and it looks very possible for them to come away with a P3 overall, P2 in class, and a P1 in class in the overall win yesterday. So if they could pull that off, it's a valiant weekend for them once again in the Champ Car Endurance Series. Soggy Bottom Boys there in 7th place. It's been a hard-fought race for these teams, especially up at the front. We've seen a lot of back and forth changing of positions for Misco and for Balthazar and Ruben. Brahman Racing has been in the mix there.
TCR's come up into the mix. They haven't been in the lead mix all day long, but they were in there. Rampage led early in the day. They're in the bottom part of the top 10 right now in the 9th position.
It's been a very entertaining race weekend.
A little bit of wheel spin for Steve and Martinelli Motorsports 694 as he came up to the top of the uphill.
Martinelli Motorsports still leading EC.
Rubens backed it down now to a 104.7, 104 flat for Balthazar. Still gaining time on him, but again, with only 14 minutes to go, it's unfortunately not going to be enough. The 664, your leading F-Class car, is on pit road for some reason. Not sure.
Falkensteiner.
Yeah, it looks like they're coming into their pit stall, and which this isn't a concern for them. They're pretty much a lock for the F-Class victory today.
Yeah. Doesn't look like a lot of urgency there for that team, but
I think they know.
Looks like they're just doing some checks here. Talk to the driver. Definitely not a fuel stop.
He looks like he was checking the wheel. Maybe the driver's reporting something's loose in the suspension of the car. Looks like he's going to try to check he's still talking to the driver.
Smack it with a bar. Yeah, checking the front end. You know, one of the concerns you have with these Hondas is front axles breaking and hubs. So out comes the floor jack, and get it up in the air and take a look at it. Maybe try and wiggle that wheel, see if it's coming loose.
So what a performance today so far by Ruben Performance Garage. These guys have just absolutely put on a great race. They've been in contention just about all day long.
Careful there, son. Careful. Hang on to it now. Yeah, Ruben's done a great job, and all these teams up at the front done real well for themselves. A little misstep for Ruben's there, but they managed to get back out and not lose too much time. But that one could have, if they would have had to stop in the pits, that would have done it for them. They'd have been in real trouble with Balthazar. But it's all those variables that go into making racing so rewarding when it does work out. A 106 for Rubens that time through.
104.4 for Balthazar. About 2 seconds quicker. But again, Rubens can run the 106 for the remainder of the race, and as long as they keep it going, they pretty much have a lock on it. Although I gotta take a look at their lap times. The best lap for Rubens was a 101.94. Best lap for Balthazar was a 102.07. Realistically, their best lap time, each of them were less than 0.2 of a second separated. So I mean, that speaks volumes as well. 41.4 this time by 105.7 last time for Balthazar.
And it's really just a matter of clicking off the laps at this point. You just got to stay consistent. You know, you get to the end and you think, you start to hear all of the gremlins coming into the car. It's like, I don't think that's a sound I've heard before, you know, and you just got to stay consistent, stay after it, don't change anything. And usually that's the best thing you can do. You know, you start to change something up in your rhythm, and that's what can get you into trouble sometimes. So.
And even backing off too much, right, Paulie, can get you in trouble.
Exactly. That's all part of it. Just staying on that pace, staying in that groove, staying in that rhythm. You know, you go change something too much, and it can really throw things off, throw you off as a driver. So it's best just to stay after it here all the way to the end. And this is part of the discipline training that you need as a driver. This is what carries you through, and it's not just, you know, in the times when you're back in 30th spot, but especially when you're up at the front of the pack, because that's when the pressure's on. So you have to be able to handle those higher pressure situations and drive them with the same kind of consistency you would have if you were off in the middle of the pack. Less than 10 minutes remain. .36 seconds now, the gap from first to second place. So they have reduced that gap a little bit. The deltas look good on both cars. The lap times continue. And car 203 being brought in on the rope. And that's the Corsair team.
.1 seconds now is the gap. Again, not enough time for Balthazar to make it up, but I want to give them an attaboy for just how hard they've pushed. Last lap, the two were separated by 0.06 of a second.
Yeah, and they've worked their heart out, and you know, that's the mark of a winning team, though. Both of these teams. Under 8 minutes remain. And TCR still pushing. In third place. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Here comes the leader by now. A 105 on that last lap. And continuing to circle the track. Just doing exactly what they need to do.
Down to 34.3 seconds, so still got to keep pushing. Anything can happen, and it's not. You got to race it out to the last lap with it only being separated by 34 seconds.
Yeah. As short as this track is, it's still less than a lap difference between the two after 8 hours of racing. They're still very close together. They're essentially on opposite sides of the racetrack from each other. Looks like they've brought their car into the pits there. A look at the front straightaway. There's the starter, who will also be the finisher. He's going to be displaying the checkered flag for the winner of this race today. "32 seconds now the gap from first to second. 4.3 seconds the gap from Honor Rosmar to late Apex. So they are in a tight battle here with the Rosmar car
for 13th spot. We'll have to keep an eye on that one and see how that pans out. Looks like one of the Martinelli cars is in the pits. Not sure if this is planned or not. I don't think it is.
"31 seconds now the gap that last time by for first and second place. The gap continuing to narrow, but it might be a little too little too late. Late to Apex. Had that spin that came out of nowhere coming through turn 7, recovered, got the car going again, brought it into the pits for a quick check, and got back out there. And now slinging laps again, fighting for 13th. .2 seconds the last lap through. We'll see a new gap here. 3.9 seconds as the Rosmar Racing Team is gradually closing the gap on late to Apex.
The lead up front is down to 30.5 seconds, but again, with just a few minutes to go, it's pretty much, if Ruben can hang on for another few laps, it's pretty much a lock for them.
Now the starter is looking down track, and race control will begin calling out the position of the leader of the race, so that the starter is aware of where that car is on the racetrack, so that as they come around, the starter will be able to give them the 1 to go signal.
Still 3.9 seconds from Rosmar to late to Apex. Let's see what it looks like this time by. Up to 4.1 seconds, so they gain 0.2 of a second that time.
Continuing to close the gap. but this is only an 8-hour race.
Got to give a call, though, to Balthazar. Oh, Rahman's slow on the front stretch, the 591.
Yep, 591 showing they're off the pace for just a moment there.
All right, I think one to go. Yep.
There it is, the signal to the leader of the race right now. One to go, the furled white flag. So just one lap remaining here today. And it's Rubin Performance Garage leading here. And there he is coming through the S's here around the slower car. Thank you, Kyle, for pointing him out there for me. All right. And headed down the hill under the Toyo Tires Bridge for the final time. And circling back onto the front straightaway. And here comes the checkered flag. It's being ready to be presented to. And there they are. Double checkered flags fly high. And it's for Rubin Performance Garage taking the overall win out here at the New England Enduro Lime Rock Park. It's the Saturday race taken by Rubin Performance Garage in their B-Class Miata. Balthazar Motorworks, a valiant effort by that team in their BMW, taking second place and winning C-Class. And then it's going to be TCR Motorworks capturing third. So a first place overall and a third place overall victory for TCR Motorworks this weekend. Back-to-back event wins for that team. Misco Motorsports is going to bring home trophy for A-Class win and fourth place overall. Misco Motorsports. Ramen Racing in their 01 Miata, car 591, will capture fifth place. Then it's Masshole Motorsports who put up a valiant effort themselves this weekend. Sixth place overall for them. And then it's Soggy Bottom Boys in their Nissan 350Z in seventh. Open Throttle Racing in the Bruno car, eighth. And then Rampage Motorsports in ninth. Zigzag Racing in 10th. And Rhinoceros Racing there in 11th. What happened between late to Apex and the Honor Rosmar car? Get this, the distance. Honor fell behind by just 0.468 seconds. Those two cars were right together at the finish, with late to Apex taking 13th spot.
With that victory by Rubin Performance Garage, that is their, I want to say this might be their first ever win. Paulie, we'll have to get confirmation or have Les get confirmation on that. But could be their first ever overall win. And with that, that gives B-Class their third overall victory this season for 2026. And that gives Mazda their sixth win of the year. And they're up by 2 over Porsche and BMW and Honda with the remaining one victory. So right now, it's been all those manufacturers, just those 4 since the beginning of the season.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that was certainly an exciting race there as things wound down. And it's always great to see a team that hasn't won a race or hasn't won many races come home with the victory. That's always exciting because it emphasizes that anybody can win in this sport, especially in the Champ Car Endurance Series. Martinelli Motorsports has captured the EC win, so congratulations to the Martinelli team as well. So that's going to do it for us for this weekend of racing. as Champ Car has returned to Lime Rock Park for the first time in about 10 years. The New England Enduro comes to a close with TCR and Reuben Racing taking the wins out here this weekend. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. For Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps, I'm Paul Veltum. May the road rise to meet you. We'll see you next time, folks. Take care.